military and civilian, and considers only the uniformed opponent as the enemy, the more sensitive and nervous it becomes when, on the other hand, a non-uniformed civilian population takes part in the battle. The army then reacts with harsh reprisals, shootings, hostage-taking, and destruction of villages, and considers it fair self-defense against deceit and treachery. The more the regular uniformed opponent is respected as an enemy, and even in the bloodiest battle not mistaken for a criminal, the more harshly the irregular fighter is treated as a criminal. All this follows from the logic of classical European martial law, which distinguishes between military and civilian, combatants and non-combatants, and which contains the rare moral not to declare the enemy as such a criminal. The German soldier got to know the Franc-Tireur in France in the autumn of 1870, and the following winter of 1870 to 71, after the great victory he had won over the regular army of the Emperor Napoleon III at Sedan on September 2nd. Had it been according to the rules of classical regular army warfare, one would have expected that after such a victory, the war would have ended and peace would have been made. Instead, the defeated imperial government was deposed. The new Republican government under Leon Gambetta.
So, that's another reason why they use paramilitary in the revolutionary movement, is because of this idea where the soldiers, the civilians, the people's army, and this idea that is really based on this asymmetrical warfare. So we got through certain themes here. We're talking about the warfare that's waged. We're talking about partisans, right? The use of violence for political aims, right? And some other ideas there. So he's also mentioning a new type of warfare emerging because of mobility, and two, increased mobility, and two, technological power, right? So these things cause there to be the instance of urban warfare and guerrilla warfare, right? And that has its own ways. Now he divides the different types of warfare between land and sea, and of course, there's different types of ideas, and he compares the partisan and the revolutionary. That's a result of the partisan view of things that basically wants to continue the struggle. It's a continued struggle. And this happens on two sides. It happens on world revolutionaries and also the technocrats, right? These are the two sort of engines of faction or partisanship in our age, right? So all of these ideas culminate in a new political landscape, right? And one where the lines of politics and violence and um, soldiers that are basically of uniform and not of uniform, basically go hand in hand, right? And also another aspect to this is the use of propaganda, which we're going to go deep on propaganda because we're going to look at the work by Alul. After we look at the work Technological Society, we're going to talk about the sister work to that, which is the work on propaganda. So obviously mass psychology, right? Advertising campaigns, mass surveillance, all these things, increased militarization of police and surveillance, and also private security firms. All these things play, heavily into the, irregular nature of warfare in our age, right? But yeah. I'm gonna play like 2 more minutes of this, and then I'm gonna play some songs, and then we'll move to Kaczynski and his paragraph 99, where he starts to talk about long-term historical trends, and I'll compare it to the introductory argument in the manifesto because it closely mirrors his introductory argument that he makes.
Yeah, but I say like profit when it comes to propaganda, dog. Like, 100% I'm in, but I'm not really schooled on You know what I mean? Like a lot of the warfare tactics, other than, you know what I mean, stuff from like the very early, well, I mean, basically during the Renaissance and then more recently, you know what I mean, as far as things are really concerned. So I can't really chime in a whole lot on it. I'm not schooled enough on it.
Yeah, it's interesting. In terms of how propaganda becomes necessary in a technological society. So really, the two go hand in hand, and also communications technology that makes spying possible. The CIA and the internet were created like in one stroke. Really, it's really the same thing. They knew that basically computers were the greatest spy tool invented. So, and cybernetics, behavioral psychology, and postmodern philosophy were all used in MK Ultra, right? They used all three of these things for MK Ultra, right?
Mm. I
So they
mean,
used extreme,
yeah, like when it,
Freudo-Marxian, extreme Freudo-Marxian shit that Moldbug's aware of, But yeah,
yeah,
go
I
ahead.
mean, I think the foremost work on propaganda is probably Bernays, right? In
Yeah,
the end of the
yeah,
day,
exactly
you know,
right.
like Bernays is probably like the top end of like if you're going to study about what propaganda is, he's really where you begin, right? And like I feel like Bernays is almost like that movie They Live. He's the glasses in They Live. Like once you read him, I can't even watch the news anymore, to be honest with you, after watching them. And then you just start really getting into it. And I think that the 20th century, when it's decoded in 100 years and like they really start studying it, it's no one's gonna have any idea what actually happened because all of it was propaganda, the entire shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, pretty much. And that's the power of, I guess, how you know ideas and politics and violence all sort of merge together into one landscape, and that's causing a change in the dynamics.
Mm.
So
Well,
yeah,
von Clausewitz, he said, war is a continuation of politics by another means,
yeah,
right?
he quoted him, or he didn't quote him, but he cited him in this work here. But yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and then but there's a dude, his name's Michael Rupert, right? He said politics is a continuation of economics by another means.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's another thing that I think John Dewey said that too. And also there's aspects of that in Mao Zedong as well. He mentioned Mao Zedong. He basically said the same statement. Yeah, so I made two similar statements to that. One by Mao Zedong and one by Frank Zappa, the musician.
Right.
But yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah. And that's kind of where I get to with things is like, when you look at stuff, you go like, all right, man, follow the money tends to be, not a bad idea, right? That's my boy, man. Listen, I'm streaming this over to my stream too, and I'll put your link in the description, right? So people can come over here if they want to see it. Um, but like, yeah, I 100% think that, like, yo, Stone Mexican guy, follow the link in the description. You can come over here, you can hop on if you want, like argue with people. Um, but yeah, man, like when it comes down to propaganda, like that fifth dimensional warfare is ridiculous. Like it is the most insane thing that you could possibly have. And the amount of lies that we're fed on a regular basis is fucking, it's hard to describe and end up like figuring out what's really going on. And once our government got a hold of it, it's like having the fog of war just full time, just always. It never stops.
Yeah, definitely. And peace to the brothers Stone Mexican, and yeah,
Yeah.
and
SMG.
yeah, SMG, and also to Not Man Prime. Thank you for being here, friend. I appreciate you.
Hell yeah.
You know,
Proclaimed national resistance against the foreign invader, a war, outrance. In great haste, it raised ever new armies and threw ever new masses of poorly trained soldiers onto the battlefield. In November 1870, it even had a military success on the Loire with them. The position of the German armies was threatened, and the foreign policy situation of Germany endangered. because a long war had not been anticipated. The French population was caught up in a passion of patriotism and took part in the fight against the Germans in various forms. In response, the Germans took dignitaries and so-called notables as hostages, shot any sharpshooters they caught red-handed, and imposed reprisals of all kinds on the populace. This was the starting point for more than half a century of dispute between jurists of international law and public propaganda on both sides, for and against the franc-tireur sharpshooter. The controversies were renewed in the First World War as the Belgian-German sharpshooter battle flared up. Whole libraries were written on this question, and still in recent years, from 1958 to 60, a committee of distinguished German and Belgian historians, at least one, has attempted to clarify and settle at least one point of contention from this complex, the Belgian sharpshooter controversy of 1914. All this is revealing for the problem of the partisan, because it shows that a normative regulation, if it is supposed to grasp the facts of the case and not just deliver a glissando of value judgments and general clauses, is legally impossible. Since the 18th century, the traditional European containment of war between states has been based on certain concepts which, although interrupted by the French Revolution, were confirmed all the more effectively by the restoration work of the Congress of Vienna. These ideas of the contained war and of the just enemy, which originated in the age of the monarchy, can only be legalized between states if the belligerent states on both sides adhere to them in the same way both within and between states. That is, if their concepts of regularity and irregularity, legality and illegality, both within and between states, coincide in content or are at least somewhat homogeneous in their structure. Otherwise, instead of promoting peace, standardization between states only succeeds in providing pretexts and slogans for mutual recrimination.
Okay, I think that's a great place to leave it there. We looked at almost an hour of this book. It's almost 2 hours long, so we'll continue with that later. Work by Carl Schmitt on the new age of warfare. And there he's bringing it back to the French Revolution, this idea of the civilian being involved in warfare, and how extra governmental forces, are basically take part in modern warfare. One of the great examples right now is like Boeing and Lockheed Martin and like Cambridge Analytica, even those types of data mining, entities that work with the government. What's the legality of those entities? Obviously pseudo governmental entities are working as um like global corporations, for example. So that is something that was predicted by William Gibson in his science fiction works, as a new age of politics. But yeah, definitely in the 80s with the rise of computers, he predicted those things.
I mean, isn't that something that was already like a thing though? Right? Like didn't in World War One and World War Two, we bombed like tons of factories that were privately owned. They weren't like state run businesses.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah.
I
Yeah, that was
mean?
going on.
Isn't that
It's industrial
isn't that like
warfare.
normal?
It began, right when large, because really what it is large scale technology has a centralizing effect. For example, nuclear power you have to create a new government agency to manage it. You can't have private sectors run something so huge. So and now they're saying the same thing with AI. They say that with AI, you can't have private corporations manage the power of AI. If it's going to belong to states, then the states have to create laws against how corporations manage this new technology, or else it's going to be so they're going to have to increase the size of government just to manage the new technology. So the new technology is increasing the size of government. On the other end, it's a cause of asymmetrical warfare.
I mean, they're not. I mean, it's not like, yeah. I mean, like that's just tends to be how it works. Like the more industrial you become, like the more, I mean, you have to regulate things, and that's just basic. The whole reason why we have like this problem we have right now is because of the fact that when you had these giant businesses start opening up, like Rockefeller or Henry Ford or whoever it was, pick somebody. I really don't care. Like back then, when you had that, I mean, like all these companies needed logistics people and managers to be able to manage things. And so therefore, like, I don't know if you can imagine what it would be like to get a petroleum engineer, in like 1895 when petroleum was just then like a fledgling industry. So they had to invent courses and like be able to train people to do all these jobs that, didn't exist like 40 years before then. And this gave the rise to the managerial class that had to regulate all this type of shit. I mean, there's no corporation that could have built the highway system that we have today, or even like having the standardization. Like right now, like it took the European Union getting involved in order for, like there to be standardization of just like the plug for phones. You know what I mean? Like these things, like it happens. You know what I mean? It's something that's a necessity, and I don't know, like if the government worked, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But on the same level, we'd invent the government if AI just came out of nowhere and we were just, like living in the woods.
Just remember, the Third Reich was the original EU.
And
Just saying.
And I don't really like the EU. I'm just saying that's what it took in order to get Apple to stop, like continuing to like change their fucking plugs every year.
So you're saying that the EU dictated that to a corporation that wasn't because all the countries had like different.
Yeah. Like how like on Androids, almost all of them run on USB-C now, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, with Apple, like they all had to go to like one plug, and now they all have to go to USB-C, right? Because the EU dictated that. They were like, "Listen, we're fucking tired of us like not being able to charge our phones. I mean, this is dumb."
Yo, dog, is that porn right there? Yo, change that picture up, man. I don't even know what this cat came up with porn. Yo, I don't even believe that shit, man. Why would he try to? You already know that's a no. Just change the picture out here.
Who was it?
Yeah. Like JG trying to come up here with porn, yo. Just change the picture up, yo. But yeah, it is what it is. Oh, we got this guy here.
Tommy, why are you doing this, man?
Yo, we're about to play some music. Okay, here we got this dude right here. Yeah, don't be porn bombing me out here, yo. This shit is crazy.
What picture did he have?
Oh, that wasn't porn. There was no nudity there.
Okay, maybe I just couldn't see it, but yeah.
I've had every person I interact with used as their, like a porn bomber has used everyone's name to try and get up. And I know most of you will cam up, so it doesn't work. But the fact they've tried every name they hear me saying, they got issues, man. I mean, I get for a while it might have been funny, but is there a career in porn bombing that I don't know about? Like, I don't get what the constant day after day effort.
The definition of
where everyone should
understand. Somebody who has autism is probably different than like you and I's definition.
And the result in the evolution of the Panelverse is just, you understand, like you saw me get 2 weeks off of it. You understand I have to require this, and we have to take this moment and break up the show. That's why when I post the link now, it just says, don't bullshit me if I have to verify you. Like, you've seen me get struck. If you hit this link, just drop in with your cam on. I won't make you cam to come up. But let's spare everybody the time to bullshit. Yeah, and so you saw JG was obviously triggered by that claim. But no, I got triggered into come on up here, Penoid. I've just been on viewer mode for what I've seen so far. You guys are triggering me with these things you're saying about the EU being the basis of why many of these, the good ones like Android, everything remotely that can be charged is going to C-type. Got a laptop that takes C-type. Xbox controllers went to C-type for connecting. The issue is with Apple, but I don't think they're required to solution it. And I know the EU has a whole different electric grid where not only are the plugs for outlets in the wall different, but just the amperage and voltage, the regulation there is different. I feel like I got triggered off some broad stroke talk on that. and something else that I might remember if I checked the chat.
Well, the UK has always had their own plug type, right?
Right. In Australia, in every individual continent. And it's not that it's a conspiracy, it's just it's like in where I am in America.
Tommy, can you see this? Tommy, can you see this?
Not to read myself, no.
It says yes, the European Union. It says, well, what did you type in? It says
Yes, the European
EU
Union pressured Apple to change its charging technology for the iPhone 15. The US uses USB-C port instead of its proprietary Lightning port. The EU passed a law in 2022 requiring smartphones and other electronic devices have a common plug by the end of 2024 to reduce e-waste, save consumers money, and make their lives easier.
Well, I did a whole thing in college. What do you call them? Papers, thesis, whatever. I did a whole thing about the electronics recycling and how there needs to be a burden of that on manufacturers. And as much as I hate it, you can't say that Apple, with its leading in the certain ways and its cult-like following of who buys it, you can't tell them they can't make that Apple charger that's only going to work for their stuff.
They just did. They just did.
Well, the EU was pressuring them, but
no, the EU passed a law saying that you cannot have the Lightning charger anymore in Europe.
Right, in the EU.
Yeah, and so Apple's banning the entire. They're getting rid of the entire fucking Lightning charger system because 700 million fucking people live in the EU.
Now let me ask you this. Number one, I mean that's fine if Apple did conform, but if they hadn't, they still have the right to be like, okay, fuck the UK. Like, we sell our phones for like $800 a pop. We get you to buy a new updated one every year, and you think to yourself, if the iPhone 7 looks exactly like the iPhone 8, how will the plebs know I'm better than them? But Apple, as much as I hate free market, they have the right to, if they want to do their snobby individual charger, they can, and we are free to buy or not buy.
Listen, I agree with you, right? You know what I mean? But that's not, again, the EU said no, right? And so they're going to get rid of the entire Lightning charger thing.
Right, that's great, but I'm saying the EU doesn't tell me what the fuck to do.
I mean, they're going to have effects on what happens to you, right? You know what I mean? Because when they have some technology, like if we export a whole bunch of things to the EU and it's stuff that we use here, and the EU puts in some type of regulation on it, it's going to change how we eat or whatever it is we consume.
Well, I think it's their consumption that made Apple do it, and there's a part of me that's like, I don't want to give it off like I'm up here to grill you on this issue.
Yeah. I was just saying this happened.
There's a part of me that I'm like, wow, they got Apple to change to the basic C type we're all using. I'm glad that happened, but I feel like there's something I can't remember you guys were talking about where I'm like, guys, fuck them. I'm no un-Slavic cult member. I still stand on that freedom thing, pros and cons.
I mean, I understand where you're at, right? I'm just saying that, this happened, right? You know what I mean?
I kind of want to more go in on a generalized logic concept with it all. And also wanted to
the whole thing was AI, right? So if AI came to us and we were living in the woods or whatever, right? We'd have to invent some type of fucking government to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? Right.
Oh, this is what I go in on the Unslav. I'm working on the review of Midlife Bro Logic. Went to see Paul, and I point out all the things that Paul abandons this freedom concept because he sees just this society organization as oppressive. I'm like, no, dude, this all is conspiracy as these communities are. We pulled all this together over let's survive and make it easier, It's like cops didn't originate to checkpoint and shake down. It was, hey, maybe these guys handle the marauders and we handle growing the food, and we do both better that way. There's a reason we all live around each other in boxes, and it's not just to be tyrannized or tyrannized.
Oh yeah, I agree. I agree. By the way, the Killing Joke, man. Listen, your bathroom eyes is calling Jesus. You know what I'm saying? I want to tell you that. right?
You
You're
lost
fucking. Yeah, I'm sorry. My man's like a buddy of mine and my fucking. I got this streaming to my channel too, so like I got a buddy of mine who's fucking over here talking shit. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So it's my homie.
he's
Man.
streaming
A
his
lot of
channel
love for
too,
him.
I
Got a
bet.
love for him, right? But yeah,
TML is that cross promotion?
yeah. Listen, trying to get him some subs over here. You know, what I mean that type of thing. You know, put some content up my channel. That shit.
Oh no, I'm defending myself. I've heard that I've cross promoted, and I feel like
Yeah. By the way, go check out Illumatami too. You
No,
know
stop!
Yeah,
I
check his shit out.
I can't get them to unsub. Tell your people not to sub up.
Yo, all like you're listening. If the retarded genius is watching, make sure you go over and check out Illumatami. You know what I mean? You need him over there. He's fucking great.
You do
but
need
yeah,
me. I admit that. It's a tough job.
Yeah, I know it's a tough
handle
job, but
these
somebody got to do it.
cowpocks
Yeah, like
and-
all of these things exist because like they need to exist, right? Like we have to do that shit. You know what I mean? Right? Like
And
you
if
do
you
these things
didn't-
because they're necessity.
And these people, if they got what they wanted, they're just gonna go through the cycle again of, man, now marauders are just stealing all my shit and raping my girl. Like this all came from they're having sex with our daughters. Someone make a rule. I own
Yes.
land, damn it. Like you,
Yes.
it's that constant sway of comfort and need where, yeah, that's why we're loopy hairless monkeys about it for the most part.
Well, and this is why I say like having nations is better than having states. Like when you have nations, you know what I mean? Like you have like you have the ability to have a culture, and that way that dictates how things operate. You know what I'm saying?
State is good though because, and Joe Cool never heard this once in his life until I said it. In these 50 states, the experiment we call it was each state is doing it its way in the hopes that like capitalism, you'll just move to the state you prefer the way of, and it's just still it all goes one world beast system eventually. But we had a good run here.
I mean, like it's an empire,
American name only.
right? Like I think about it. I think about it like this, right? This is a colonial government that we have right now.
I don't even call it that. There's so much reference to the Greeks that fell long before this country was an idea. You know it's some kind of Freemasons inside shit.
I mean, listen, I can't be concerned with that. That's a very liberal way of looking at shit, right?
Wait, my way was?
Yeah, like so not trusting undemocratic organizations is difficult for liberals.
No, the organization is not democratic. The election, if we did everything legit, the election is democratic. The military is ran socialist, but we're a republic that's turned into an oligarchy because of perverse capitalism.
Well, I'm talking like from like a de Tocqueville type of way, right? You know what I'm saying, right? So when it comes down, like, and when you read guys like have you ever read de Tocqueville?
No, we don't read much of them paper boxes around here.
I got you. You should read de Tocqueville. He's fucking great. But he wrote a book called Democracy in America in 1839, right?
Oh, okay.
And he went around and saw like the beginnings of America and like noticed the differences between France and like America. America's like, oh, you got it right there, bro. You got it right there. It's a fucking great book. Look at him. Yeah, listen, he got it right.
Oh, he's like old school Hank. Every time TML used to name a book or something, in like 10 minutes, Hank would be holding it up. So now he's like old school season. Doing the old Hank season thing.
Yeah, but basically,
Hank is the show and tell motherfucker, man.
Yeah, but basically, de Tocqueville noticed that, you know, I mean, in democracies, people have a hard time trusting anything that's not democratic. And one of those institutions would be things like the Masons, right? Or your Lions or the Moose Club. Like the things that would run your local government that weren't actually like elected or weren't, you know, I mean, like attached to some form of like responsibility. Like they had responsibility and authority, but they didn't have anybody to like check their power, right? So they had a really hard time, you know what I mean, like being able to trust these type of things. It's a very liberal, very democratic way of thinking, because like sometimes you just have to let individuals run shit.
I think you're what you just described of these people that have a hard time trusting something not democratically elected. That's a very right-wing thing of like live free or die, you know?
Well, that's a left-wing ideology.
That's why we threw their tea in a harbor and came over here.
But here's the thing, though. Like, how are you going to trust Yarvin and who he represents? I mean, obviously, he's like representing some very rich, powerful people who think that they can program your brain to be a fucking slave like a monkey on a plantation kind of shit. I mean, you know what I mean? So like how are you going to trust that? I'm just saying I'm not
I mean, I can tell you
I'm
how
not
I
sure.
trust Yarvin because I go read the shit that he read, and I come to the same
Who's it going to
conclusion.
benefit though? The anarcho-capitalists, like cybernetic monkey brain chip people? I mean,
With all due respect to Neurojack, I think he was asking me, but I could see where he could be grilling either of us. In that
Yeah, we'll have a Yarvinite too.
yeah, well, I'm
I
just,
don't even
again,
know
like it's not. I'm not attacking you personally. I'm just saying, like the idea that we're just going to trust like transhumanist.
No, I don't feel attacked,
is-
Neurojack. I'm saying, are you asking me or him? I'm lost.
Well,
for real.
I'm asking him primarily, but I mean it's a
Okay.
wider question because I
Oh.
think because saying that it's liberal, I mean, you can be anti-liberal and still think that trusting that oligarchs with putting brain chips in people's head is a fucking dangerous idea, right? So.
I mean, okay.
And
so,
the whole reason I say they're worked up over the election count issue is so they don't pay attention to you never pick your candidates that you're worried about your fair election count point. That's how they get
well,
you.
all right. So when you talk about Yarvin, right? Like I have my disagreements with the lifestyle that he wants to live in his Anglophile ideology, right? I don't really like that as a whole. But I don't get caught up. I don't get caught up in his shit, but I like the Italian school of politics, being able to understand power and the way things move and the way things actually operate and understand the bureaucracy and the reasons why they do what they do. So that's why I trust Yarvin, because Yarvin's right, because he's using the right tools to come to the proper conclusion.
Yeah, I agree with you on that side of it. This is not. I agree. I think that people should understand it. My point is, most people aren't, and the people like us who are in the middle, who actually should have some sort of stake and claim and leverage in what happens after all this, we don't, and I don't think we're going to have any chance on getting into a position to get that if they put in a cybernetic, like, let's brainwash everybody and make them robots kind of thing. You know what I mean? So
it's already happened. They didn't have to install or implant anything.
Exactly.
Well, that's
my point.
Hey, Neurojack, from the first time I talked to you on here till today, I'm consistently standing on your biggest issue is you need to start looking at all this, at least in our faith, that this is very much foundation for endgame. And until you realize you're not going to Jack Talcott that away, and that's what you're seeing happen, the whole understanding, I think, will open up to you.
I do, and I can accept that, but at the same time, I'm also like, I want people to really know what they're doing. That's all I'm saying. Like, I think
they never will. They don't. That's why they're crazy. Watch Joey B. Toon's series, This Is Why I Stay Home. You're never going to reach those motherfuckers. There's some crazy fucking people on those videos. And then today, one of them was Jeff Hardy. Or not today, but the one I showed on my show a little bit of. I had Jeff Hardy on there, just out in the middle of the woods, singing.
Hey, I was watching Jack Talcott very briefly the other day.
It's the only time span you can watch.
Oh yeah. He mentioned that he used to be a postal worker.
He was a high-ranking union guy for the post office. And he always says he was wrongfully terminated, and I say it was rightfully, and he won't question me further because he knows he doesn't want to hear it. He done fucked up on his show and said he started hearing all this mindfulness guru shit, and in his position tried to get incorporated it into a federal government post office union. No, Jack, you were rightfully terminated. You came at him with that bullshit, and they kicked your ass.
Yeah. No, you know what? That explains a lot about him. Like
I summed it the fuck up, didn't I? I nailed it.
Dude, have you been into a post office lately?
They were the original Mass Bang Bang people.
Dude,
even Newman on Jerry Seinfeld show, they even referenced jokes about mass bang banging by post office people back then because it's been happening.
They're all cocky as hell. Like, hey, we're talking about people that you're supposed to. These guys are like civil servants.
Hey, fuck you. Hey, one-on-one, TML. I don't like the direction he's taking. I'm gonna defend some postal workers. I think you caught me out of left field. Let's do it for the entertainment Let's do it for the entertainment, Cecil, like old time.
Yeah.
You're taking
you want
anti-post
me to-
office. I'll take pro-post office worker.
Do you want me? Wait. Should I put the picture back up?
Oh, is
I'll put
he
the picture
running your
back up.
show?
I'll put the
Machine
picture
Live?
back up, bro. I'll put the picture back up.
I'm not sure which channel I'm on anymore. This is why I hate restreaming.
Now listen, we're on this channel. I'm saying, TML, bro. Like, put the picture back up, bro. Like, look at my shit. Put the picture back up.
I'm just saying, if I show up on a panel, 9 times out of 10, I guarantee I'm not streaming.
Listen, I had to put the picture back up.
I remember you.
Yo, what up, Malevolent Robert? Right, yeah. Listen,
All right,
Buccaneers to the-
TML. We haven't finished a lot of the matches you claimed would go on, and I've quit for different reasons before they could happen. You don't want me versus Cecil in post office? That's fine. Where were we?
Yeah, listen. Anyway, back to
Oh, we
back to
lost
the original point.
Neurojack. That's what it was. We lost Neurojack.
Well, it looked
Oh,
like
man,
Cecil's. I mean, you can fight Cecil, but it looks like Cecil's not in the mood to fight.
Yeah, he knows. Don't try and anti-postal worker. I'm just saying, man. I get the original mass bang of postal workers because, guys, think of how mail is always coming every day, and half of it is shit. As soon as you're pulling it out, you know you're trashing it, like those saver papers, the coupons, and like you think we're reserving trees when they just keep sending us shit we're not gonna read, bills we're not gonna pay, envelopes that don't need to be, contents that come to me, and then half the shit I get is for names that don't even live here anymore. They even asked Newman on Seinfeld, why did the postal office guys lose it all the time? He's like, the mail just keeps coming, no matter how much you do or how fast you pull it out, it just keeps coming in. I get it, man. I get it. I used to have, whenever I ran Domino's pizzas, I used to just dream of endless make line orders just coming in, and there's just no end because that's the way it feels sometimes. Because your franchisees don't let you stay staffed because money. So post office level, please. Like I've told girls checking me out at the store locally here, I say I'd never do a mass bang, but I get it.
Hey, that's why Jack's such a hippie now, right? He's like, I just want to smoke weed and be in peace, my brother.
He ain't that.
Somebody tries to
that. And every day we show up. I don't do it intentional, but for the past weeks, we're just showing Jack. It only takes a little nudge, and all that hippie goes away. And the nudge doesn't even have to be hostile. You can talk a truth he is not straight on, and he'll cog this right off into angry Jack.
Yeah, he's like Jekyll and Hyde shit like that in that way. And his trigger,
I wish I could sleep, but here I am.
His trigger.
I stay up at night, and I got off work early, so I figured I'd stop by. But like, yeah, so. Anyway, back to the discussion on liberal ideologies about undemocratic institutions.
That's what it's solely on that. I thought we were kind of emerging from something else.
I mean, listen,
machine lies. That's what I wanted to run across you that I had said in the chat. Whenever you were talking about more cops, more the things, to try and save Camacho, I'd sold out of this company that's on YouTube called AITX. They major in all these AI forms of surveillance for like corporate property and business property, where you would need less cops because first, like I'll hear when I was walking Camacho in the distance, I walk by places that you'll hear late at night, like, this is a area. Please depart from the property. This is and that means somebody or something has motion sensed their lines. And so if that doesn't run a bum off or something, then there's a centralized corporate office setting where a few guys are there to monitor many companies that it's not queuing up until that sensor goes off. So once the AI doesn't run you off, then you'll check the camera, you'll get on the PA, and you might be states away. Be like, hey, buddy, hey, drunk guy, yeah, move the fuck along, get off the property. And then if that doesn't work, they'll dispatch actual cops. So if you need less cops for that type of surveillance, you can specialize in the boot to head style of those cops that are going to show up. That's just my theory on that outcome. Like, why spend the money on more manpower? Why find more guys that are willing to kick in the doors of Americans when you can spend more on less dudes willing to do it because the surveillance is just more automated? But the pro side to that is they're the company that invented this thing. It will recognize a rifle in your hand and immediately lock down the property and broadcast the emergency and call the cops. So as soon as that AI notices you're carrying that aggressive item and it shows how it works, you see a guy walking with a mop and then the guy walking with the rifle, it gets that red square over it from the AI, automatically locks all the doors of the building, calls the cops.
Hey, but they got that technology, but a guy with a rifle was able to get on a rooftop and shoot Trump in the air.
Oh, so you're saying that was a legit situation?
No, I'm saying
you're saying you believe what the YouTube shows you day after day and the narrative they feed you. Come on, Cecil. Fucking
like,
cook.
I saw
Tommy
that shit.
trying to antagonize Cecil. Tisk, Tommy.
No. Antagonize? Is he not
Tommy
fucking
going for
retarded? No. Why are you allowing Cecil to sit up on your panel and back the YT pushed thing to our
not
eyeballs?
allowing anybody. It's called open panel.
Okay, unchallenged, sir. If I hadn't been here, would you have challenged that? Is this the community to tell us the official story about anything?
I'm not a community. I'm just one person.
I agree.
No, yeah. Don't try and sanity machine out of this. If another channel interacts,
Sanity Machine claims he has a community. Cockboy Hotline claims he has a community. I don't claim I have a community.
Oh, you don't followers. Have to. Does Class or any of my viewers that
you have followers?
What we call community around here? If I can say your name or your channel and no one in the chat's like, who the fuck that? No one on the panel is who the fuck that? Guess what? You're community.
Yeah, but this is the Tommy definition of shit.
The Tommy definitions are the definitions of a guy that was the first to recognize what's happening, say what's happening, and they're not based on my own personal bias.
So wait a minute, you think you invented the word community or some shit?
No, I think I observed where this panelverse is going and started making terms for it. And it's not going to where it has the potential of, I can guarantee you that.
Oh yeah, I agree there.
Yeah, what are my thoughts on Christian nationalism? I think it's fucking dumb. Like, I think it's fucking stupid. Basing nationalism on fucking like your religion is fucking dumb.
Oh, I totally
wait. Hold on. Pretend I'm one of the regular chat viewers and define better for my response to Christian nationalism and then making your nationalism your faith thing, or however you said it. Just walk it through me real slow so I can know what we're talking about. Because I'm a Christian, but I don't know if I'm a national.
Yeah, so basing your entire nation and ideology just off your Christianity is fucking stupid.
Are we sure that was this? Or are you saying America's that?
No. So like the idea of like a lot of these new people are like Christian nationalism. It's like the people who came through were all trying to be Russian Orthodox like 6 months ago, right? And the people before that who were trying to be Catholics, right, 6 months ago. Everybody's thinking that Jesus is going to save them, right? They're not going to save them.
Hold up. You just went off. This is why I cut people off on my channel, because I feel like I just allowed you to waste a lot of breath. These things you're saying are just your rhetoric. Oh, they did this, and those same people, now they're doing that. And then that might just be based off a number of people you see on this panel.
Oh, no. I'm saying
Russian Orthodox has been Russian Orthodox for long time.
Did you not notice like 6 months ago when all the Russian Orthodox all of a sudden started popping up all over the place?
That's any given thing. It's the wait until I tell nursing home patients about the panelverse. It's gonna burn it down, and that's
I know, man. It's gonna fuck. Listen, we're gonna be fucked up. It's gonna be like fucking loofahs hanging everywhere and shit. It's gonna be terrible.
No, they want company. They're old. I'm gonna burn the panelverse, showing them the links to these channels. They have a quantity of. They have an army. If we hit every nursing home that everyone can hear me, goes to their newest nursing home, shows them how they can just hit the link and get company. oh, you guys will learn to respect your elders before this Family is ever a thing again.
Yeah, listen, we won't. Like, we'll treat him like we do Cecil. All right.
Shit.
But not like we treat his mom, because she's a saint.
Listen, I feel like if she popped him out, she cannot be a saint.
No, she's the type. It's like the comedy movie where he's an oaf and she's this little old lady, and she will smack the shit out of him on camera and keep him.
I mean,
straight.
like, listen, I'll applaud her as she beats him with the fucking breadboard and whatnot, or the rolling pin. You know what I mean?
She's like from an Adam Sandler movie or some shit.
Yeah, but that's not the point. What I'm saying is that Christianity is not going to save you. You need a fucking actual culture, right? You need like something that
is not to save my physical life. Christianity, I know how my life.
It's not going to save your nation, is what I'm saying. You cannot base your nation on Christianity.
Who says that? There's been Christianity longer than there's been these nations. Well,
that's not fucking true in any way.
Okay, Christianity is older than America.
I agree. It's older than America. It's older than the States. What do you
mean Christianity? Who told you that Christianity was about avoiding your imminent destruction? You sound like
no. He said, "What are your thoughts?"
Had the idea they were going to live forever without the
jab. The guy asked me, "What are my thoughts on Christian nationalism?" Fucking JG asked me that.
JG asked you that
in the chat. Yeah.
Don't listen to JG.
I mean, you gotta address the chat when they ask you a question.
Yeah, that's a meme that was created by Neurojack. So basically, you know,
and Neurojack is how I created the meme. Why this?
Right? You need a culture, like you need an actual culture. Like we were talking about this earlier, right?
Culture, yes, yeah.
Right, we were talking about this earlier. So, like, what are you fighting for, right? Like, what are we squabbling for? Like, what is if you wanted to tear this bitch down and start over again? Like, what is it that you're trying to like have? Instead of like looking at it as like what you're not trying to have, what are you trying to actually have?
See, you turn the question into another thing, because this is what Neurojack does. He just sneaks in trying to narrative the populace. And I'm always like, whoa. Even as a Christian or as an American, I'm not in those concepts that you're like Christian nationalist this. And I've never been Russian Orthodox.
Right. I'm saying, listen, you know, like I'm Roman Catholic. Like I was born Roman Catholic.
Oh, that's the problem.
Right.
You are the religion that Jesus warned of, and you're a self-loather most likely.
Now let me hit you with this, right? So like when I grew up, like the church was the center of like your life, right? It was the center of the town, right? Yeah. Like so like they ran the basketball and the football and all these type of things, right?
My neighborhood friends were Catholic. They were at church all week. I was like, when can you play? I don't know.
No. It's not. No, not that. No, I'm not talking about the Baptist ideology. Like, listen, you go to church on Sunday.
Baptist. I was asking my fucking Catholic friends why they had to go to church all the time. And don't get me wrong, my parents took me every Sunday, Wednesday, both morning and evening on Sunday, then on Wednesday. And if I ever got to skip any of them, I thank God for it.
Right. Yeah, I'm saying, okay, but this is not what I'm talking. I'm not talking about going to like mass, right, all fucking week. What I'm talking about is like, so in the center, like the center of the town, what I mean is, so what you'll have, like they ran the basketball program, they ran the football program, they ran the fucking like the bingo, they ran, you know, I mean, local charities, there was fucking fairs and carnivals, right?
This is what your church did?
It was like outreach programs. Oh, yes, dude, right.
You guys,
and it was the center.
You guys were competing with the Masons, or low key, your Roman Catholic asses were the Masons.
No, our Roman Catholic asses, what it was we were all Italians, right? So like all the Italians grouped together and we all like had the same activities. Yeah. Right? We all fucking shared activities and shared the church, and the church was like, if there was something wrong inside of somebody's like marriage or household or whatever it is, like they would intervene and help out, and I mean give everybody advice and give people jobs, all these type of things. Right? Legit. Yeah, this is what I'm saying, right? So, but the thing is, this happened not just because we were Catholic, it was also because we were Italians, right? We had a shared cultural value set. We had a language, we had a heritage, we were group, we were an outgroup.
We know.
You know what I mean?
I'm white people that can't stand you motherfucking white people, but I get it. I know you're not all bad. Just
yeah, get what I'm saying.
I could never. It's the same reason I could never marry a woman from Boston. I cannot get my dick up to a Boston accent. Italian, close second.
Well, Peter.
Yeah. He's white. Women are such teeth.
I'm gonna go park the car. Like, listen, I understand. I
Just
get it.
say that
Right?
no woman wants to have sex with any man, anytime, anywhere, ever. He's right. Look at that.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. So when you have like an actual like culture and a real community and all the things that bind you together as a people, right? And this is what I'm saying. Like, what are you fighting for, right? And this is the argument that I'm going like, okay, well, and what I brought up earlier is like, what about like the smell of your grandmother's cooking? Like, wouldn't you like your kids and your grandkids to be able to have the same experience that you did?
Sounds very
Like,
Nazi, but I guess.
but these type of things, right?
But is that an appeal to emotion or appeal to nostalgia?
No, that's an appeal to humanity.
That the Italians get to keep cooking.
I mean, listen, y'all would prefer if we kept cooking, right?
I do
Y'all
like good
would.
Italian food. Don't get me wrong.
You know what I mean? But this is our humanity. This is the culture thing, right? Like, if you don't have that, what the fuck is the point in anything else?
I agree that culture is the thing beyond what I would say is the morality, faith of religion. But I also know that the Italians you speak of and probably are part of, there's that tight blend of them all together. But in the effort as this melting pot of a country to accommodate everyone is how I think we've found those separations. And in some ways, I'd say that's legit. In other ways, it is what eventually beast system breaks us down, divides us, intersects. I do want to point out, though, that as I showed on a members only video, white people don't appropriate culture. We appreciate. I threw in the SpongeBob doing the rainbow hands. We don't eat food and copy things because we're making fun of it. It's like the thing they claim had no culture, and there are plenty of white cultures around the world, but when they claim American white people have no culture, it's just, yes, we're picking everything off the shelf that's great about it and emphasizing it, and you guys get mad about it.
Right, but I guess what I'm saying is that, so the baseline is your geography dictates how you live every day, right? You know, like whether
your culture, it might dictate your culture.
Yeah, it dictates your culture.
But I'd like to think how I live is.
Wait. Yeah, but your culture then is solidified by religion, right? The religion, like, basically, no, it does. So, like, when you have, like, say, wait, I can explain this. This is really easy. When you have a harvest festival, right? You know, I mean, like, every year, when that fucking becomes a religion, that religion starts having that dogmatic thing every year. Like, this is how this is done, right?
It might become a dogmatic thing, but I'm not sure what you mean by, like, oh, it just becomes like, the NFL is sought as a false idol, but it's not a religion. Not.
I mean, listen, if you tailgate that much, like, so when you tailgate and then, like,
that's what I'm saying. I don't like you saying religion is what it became, and there's the context of religion that you are in that God hates. But I say religion just meaning I'm a Christian, TML is a Muslim, you're a Roman Catholic pagan. That's how I'll context religion. But the tailgaters at the NFL do it religiously, but it's a false idol and a bread and game.
Oh, listen, the bread and circuses. I understand your mentality, but on the same level, you have like these things where all of a sudden, when a religion becomes a thing, like whether it is paganism, whether it is Christianity, whether it is Islam, right? All these things will end up inculcating and inundating these things, and they become solidified every year as part of a practice of that religion.
I think in a lot of Christianity, we've drawn the line on that with the whole library situation at school and stuff. And I know even the Muslims have stood up to that in the U.S. to where I've given them the nod, having to have the cops called on a town hall meeting because the books being put in the libraries and stuff. There's a level of it too. I agree with you. I would call it the gentrification, where any religion that comes and settles in Babylon is going to lose its fine lines and borders to.
Oh, no. I'm saying it'll consume your culture, right? Like, so, like, it ends up like coming like almost like a blanket.
I think culture is what's consuming and dismantling religion.
No, it's the anti-culture of Anglo fucking people, right? The English, like the British, the Anglos. These are the motherfuckers who are doing this shit.
Well, it might be stationed there, but I think it's a much more nefarious force of.
I mean, I heard an argument recently, like last night. I had a guy, fuck man, I forget the book he was fucking playing. Like, he had an audio book he was playing, but basically, it's the Dutch New York who ended up creating the culture that we have today, right? Back in the day.
But America is just like, look at New Orleans. New Orleans is its own culture because in that little section of America, you hit like a third voodoo, a third your Catholicism, paganism, and then some drunk jazz niggas, and you get what New Orleans pretty much is, and that would only have.
It's the French.
Yeah, I forgot a dash of French, a dash of French.
No,
but that's
it's not
not
French. It started as French.
You motherfucker! You're
That's
so
where
full
Mardi
of
Gras
shit.
comes from, bro. It's like the French Catholics.
Right, that's the French Catholicism that then adds in. You get some voodoo in there and some drunk jazz niggas, and you get that New Orleans fucking culture. And it's just that little portion of the 50 states. And the only reason it exists was this came together the way it did. So,
Yeah. I mean,
so I think I'm
like, again, so it was like alligator etouffee, and you know, I mean, like fucking a different.
I
Like
guarantee,
crawfish, the crawfish boils, all these things, right? But this is all your culture, and then religion sucked that in. You know what I mean, it said boom, right, and they put it over top of there.
See, I think you're just doing a thing that I run into with a lot of panel people and hosts is like, I think I agree with you, and I just disagree with the words you're using to say it.
It's a good possibility.
Because that's what everybody's problem is. I'm like, I can cite my own issues with people in my panel where I'm like, you're just using a word that I don't know that's the definition you're trying to use it for. And now if you say this word, now we virtually agree. I think that's why they fucked our language, is to help with the division. And
well, that's like the pagan thing, right? Like we were arguing earlier about paganism, right? And I was like, listen, paganism just means it means rural. It's all. It just means rural.
And I've also asked who did it better, the Catholics or the pagans, as far as tall hats, multi-people rituals, the mumbo jumbo of it all.
I kind of like it. I really do like, you know, I mean, the ceremony.
Exactly. It's like, is it so biblical? Is it required? That you guys seem to be like on faith alone, on the born again, that just inducts you into your spiritual fiat currency that you now must manage to get in. You know,
I mean, this is the thing. I like
faith.
Okay, like I have a question. Are you part of something like bigger than yourself, or like, did you consider yourself a part of a line of people, or do you just consider?
No, I'm not a part of a line of people, but I am part of something bigger. I'm God's little style.
Right, I consider myself part of something larger than me, like longer to me, right? Like I have my family history.
I'm trying to show a short of it. I hope whenever you said you're Italian Roman Catholic, I'm bringing up this short. I hope TML will play. Oh no, I need to get it on my phone because I'm looking it up.
Yeah, but like, so you know, what I mean, I'm part of a people who go back, you know, what I mean, like 1,000 years. Like I have my people's history going back to the 10th century.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you know the guy I said with the P word, the P not a slave name, that everybody has a problem with me repeating if I say it? Do you know that he tries to justify his blackness because he's Italian? Have you ever tried to play that card?
No, I don't do the black thing, but I do the.
I've watched that dude tell current black YouTubers like, "No, bro, me slave too, Italian." I wish you'd show up for one of the days he's saying that shit. I'd love to see you like approach him as Italian.
Yeah, no, like listen, never. I don't think we were ever slaves. Like that's fucking dumb. Like that's dumb. We were never we were conquered.
They were dumb.
We were never slaves, right? Like, we were never.
I mean, white people did partake in the slavery, even in the. Listen, you can be in jail the rest of your life here, or you can take a boat to the New World, work on a plantation for this long, and never come back. And so that's how some white people slave. But yeah, Paul tries to say, bro, Italian, I might as well be black slave too. And what concerns me is sometimes they let him slide on that. But you know, black education.
You know, American education's trash. Right. And I think
you had the opportunity, no matter how bad America is, you and me, and like I've shown these plebs, you could still go learn yourself. Elon Musk, they always want to say Elon dropped out of high school. Yeah, and then he went on to learn himself. He didn't drop out and sell weed and fuck bitches, you know? Like he's so
I did that.
educated.
I did that shit, man. Listen, that shit was enjoyable as fuck. I ended up knocking up a stripper at like 18. You know what I mean? It was enjoyable.
Loser, fucking wop Guido Mook. I know you did. I'm still trying to find my history on the phone. I want to show you this great clip.
Right? Yeah, I'm just saying. You know, like that shit was fun as fuck. I don't know about y'all. You know what I mean?
Dude, you gave me. Is anybody else getting the Rance vibes whenever he's like, I'm just saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Again, he's from Long Island. Like he's a Sicilian. I'm a Calabrese. Right? We're just that's my boy.
You understand what
You keep cutting out.
Damn.
Yeah, I thought it was me. I hope this ain't me.
Yeah, we got Silent Tommy out here. It is what it is. It's
No, it's
real time.
I have a window when I'm trying to find a video link. I've got a short window. You can still hear me. I'll still be able to hear you, but I'll be back when I found it.
I thought who was a freedom fighter? Yeah, Philly. Listen, it's more Philly than it is New York, right? Because I'm from PA. But it's an Italian thing. It's just, you know what I'm saying, man? Listen, like it is what it is. Get them Jones over there. Fucking forget about it. Fucking walk the fuck over to get that fucking guy right now. I don't give a fuck. Be what the fuck it is. Who's InfoSec Wars talking about? I thought he was a freedom fighter. Who was he talking about?
I'm not sure. Maybe the Gladiator. I don't know. But yeah. But
The gladiator was a slave, yeah. But most of the times the gladiators weren't like Romans unless they, fucked up. Owed debts, that type of shit. And is he talking about fucking Pops?
For who?
Is he talking about Pops when he says Paul?
No.
Oh, no. I'm talking about a nefarious, infamous dude from these.
Yeah, we got.
TML thinks he's not it. But here's this link.
Yeah, we got videos. We got videos of everybody out here. We got these guys here. Let me find them. Damn, do I not actually not have this video here? But yeah. Oh no, here it is.
Play that link I just posted.
Wait. I'm riding through the city, puffing on nothing but reaper smoke. They say they want to get with me. Honestly, I don't see these hoes. I'm about to run it out.
Oh my God, is
Running
that
through the
what?
city, puffing on reaper smoke, and then we got this guy right here.
Death wish. Death wish. Now bring me that Rebecca bitch. Death wish. Death wish. Now, in my younger days, I used to sport a rag, backpack full of cans plus a faux mag, G'd up from the feet up, blued up from the shoe up, hardcore up, smoking and drinking till we do up, teaching my class just to fuck your tool up. You don't want to blast, nigga, tuck your tool up. Dude, who is?
Yo, I know that bar. You stole that bar from somebody.
I didn't steal it. I didn't claim I was freestyling. I was trying to content for community members. But it is from Chronic 2000.
Yeah. That's Dre's joint. Blued up from the feud up. Get the motherfucking Judah. Yeah,
that wasn't one of his. That was I can't remember if it was No Man. It was one of them motherfuckers that's on.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I remember that shit. I think it was
I've always made it
like
very clear.
2000.
I've never hidden. Oh my God! You just start talking every time
in my description over here. You can come on and have a conversation if you're interested, Mr. Guns.
Shit, I was muted.
Uncle Guns.
Or was I muted?
You were not muted.
Was I muted earlier?
No.
So you heard me like going into a thing. Like I was saying, I've never claimed to be a freestyler, I've always said I'm a studio right to after I let the loop.
Yeah, listen, I
play
got
over
bars
and-
too. You know, what I mean, my bars are much better, but I got bars too.
No, I don't care about your bars. I felt like you were accusing me of ripping off lyrics, and I'm an artiste that wouldn't do such a thing.
You did too rip off those lyrics.
No, I was not saying those were my lyrics.
Okay, those aren't your lyrics then.
You just said, you know what album they're from, and I cited it for you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like legit, like fucking yeah.
Are you really going to do this on 2 channels? Are you restreaming any other platform?
Yeah, you're on my channel.
No, I'm on TML's channel that you're restreaming.
Yeah. I feel you. You know what I mean? As
And
I
this
said,
is why I hate restreaming. Restream is going to kill YouTube. Because I remember back in the day when a YouTuber would visit a fellow YouTuber and not have to be on both those channels. It made it a thing.
I mean, listen, I need content for my channel
And
too.
as an Italian, you'd understand it's about the respect.
Yeah, it is about the respect. That's why I told him I did it.
No, I don't think it's an
And
issue.
that's why
I don't
his
think
link,
it's an issue of permission. I'm saying
that's why his
it's
link is in the
making it
top
all
of my
garbage.
description, and everybody
You're
that
not
comes over, I
hearing me out
tell them
'cause
to
you're
come
a
over
wop
here.
Guido.
That's
You're
why
a wop
again
Guido.
I
You don't even want to hear the
put
answer.
the link in the top of
And
the
then
description.
this is my problem when you have a group of guys going, hey, get him over here, grab him up, bring him over here. And then you're all fucking mob out of nowhere. And I have to Charles Bronson the whole fucking neighborhood because a couple wop Guidos want to wear flashy tracksuits and jewelry and think they can bully everybody around. You'd love calling stuff.
I mean, listen, just because, you know, I mean, like, you know, your neighborhoods are just
man,
all full of people who like look like they need to be robbed. You know what I mean? It's not my fault.
See, it's that double speak unslaved language. Everybody understand what's happening? Like, I know you're clowning, but you're doing such a good example of what I've been trying to show these motherfuckers about this nefarious motherfucker they don't want in their backstage or on their pants. I mean, in both mob family, if you just accept how you're wrong, you guys wouldn't be white N-words. And then if you just accept how you're a pagan religion, you could know the cleansing blood of the Lamb.
Yeah. Again, listen, is that better, or is it better to have transsexual like fucking pastors?
That's not Christian. Those are apostate churches. But let me ask you for real. No, this is, and I want your opinion as a Catholic because this is what I've researched whenever EBT is like, no, we're all biblical and everything. Do you not also see that, like, despite a guy that's like me dying in T-shape and raising again cleanses you of all your wrongs as long as you just repent and believe in me, where does the spiritual currency system come into play? Of like, oh, Mother Teresa had so much built in this currency system. She helps get the people out of purgatory that maybe are suspended in purgatory because of their debts to the spiritual currency system. It's all the things that I don't think Jesus was trying to convey as the way.
Oh, listen, I 100% agree with you, right? All of these things that, you know, they invented because, you know, they wanted to sit here and have like this scientific way of doing things, going like, oh man, listen, you got to pay this much, or you're going to spend this many years in purgatory. You got to do like multiply it by 3 and divide it by 6, and then all this fucking dumb shit, right? I think that's as bad as the people who, you know, I mean, like started like these Protestant churches and go like, oh, but you know, God said this and this and this, and so therefore we should handle snakes, and you know, I mean, or we should fucking sit here and, you know, like just forgive ourselves of our fucking sins, and you know, I mean, that way, like, and whenever you do something bad, you just go, oops, I'm sorry, right, and then go on about your shit. They're both bad.
I've just used that as an example recently where that's not Christianity. I believe if Christianity gave the individual a way to save themselves, that's when we just go out and small mustache at will. I think the fact that Christians actually believe, that Protestants believe, no, it was that dude, and that anything I do right now is just adding to what the misery he paid, and I can't just go live and do what I want. I think that's the difference. And now maybe it's the deception religion that would say if you pay your currency, you can work up enough to go out in small mustache and still be a saint.
Yeah, I mean, again, so like this, the reason why I like the Catholic Church is because it stuck to the dogma way harder than anybody else did. as far as like maintaining what I mean, like the
The
original
dance of despair, then.
yeah,
Because I
like,
think that that's a good point that you make, and I'm not calling you out. I think this represents a lot of the Catholic type. They like the system and the dogma, which isn't the thing Christianity is saying is the way to Christianity.
yes and no, right? All right,
And
so
no, that Cedric comment is not true, not for Christianity.
yeah, see, this is the problem. All right, so here's the thing. Do you think women should be able to be pastors?
No. I think they
Then-
can be active and play a lot of roles as far as the church leadership. No.
Yeah, right. And so, but the thing is that most Protestants believe women should be able to be pastors.
I don't see that's that thing. You're doing that neurojack. Most of a group of people believe this. Prove it. Or make your point without referring to masses of unregistered, oblivious figments of our imagination people.
Vash, the paying tithe thing, right? That whole thing is literally like the church. It's basically like a tax for the church because the church used to be a government, right? Like, when
Tithing.
when the Romans fell, right, as a whole, like when Rome fell and like there was just nothing there. There was no government, there was no military, there was no schools, there was no.
Are you giving me a history lesson off another
I'm
one of
talking
those
to Vash in the chat. Vash in the chat.
statements that don't
I'm
mean
explaining
it's
the
true?
Vash in the chat. I'm not explaining to you. I'm explaining the Vash.
Oh my God, are you ignoring me for the chat? We are the show right now, dickhead.
My boy Tat.
I mean, Cecil's sleeping. TML is doing standard. Something's happening. I'll let it ruminate and grow. And you're
Right.
talking to a bunch of chatters that I'd give them the fucking finger if I turned my camera on right now.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck about your chat. I told you to make sure they don't come over and sub up those little fucking
Listen,
wops.
you make sure you go sub Vash. You go sub to him, and then you go over there and try to sell your
Oh,
fucking
that's
jerky
fighting
chicken.
words.
All right. Listen, anyway, right?
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
so-
sell them
okay.
jerk chicken. I don't even know what you're
No.
saying.
Vash sells chicken
Who
chicken
the fuck
jerky.
is Vass?
He sells chicken jerky. I don't, bro.
Is
Listen,
he one of
he
your
sells-
chatters? Is Vass
Yes.
one of your chatters?
Yes. He's been subbed to me for like 5 years.
Oh, like sexual subbed?
Yeah. He's my sub, right? He puts on the gimp suit and shit.
Fucking cuck bastard simp. I know, they're all over the
Yeah.
YouTube.
Anyway,
I
right?
bet you can't have a following that doesn't have a bunch of cuck subs in it. I bet you I've got
This is
cuck
how it
subs.
works, bro. This is how it works. Anyway, all right. Well, listen. We'll address your point. The point is that Protestants as a whole, right? They just kind of let their religion do whatever the fuck it wants and move the way it wants to move, right?
Am I
Instead of like
Protestant?
sticking to like the teachings.
Am I Protestant? I'm
You're Baptist.
asking
Yes,
if I
yes,
I don't
yes,
claim
you are.
Baptist, but if I was raised Baptist, that's the Protestant thing, right?
Yes.
Okay, I don't think it's the Protestants. I think it's the gentrification that Babylon will do to all religions. Machine Lies is a pretty devout Muslim. Machine Lies kids are never going to self-explode on someone because they'll have a big screen and a big titty wife and a house. And why would I jihad? Why would I jihad against these infidels? They make Xbox 7.
Well, you do
And that
realize
happens
that,
to anybody
realize-
that comes and loses
No.
their faith in Babylon.
I mean,
You'll
like, but
drink
you do
up the
realize like
whore's
most
wine
of
and slut
ISIS is
yourself
like
out.
college educated, right?
What do you mean most? This is what you're doing. You keep doing it. Do you realize most of ISIS is college educated? Prove it.
You want evidence? I can give you evidence, bro.
That most of ISIS is the children of people that have probably been fucking drone bombed. And I can't confirm that. You're just telling me that's the strategy we're allowed to use. Hey, most of America thinks you're a WAP Guido piece of shit. I polled that with like 90% of America. It came out that Pinoid guy on YouTube, WAP Guido piece of shit. Do you see how it's irrelevant, not true, and you're just doing the YouTuber thing?
Hang on, I'll grab it for you.
Are you giving me statistics? You're giving me a headline, bro? Are you saying trust my headline, bro?
More than 2/3 of the foreigners seeking to join the Islamic State group have attended high school or university.
Oh my God. He's not even showing me statistics. He's saying, I didn't read the article, but let me tell you what I thought of the headline.
Okay. Many of the young recruits who travel to Syria or Iraq to join the ranks of the Islamic State, also known as ISIS or ISIL, the Daesh, have received some education but are frustrated by the lack of opportunities in their home regions, a World Bank study found.
Oh my God, you're telling me people are joining ISIS out of lack of employment opportunity?
68% of those who join ISIS.
I'm going to scream if he doesn't answer me.
Again, this is what it says.
Listen, you're talking about, I bet a bunch of cracker ass with a liberal arts degree that's spent most of their college debt going, white people bad. Sure, I bet they go over there and do the things. But once again, it does not apply to the way you're trying to cite the things you pull out of the air.
Again, right? They were they were college
Paul
educated.
Unclave does that.
Wait a minute. Listen, Linda.
And Rant and Paul, you're all a bunch of YouTube panel monsters.
Listen, Linda. All right, so Saudi Arabia, right? I'm explaining this to you. It's really easy. Saudi Arabia.
My brother did Air Force 4 over there.
Yeah.
Not desert.
They don't have
many.
Storm. I got you. They don't have many motherfucking opportunities for like just people in their country as a whole, for workers.
So how about terrorism? Right? Yeah.
That's what they do. That's what they do. They literally that is a fucking state policy.
Do you know that if you went to Saudi Arabia and some other like key city type Arabic areas, you as an American would be like, what do you mean the Taliban is running security on this city? And you'd be, oh no, the Taliban is the security here so ISIS doesn't come in. And for an American, you've only heard Taliban bad, ISIS bad. And you have no idea that that's their opposing.
I know these things.
And you would appreciate the Taliban for the good work they did while you touristed the places that aren't constantly blowing up.
Just like in Mexico, the cartel runs the security for most of fuck
the cartel. Fuck the cartel. No, that's not the same thing, because the cartel will fuck you in the ass whether there's security or not. The Taliban will actually let a respectable white person tour and visit and just stay in line. The cartel, the cartel gives Satan ideas for hell.
Okay, so when you go down to what's the one down in the Yucatan?
I don't
go
the
Yucatan
down
Peninsula.
past there.
I
do not pass Texas.
Listen, hold up. I'm gonna look it up, bro.
Dude, we had a van full of U.S. street niggas go down to Mexico, get snatched the fuck up. A couple of them are dead. A couple of them are back with nothing but an apology to the government. Hey, we're sorry. We thought your U.S. niggas was people we were trying to cartel on. Here's the ones that are still alive. They went down there for like dental work cheap or some shit.
Cancun. When you go down to Cancun, right?
I don't go down to Cancun.
Listen, I don't go there either. Okay, I'm not a fucking. I don't travel much. But when you go down to when you go down to Cancun, the cartel's the one who runs the security. They have like fucking stake in the hotels and shit.
Right.
And they make sure that everybody stays safe. Yes.
No, they're not making sure everybody stays safe. They're making sure whatever of value or whatever of pillage they want to do, they got first eyes on.
No. They have.
You're not impressing me on.
They have stake in the hotels. They have stake in the hotels.
So.
Again.
Mr. Capitalist says that I can be assured of my safety because they hold stake in the hotels. That makes sense. The suit is it's black.
Again, I don't know what you want me to tell you, bro. Like they own part of the hotels.
Again, like the looping. Okay, try again, try harder. I'm Brandon Lee smacking knives out of the air with your shit, bro.
Again, they own part of the hotels, so they make sure that like everything stays safe and sound and clean.
That's not true. I agree. They probably own the hotels outright and probably didn't pay for them. Probably just stuck a gun in somebody's face or buried them after they signed a paper.
Or they
built them. They own the hotels. Tell me how that means I can trust the cartel.
Again, they like the money from the tourist trade.
See, here's me at my most Italian. If I had you tied to a chair and you kept saying again, I would just start slapping you on each again because I don't need the again, and it gives you no value that you Guidos may believe it's giving. Like whatever I say, if I say again, drive it home. As long as it can still be bullshit. I'll just say again, drive it again. That's looping around here.
This is like
he almost did it. He almost did it. I heard him clear.
This is how it works. I don't know what to tell you, man. If you don't believe me, this is just what it is.
No, I get it. That they own the hotels. How does that validate non-corrupt policing?
Well, they own the police down there.
Okay, that's what makes them give the devil ideas for hell. Because the cartel owns the police, that's why the Mexican military has to fight the cartel. And make no mistake, I got tricked a couple of times on YouTube. It'll say, this guy used to wear clown faces and hunt cartel members. And I'd be like, who is this vigilante? Oh, no, it's just a different cartel guy. He's just from a different cartel that wears a clown mask and hunts down a different cartel. It's gang shit, bro, but just more sophisticated and outnumbered.
That's Mexican Joker.
I gotta find out who Florida Joker is. I hear pray tell of some Florida Joker and some association of Grand Theft Auto 6. I don't know. It might not be a thing, but it's crossed my
yeah, but anyway, I understand that like a Taliban provides security in Kabul, right?
No, I'm disagreeing. Oh no, yeah, what I said is correct, right?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, whenever you say again and just tell me the same thing, it's not resolving my issue with the cartel.
Listen,
and isn't Cancun, is Cancun like that place where it's further north than
further south?
Yeah, the trivia thing. But it's still the US, right?
No,
it's New Mexico, right?
No, it's Mexico.
Okay. Yeah, so even though it's further, I forget why it's the further south is norther than the thing.
Yeah, I get.
But yeah, I don't
so the Yucatan, so the Yucatan Peninsula, that's where fucking Cancun is.
Right, and so I still don't trust them. I feel like you're just maybe you're a little less snatchable being that much closer to the border, but
you're nowhere near the border. You are nowhere near the border. You're nowhere near the border.
How do you north-south from America to Cancun?
You fly into Cancun
through California.
You fly in.
It's not
no, other side. It's on the Gulf side.
I'd have to look at a map because, like you said, U.S. education, but geography was never my thing.
can.
Yeah, bring it up.
All right, hang on there.
And while you bring it up, can you verbally say the trivia thing that I can't remember or the fun fact thing that I can't word it properly? The Cancun is further south than it's like further north or south than a U.S. thing that your brain would be like, why is that? That sounds weird. Why is that? I'm not sure which one of us tactical.
Okay. All right. So here's.
Can't see it on my bigger.
You see it?
Hold on. Let me zoom my phone screen that I forgot I could do. Are you mousing over it?
Yeah. Right here. Right here is the. Wait, hang on, man.
I'm not sure if I'm able to see it.
Right here. Right here.
Okay.
This is Cancun.
Okay.
Right.
No, then that's not even the trivia place. I was thinking of something like down south of California. There's some trivia thing about.
Yeah. So the cartel basically owns all this, right?
Now that you show me that it's there, I do not trust it. Like, look, that is out of the way of your American ass getting any kind of to safety. I can see where it's a quick flight from Florida, but no, I mean, if you're talking about not even crossing into Mexico via your own vehicle, which I wouldn't even do that, I don't see why you think the cartel would have your best interest in mind, especially in that geographic location.
Okay, so you see where Mexico City is over here? Right here?
Yeah.
Right, so this is Mexico City. So
Thank you, Rant.
Yeah, so Mexico City.
Wait. Where's Mexico City again?
Right here.
And what city is that?
That's the capital of Mexico.
But what's the city?
Mexico City.
What country is that? Does that reside in?
Mexico.
Okay, I'm straight. I gotcha. Moving on.
Okay. Right. So, okay. Like Mexico City is literally closer to Texas than it is to like this fucking Cancun, right? But Cancun is a resort. It's a resort place. Like millions of Americans every year go here.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So you're telling me since the cartel owns those, that if I'm in Mexico City, just minding my own business, looking like I might be a guy, I'd be perfectly safe because
no. Mexico City is dangerous as shit. I'm saying in Cancun on the resorts, you're perfectly safe. The cartel's not going to let anything happen to you because they don't want to fuck up their money.
Right. Exactly. And that money, people are going to be less and less. I think the only reason you stand a chance is that it's the same reason if anybody goes to Aspen, Colorado, even Cecil's ass, they'll treat him like he might be rich because rich people go to Aspen to look poor and and so all the tipping jobs treat everybody like they might be a millionaire. I get that concept for cartel. But if the cartel wants your ass, being in Cancun ain't gonna stop you from getting into a.
Listen, don't piss off the cartel. ever.
Fuck the cartel. Fuck them. That's the thing I'm saying about you WAP Guidos. Fuck you for forming an entity that anyone would have to hesitate. That's not godly or Jesus stuff. And you'll tie in your Roman Catholicism with it, won't you, Mr. Soprano?
I mean, listen, we will group together and do what we have to do.
That's lizard brain. Go with what?
Well, no. We understand that collective action is way stronger than trying to act as individuals. You're better off negotiating as a group than as an individual.
Right, and what happens with that? Then you get a fatty Paulie sitting at the top making his will. It's the same thing we left patriarchies and
I'm fine. I love patriarchies. I love patriarchies. That's yes.
Well, not patriarchy. Sorry. Yes, patriarchy. Good. I used the wrong term. But the thing with the nobles and the peasants and the things. What's the word like patriarchy for the king thing?
Monarchies?
Yes, monarchy. See how close I hit it sometimes? You guys, you WAP Guidos have your own little leg breaking, kneecapping monarchy in a sense.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
If you're a WAP Guido.
Yeah, I mean, it keeps the neighborhood safe. Nobody sells heroin.
I will give you that. In the classic sense of the mob, they did more policing than any other crime syndicate because they do, once they've corruptly gained things, like the finer things, and then they ain't hating. But until some Scarface comes along and takes it the way they would take some things, crime doesn't pay. Neither does the non.
Oh no, I mean, Scarface.
And if you weren't in a pagan cult, you'd understand that, and that's how we bring it full circle, and nobody realizes it till I get there.
Okay, again, Scarface was actually not bad, right? And like Al Capone.
Yeah, he was. He was a horrible person. This is how you're as confused as your WAP Guido brethren, Paul and Slade. You think because he came out on top, that meant he won. And he harmed many people that we would deem you don't harm, or at least don't even harm by association of, they were nearby whenever I was doing anything.
You harmed other members of the fucking mob.
Oh, that makes it okay.
I mean, yeah, you sign up for that. You're signing up for a paramilitary activity.
How do you resolve that? How do you resolve that with your faith? It's okay.
You signed up for a paramilitary activity.
What do you mean paramilitary? It's not paramilitary.
The mob is a paramilitary fucking group.
That's your double speak, you WAP Guido piece of shit. The mob is a criminal organization.
No, it's a paramilitary organization.
It is a criminal organization.
How often did the CIA and FBI use them?
They're a criminal organization these days. You see how confusing it is when I have to point out, are we taking classic context of government crime?
Do you know Carvana?
Or are we talking with capitalism? I'm like, are we talking current perverse Ponzi scheme? Or are you talking classic idea of free market capitalism?
Do you know Carvana?
The car dispensing thing?
Yeah. You know that's a mob operation, right?
Listen, just like with your fucking sick obsession, the ownership of a corporate thing is not morally justifiable. This is how your years of being in a Jesus-warned religion has conformed your brain to beast system logic, bro. I'm not sure if we're doing a bit now. We've taken it this far.
Again, all right? Like,
again,
this is the mob. The mob was never a bad thing.
Yes, they were.
No, and the mob, the whole mob literally started
the right wing candidate isn't as evil as the left wing candidate, so it's okay.
No, again, the mob started off as a fucking group who helped Italian get jobs and fucking housing when they were in New York.
Why not everybody? Why didn't they help? Why didn't they help niggers and crackers get housing?
I mean, because they already had that. They already had the ability. Like, these Italians.
Wait. Are you calling slavery? Are you saying that the N-words had jobs free WAP Guido job having?
I mean, yes.
I can't even right now. You're gonna love the Unslaved, dude. I think I just made a match. Like we're
they fucking did.
We're matching up.
They did have jobs.
So Reed, you're too stupid to marry into the mob. They would have buried you for saying the shit you say already.
Don't address the chat.
Just concrete.
Why are you addressing the chat? I thought you would just flip them off.
Listen, I agree because I haven't been watching it all this time. Soul Reed triggers me with his coded retardation. He's got a very cryptic retardation to him.
The Freak, because they had to have money.
Don't even mention. He gets no acknowledgement from it. He's a
Yeah, they had to
fucking
have money to
loser,
operate.
dumbass. And he's
Yeah.
too old to be as fucking stupid as he is. And fat. He's fat and stupid at too old to be that fat and stupid.
And he's like bitching about bootleggers are bad too. What? The government.
Well,
put the
I grew up in
regulations-
West Virginia. I'm talking to you about bootleggers. If you want to talk
Yeah, listen,
bootlegging,
I'm from fucking Central PA, like up in the mountains. Like you want to talk about bootlegging? Like we can get that done right now.
I know, and you guys, that's what I'm saying. Paul's from what the fuck's it called? But everybody that's from PA, but not the city of New York, I catch them abroad all across the country. If you don't specifically ask them, they'll all just say they're from New York. So I'm always like, what borough? To see if they're bullshitting or not, because of that culture you talked about.
Well, New York,
it made
New
a
York
big deal with saying
New York
you
is
from
New
New
York. New York is New York upstate's they consider that New York. They're
I
not
know,
from
but
New York.
I worked at
I'm from
Kraft.
PA. Everybody from PA assumes you're from Philly.
I used to work at Kraft with a dude that he was from like Buffalo, like North Buffalo, and he'd try and say he's from New York if you didn't ask him in more detail. It was funny like that. But
Well,
you know the thing.
The tri-state area is New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut.
Right. And
not
I know
PA.
you're down with me then. I don't know if your allegiance too hard to PA, but the Kroll show nailed it with Pennsylvania and the two different types of Pennsylvanians there are.
It's Pennsylvania.
Right, but Pennsylvania was because about the pawn shows, but it was two different pawn shows, and it was the two different types of pawnees, if you will.
Yeah,
Pennsylvania.
but like I'll be honest, like
You ever been to Bedford Village, bro? You ever go to Bedford Village?
Yes, I have.
Oh, my dude! You wrapped it all up there. We're still cool. You've been to Bedford Village. Fuck yeah. We used to take field trips to that shit.
Hang on, look. This is what I want with like my future, like the future of America. I want Appalachia to be united. Right. I want us all to be one people.
Through them country roads. Sometimes
I want all of us. I want West Virginia and Tennessee, and I'm like, listen, to be with the rest of us, so we can all just be attached, because we all share the same culture and values and ideas.
But you're trying to segregate the 50 states that technically, had we done it right, not succumb to the B system thing, the 50 states used to be that, despite each taking their turn in the experiment to do it how they want to do it. Give or take the North and South feudal thing. For the most part, there was a time we were all like, America, like fuck yeah, and then they're doing it their way, and the faggots can go to California and all that jazz. But
yeah, so like we can't keep negotiating with California. We can't.
Well, the problem is they leave. I don't know if Californians don't realize that they hate it and leave and vote the same shit in, or if that's the op that they're doing. Like, are they opting to move to every state and make it a shitty California? Or do they not realize that's what's shitty and they keep leaving it and then voting it in?
I think they don't. They're accustomed to that lifestyle. So, like, they're leaving, but they want that lifestyle, but they want it to be affordable.
Oh, you can't have that because they don't. Well, maybe it is Silicon Valley. Okay, you're right. It could be possible. But really,
remember in the 70s and 80s, California was remotely affordable.
Right, but the reason it's not is Silicon Valley, because all your PC Steve Jobs type companies that went there, they could afford so much it jacked the prices up. They even made reference to that on the show, the HBO show Silicon Valley. It's a very funny fucking show, even if you're not computer people. It's just one of those office type, the world of this type of technology career and the culture of that. It's funnier than The Office, I think, but that's a good series. But it does point out that it's like the fact that these computer nerds are making money to burn is how the state's like, hey, they can afford it. Let's jack it to what they can afford. And now you got doctors that live out of RVs on the street and shit. But I bet you there's also a lot of the bad politics came from that aspect where the whole country, everything's getting ridiculously expensive. It's part of the plan to burn us from the inside out.
I'm gonna tell you what, we actually discovered something here recently. We discovered this like yesterday or day before. Basically, what had happened was that we have all these school systems that they promise all these pensions, and they set them up back in the 40s and 50s when America was getting like fucking 20% growth every year because we were the only country that wasn't exploded. And they set them up to where if they got 15% to 20% returns, they'd be fine in perpetuity. But the thing is like the 70s and the 80s and the 90s happened, and then the odds were in like you had like 4 and 5% growth or whatever, and they looked at it in 2015 when everybody was about to retire. The boomers, they said, "Oh my God, we don't have enough money to pay for everybody. Like we're underfunded like 90% in a lot of these places." So the local tax assessors, what they did to get the money was they jacked up the assessments on all these houses, and if you do it on one block, it just infects
that's
all the rest of the places.
Listen, this is going to get us into this bigger spectrum of the same problem. But yeah, you're going down the road of this is the housing bubble. But the boomer problem was more than that. All businesses and companies that these boomers came from had an unnatural, unachievable pension thing going on that caused a lot of this, the same as the housing bubble. But then in the stock world, this pension for teachers you're talking about, it's currently being blamed on me and the ape community by the CEO of Citadel, who could possibly go to jail, but is doing everything they can to have fires where things are recorded in paper files and yada, yada, yada. He said that the teachers aren't getting pensions because me and a bunch of people bought AMC stock and we're just sitting on it. The most basic thing you can do in the market is buy a stock and hold it. That is the most basic fundamental. It's all we did. And he's blaming us for teachers losing their pensions because he's that corrupt and that involved.
Yeah.
But it's all the things, and it's what's going to destroy this economy. Oh, here's how we're going to bring it full circle again. Were you one of the members of this panel that night I got on and raged about the transition to cashless cryptocurrency?
Yes.
Okay. They just settled. Judge Torres has just made a ruling in the SEC versus Ripple case. And I think we're only going to see drastic and faster changes from here, especially in the some 2030 plans got efforted toward ASAP 2025, such thing. And then you got, no matter what the news tells us, both political parties running for president are now backing a crypto future for America, because it's all part of the plan. DeFreak, that's how fun. Did you not watch the Yurt McJurt Rage Quits the Discordia freestyle event where even back then I was calling out your stupid fucking chats and you haven't changed it? Tommy couldn't buy stock if he was at the grocery store with a homeless cart full of chicken broth. I think it was a grocery cart and then the homeless started using them to free. And I get that chicken broth is stock like for a boomer fucking joke, but this whole community, and I'd like to think even my haters by now know that when I was a homeless dishwasher, I was being told I was crazy for buying Tesla stock at $50 a share. Do you want to know what I sold at? Bring your fat, bald, old ass up here and I'll tell you. Other than that, it's a wonder you're still visible on my channel, you fake piece of shit.
Well, I'm gonna
Man, that
leave
felt
this
good.
this panel open here, but I'm gonna move on to Kaczynski here after we take this music shit. I'm gonna play some music, some
All right, and like I said,
MF
I
Grimm,
gotta I'm
MF
gonna take
Doom.
off. Penoid, let's continue this
What's up?
sometime.
I'm
What
down.
you
No,
don't
I'm
want?
just
You don't
saying
want
I'm
this
gonna break
Doom?
out. Huh?
You don't want this Doom?
I'll listen, but I mean I only stayed in because I think Penoid's a good one for me to do the panel thing with. Like we
Okay.
battle and we don't get mad. Not everybody does that. But
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
still
yeah.
be listening. I just
I
gotta
like,
eat something and go to
listen,
bed.
I love learning, right? Like that's when you came on there with the crypto thing. I just sit there taking notes.
Yeah.
Hey, greetings.
And people don't get that like the entertainment and the cooking is everybody knows I'll get frustrated and enunciate and describe my frustration. And and now Neurojack comes back. Would you have to breastfeed your kids?
Yeah.
But yes, I'll be back whenever I see the panel is
Bye.
open
What up,
to it to
Sisyphus?
discuss whatever these changes I'm expecting, or we'll see how this crypto thing's going. Because now I've always been basing it off conspiracy and how it relates. Because I got a video where I linked the founder of Ripple to a 1600s banker family. But now that both parties are running pro crypto, I think cashless is going to hit us out of a black swan thing.
I think we're already there, dude. It's 95%
right.
cashless already. You know,
well, yeah. Well, and there's still a difference between your debit card cashless and this system.
Is there really?
Yeah, it's what we covered. You said you was writing down. It's the transparent blockchain.
The M-Bridge, shit. Yeah, it's the M-Bridge where they can track every transaction and shit and make sure you're not able to like buy anything you're not supposed to buy.
It won't start out that bad. It won't start out that bad. It will seem good. There will be incentive, but ultimately it's that. But Machine Lies, you played 2 of our freestyles. If you want it, I have to figure out how to get you that clip from your Rage Quits Discordia. Because
yeah, we'll figure
I didn't come.
You can play some of my shit, man. Legit.
Well, I came and told him to watch the premiere. I'm not a cross promoter. I told him to watch it because I made it entirely off of the things
we
that
played.
happened.
We played Fuck Normal People on this show. I remember.
Hell yeah.
Listen,
No. I made one of my newest videos off of your Discordia event, so I came and let you know that was the premiere. Did you watch it? Oh, I feel hungry and tired. I feel hungry and sleepy suddenly.
I didn't because I didn't know. But what up, Jack?
Oh, what's up? Tommy's gone now. Rage quit. Okay, cool.
I believe Machine Lies wants to play some MF Doom and then some Kaczynski, which I'm 100% down for listening. I need to get something to drink anyway. So you want to bang out, bro? Go ahead, though. I'll be back.
For sure. Yeah, we'll be back in 5 minutes with me, Neuro, Jack, and Pinoid. Thank you guys so much. This is a remix I made of some MF Doom, and then I'll play No Snakes Alive, the indelible classic. If you guys haven't heard No Snakes Alive by MF Doom and MF Grimm, then I think you've not really heard a lot of relevant hip hop music at this point. But yeah.
That's me. That's me.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Well, you're in for a real treat. This is a great song. And this is a remix I made. MF Grimm. I Hear Voices. Where the fuck did I put? Oh yeah, here it is. And Doppler Effect. Yeah.
I'm gonna charge my phone up. I'll be back.
Who's out?
Toss and turning, dreams of murder. Someone's killing me, it changes. There's nights I'm on the killing spree, all done, cold blood, waking up in cold sweats. This is such a cold world, conscious getting death threats, shadows choking me. My last breath lets out my body. It's a conspiracy, my mind and my body's not really down with me. Me against the whole world. It's a little deeper, me against myself. I fight the Grim Reaper, swing sickle. I got my Glock, bust rounds off, demented, schizophrenic. I know this sounds off to you. I do not lie when I doze off spirits. Hope I die. Whatever, angels waste the time. They work together, scheme and follow me. Cause I'm the son of man. I hear voices from a dog like Son of Sam. Don't give a damn if the bullets fill me. I don't wanna live. I hope they kill me. Put me out my misery. I'm left in misery. I kill all my enemies. Cause I love company. Those who seek me are called wise men, or either wise guys. I pray you comprehend and realize I'm condemned. No rest, homicidal dreams. My cellmate, all he do is scream out loud how he wants to go home. That's funny, I'm here all alone, locked in a single cell. His back's bleeding, he's cold as hell, and I'm hoping they turn on some heat. I call the CO to bring some extra sheets. Where'd he go? He walked the walls, run halls, I pray he teach me. They don't see him, mental health try to reach me. I said, please see how he feel. They said he's alright, but he's not real. Evaluations say I suffer from depression, hallucinations, subconscious, what they guessing. I'm here doing years, I'm stressing. Medicate me, sedate me, want me to rest in. Don't take it, cause he said that won't be best in. He said I need his help and he needs me. Nigga, you walk the walls, go home, you're free. Home, that was far and he was turned off cause his wings was burnt off. The lesson was learned, communicate with one. I was chosen cause I'm God's son.
And I'm the retarded one. Out in the streets, you won't survive with whack ass beats.
We can see that.
These days and times, plus how we get ours with rhymes. To my metal-faced bros with stomachs of cast iron, who've been into winning blast till the last siren. On the slow-mo, the con artist with the social chick takes them out like how you live the slow down Milosevic. Anywho, how about the Yankees? Once I leave off stage, the party people thanks me. If I may speak freely, nasty like the freaky deaky antelope, sleazy, speak easy. Being a fan of the limelight, in the mic stand with nothing but stick of dynamite. It's risky business like hand-to-hand crack sale of rappers who's better off on the cover of Black Tail. Jump into who's a fat, who's that, who cats who do match be like, tell me how you do's that, heck no. Especially those who cop please like Gecko. Let go to Mike, do techno. Ha, the bets are bust out laughing at the bet. For no reason he get cussed out like Tourette. Yet tight flow to make her bad ass stutter, or even crack a smile from a man fast cutter. But wordplay since third grade age. Back when we used to play bang, open birdcage. Hip hop, Benny Hill, sip Henny straight, get every penny weight, then he chill. At any rate, my metal face holds with tongue, or these I ring. Do yourself, I will continue to do my thing like kung fu fighting. Everybody was fighting, and the super villain struck again like lightning at the same spot. Now what's the chance of that? And a name drop like pick a name out the hat. That's a no job from the lava canava who vote player out the rap game like Sabab while I drop his knees like a nerve cat. With an intense speech from way back and spin on your back and then freeze. While I play high ball, low ball to zero. So-called rhymers don't call Cleo while I steal the show like thought. So try hiking. Super duper stars need auto tricycling. Sometimes the men, mostly from the woman. I hear voices saying that's a super villain. Mostly from the woman, I hear voices. Super villain.
Arrived, you guys can take 5 by the time it's over. No snakes alive. Take a dive. Telling you, you better off and up against the floor to make her take her sweater off. From the set off when it came to scripts, he can hardly brag. It's the result of concentration and lollygag. I said, you're right, he pulled the mic out of snotty rag. Slipped up airtight and wrapped up in a body bag. Get an advance and catch chance, ride the block after spending the first and last penny, my own worst enemy. Tell me if I'm OD and use with flow. We made deals with these cats who keep sending dough, so the three-headed said it, never get busted. He's a man of his word who's not to be trusted. Beats encrypted, multifaceted, crusted. Shorty pawn keep Mike rusted. So the metal type of fellow sometimes spaz on white like Othello. Hell no, he won't use words like Illuminati or Gotti or Shani. Might use karate. I saw the classic cut color axe why I match with the golf style caps and match fly. Exact dough till it's stack high. White hole black guy, the rap game black eye. Exhilaration, jets, accelerations, touch speeds, minds can't conceive. Achieve altered altitudes and angles, angels answer, aura, illumination awesome, interpretation awkward, alarm, ankle, house arrest, who's best, Monster Island czars, crush pawn dreams, 2-beat king, 8th rank reality, calculation can never be quest destined, distant, competition dusted, disgusted, race for second crowded, clouded, confusion, conclusion, simple, plain, self-education, self-made millionaires, serpents, slithering, sidewise searching, stalking, heat sensing, can't have me, jet jacks, Ricky Ticky Tabby, superhero hit 0 to 60, opposite pedal to the floor, and the lid, lyrics, track shake, swerving, left, right, making, head fakes, playing, high stakes, whatever it takes, quick hit breaks, they fly past, hit wall parts, fly loose, kill a mongoose.
Fake niggas continue to practice the art of intimidation, sterile minds conceiving thought for artificial insemination, syntax equate to range and lessons so deliberate, making wise words clear, but populations stay illiterate, consider it, gods are flying power, fools get rid of it, men build dreams on promises, but lacking the will to deliver it, you are just all cannabis like saliva on tic-tacs, going astray, but get the job done like sauceless mix-max, flip tracks, murder snakes, drunk niggas killing 6-packs, choking on venom, suffer technological kickbacks, poverty-stricken minds with thoughts barely worth 2 cents, feel history through time, linear design on blueprints, a nuisance lies in the skies, 85% never knew, wise men arise, pull fouls like internal revenue, forever true, uphold this self-evidence with leverage, upset the beast belly, keep high homogenized beverage, clever shit, calculated, sabotage, Trojan horse, give for ambush, lethal energy, emotion that grows in force, chosen source, strategically aligned throughout the underworld, god of elevation, kill Superman, rape Wonder Girl, the discounted, decapitated, may be susceptible to everyday occurrence and fatal outcomes inevitable.
Might as well join the force, boss, chest single off like corn toss, roll with the double header nickel, mother upon a jet jag with a sickle, you in a pickle, King Ghidra, your ass better leave him alone before you go catch you, let him leave you blown. If he ain't the best, he's the best in the top 3 out of myself, I and me. Put on your thinking caps, or act like you had a slight inkling perhaps, or get smacked back in the ring like Bob Backlund, ain't Jack Mack with whack.
Hey, what's the meaning of this? Shut up.
Yeah, and I'm gonna grab this points of Kaczynski in terms of his argument against why the system can't be reformed. So I had a little bit of that in my presentation I gave in the debate I did. So I'm gonna go ahead and present that real quick, and then I'm gonna go to the historical principles that he presents because they're closely parallel his argument there. So let me go ahead and do that.
Casimir, he's going to be the guest moderator tonight, as I said. A lot of people were asking in the chat everything both in one eyes.
And they follow the format. These premises are basically logical, and they follow the format of Uncle Ted's main argument here. So what we'll do here is explore these three premises. This is only my second public debate. So I guess my objective is to perform well and to present the view in the most pure way that I possibly can. So here is premise number one. Premise number one is that the system cannot be reformed. Premise number two is that the breakdown of the system is inevitable. Premise number three is that the collapse of the system may be sudden or gradual. In order to mitigate human suffering, it is better to end the system anticipating causes of collapse. This does not mean the overthrow of governments or cultural or religious institutions as an extension of that, but really it's the overthrow of the economic and technological basis for the present society. As an addendum to that argument, if the system does not collapse, it will continue to increase human suffering. We have a moral obligation, thus in conclusion, to end the system. I'll start with some of the reasons why I find this argument to be particularly logical and some of the supporting material behind it. First of all, I think it's interesting that the tools of cultural appropriation and even cultural genocide are the objective means of technological power and control. So these values that are promoted by elites, I guess a technocratic elite that is not.
Anyways, that's basically the argument there, very quickly, and then we'll go to his historical principles because they seem to closely parallel what's there in the beginning of his manifesto, his starting premises.
Some principles of history. 99. Think of history as being the sum of two components. An erratic component that consists of unpredictable events that follow no discernible pattern, and a regular component that consists of long-term historical trends. Here we are concerned with the long-term trends. 100. First principle. If a small change is made that affects a long-term historical trend, then the effect of that change will almost always be transitory. The trend will soon revert to its original state. Example, a reform movement designed to clean up political corruption in a society rarely has more than a short-term effect. Sooner or later, the reformers relax and corruption creeps back in. The level of political corruption in a given society tends to remain constant, or to change only slowly with the evolution of the society. Normally, a political cleanup will be permanent only if accompanied by widespread social changes. A small change in the society won't be enough. If a small change in a long-term historical trend appears to be permanent, it is only because the change acts in the direction in which the trend is already moving, so that the trend is not altered, but only pushed a step ahead. 101.
So see, one of these large-scale trends is, systems collapsing. So that is something that happens. There's a historical ebb and flow of power that goes on. Power cannot sustain itself. Actually, the larger the system is, the greater the collapse will be, right? Now, what can alter these large-scale trends? Well, small-scale reforms won't really do much to alter large-scale historical trends, right? That's for sure. So small-scale political reforms, little, means of reforming the technological system, they're not going to significantly alter the system as a whole, right? So that's part of this. Anyways, we're going on with this.
The first principle is almost a tautology. If a trend were not stable with respect to small changes, it would wander at random rather than following a definite direction. In other words, it would not be a long-term trend at all. 102. Second principle. If a change is made that is sufficiently large to alter permanently a long-term historical trend, then it will alter the society as a whole. In other words, a society is a system in which all parts are interrelated, and you can't permanently change any important part without changing all other parts as well. 103. Third principle. If a change is made that is large enough to alter permanently a long-term trend, then the consequences of the society as a whole cannot be predicted in advance. Unless various other societies have passed through the same change and have all experienced the same consequences, in which case one can predict on empirical grounds that another society that passes through the same change will be likely to experience similar consequences.
Okay, so large-scale historical trends are not affected by small-scale political reforms. All right, once large-scale changes do happen within a system, okay, those changes are hard to predict. Okay, it's very easy to understand. All right, this is dealing with the collapse and reformulation of large-scale systems, right? Complex system dynamics, and how systems adapt to change, right? So this is basically just mathematical, logical principles, right? And you can observe that within an ant colony, right? Within the economic systems, right? And within other, systems that work on chaos math, essentially, right? Okay. Such as weather patterns and other things, right? Anyways.
104. Fourth principle. A new kind of society cannot be designed on paper. That is, you cannot plan out a new form of society in advance, then set it up and expect it to function as it was designed to do. 105. The third.
Okay, now that is going along with some of the principles in terms of, modern political society that we were talking about in the first place, right? Yeah, it's not about laws, right? It's not about those types of things, right? There's other factors involved, right, within the political sphere.
Yeah, so I have something really cool to add to this.
For sure.
Right. You interested? All right, so check this out. All right, so when you first set up a society, right? This is called the pencil of power, right? This is like a basic political principle. If you set a pencil up on its very point, right, send it up and down, like one person can hold it there on the ladder, like with just a fingertip, right? But as things get more fucked up, right, as a whole, it ends up the pencil starts tipping over, right? And because the pencil's the size of like a telephone pole, it's very difficult to set back up, right? The more things are tilted over, the more power it takes in order to get it to go back to where it was, right? And this is something that's really hard for sustained societies, right? In order to be able to deal with, because all of a sudden you have to have all this power, but that means in order to have all this power, you actually have to start getting more authoritarian, which means no more police, more propaganda, all these type of things, in order to pull that pencil back up to where it was at the very beginning, which is right here, right? And I think all societies are trying to chase this at the moment, where the bigger the society gets and the more sideways it gets, the worse off it is, and the harder it is to set back in without being authoritative.
Yeah, and it's pretty clear that large-scale technologies exacerbate this problem.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
both on a political and social and also economic scale. But let's get to So 4 principles, culminating in several facts, basically that large-scale historical trends exist. Right, those large-scale historical trends aren't altered by small-scale political reforms. Okay, which is basically a he mentioned that that's kind of a tautological statement. It's just, perfectly logical, coherent statement. Now, based on that premise is a second premise that, once large scale historical trends seem to break down, political patterns that want to adapt to those changes, they can't really adjust to them, right? Because those changes are hard to predict after a large scale collapse of a historical trend, right? So, it's hard to plan out a society. Then added to that is the fact that planning out a society on paper is not sufficient, right? To advance, political control in that way, So that's another principle. But yeah, these are just historical principles of political change. But yeah, let's go on a little bit. And it has to do with this points that he mentions in the beginning, as I said, about the collapse of the system and why the system can't be reformed. Okay, so
I mean, not without massive amounts of power, and ends up like
exactly
really,
right.
Yeah, and massive amounts of authority. You can't have a system be like reformed once you give people a whole bunch of freedom and shit. It's kind of like trying to take away women's rights. It's hard to put that genie back in the bottle.
And fourth principles result from the complexity of human societies. A change in human behavior will affect the economy of a society and its physical environment. The economy will affect the environment and vice versa, and the changes in the economy and the environment will affect human behavior in complex, unpredictable ways, and so forth. The network of causes and effects is far too complex to be untangled and understood. 106. Fifth principle. People do not consciously and rationally choose the form of their society. Societies develop through processes of social evolution that are not under rational human control. 107. The fifth principle is a consequence of the other four. 108.
Okay, so here he's saying that, especially in this, especially in the technological system, it seems that people are completely engineered products, right?
So no, that's not what he's saying, dude. That's not what he's saying right here.
All right.
What again? He's saying what I said earlier.
Well, he already said what I said. I was going to build off of that to another point, but yeah, he already said the point about people being engineered products. He says that in the first few paragraphs. But
but I'm saying like how your society acts, right, and how your society isn't something that like human beings consciously control, because like it's a process of evolution, right? And like the evolution is because of like either your geographical terms or your technological terms, or like both. As a whole, like you're a product of that plus your, basic genetic makeup. It's not so much that you're a product, right? As in general.
Oh yeah. He definitely says product, and he says cog in the machine.
No. I was addressing the society thing, right? Like how your society becomes. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. No, he's talking about social and technological determinism. In a way of Marxism, but he's actually saying that it's not the economic changes that are driving the society, but the technological changes that are driving it. So this is going off of Ellul. Ellul basically opens his work talking about, technology, how Marx basically misses the whole thing of the technological system, and that, basically, actually Orwell talks about this too. We're talking about how, large scale technology is basically centralizing, right? It's socializing, but also, it has this idea where it's basically something that has to be managed by large scale systems. So in a way, it's monopolizing as well, because it has to be controlled through a rule of experts. So there's the industrial aspect of it that Marx completely misses, right?
Well, the rule of experts didn't come in until like the early part of the 20th century.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when. Yeah, that's
You know
when
what I
the
mean? So, I
Lou.
mean, Marx was what, like 1850?
Yeah, yeah, and that's what.
Right. So, I mean,
Yeah, but
you know, I mean, he didn't see it right as a whole. Like, he didn't see that develop. You know what I mean? But like, what I was talking about is like the social aspect of like your actual, like your what he's again. He's talking about like culture, right? Like who you are as a people that develops like outside of the human control. You know what I mean? Like, and
yeah, but
then
that's the thing though. You know, Marx didn't see that it developed, but he definitely did see that basically you know, there was other writers at the time that did critique the industrial system. So Marx was not one of them. He was on the wrong side of history and promoted the spread of industry and all of that type of stuff. But yeah, go on with what you were saying. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
but I'm not a Marxian in any way. You know what I mean? I think
No, of
Marx.
course, no, of course. I was just saying as an addendum to what you were saying, because
Yeah,
it's not as if he didn't see the problem. He actually supported the wrong side of the issue, you know, actively. So that's a whole other thing to that. But yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I mean, like yeah, he was part of the London gentry as a whole. But like yeah,
Right.
yeah, and those are the individuals who ended up, you know, I mean, being the winning side of this argument, the experts, the aristocrats, the merchant class as a whole. Yeah, you know, bro, Tommy, just come up here and stop arguing in the chat with people, like for fuck's sake. Anyway, yeah, so what I'm saying is that like we consciously don't have the ability to dictate how we end up as a society, as a people, as a group, right? Like from the start, right? Because it all starts out tribes, clans, you know, I mean, that type of shit, agriculture, and then like moves to like industrial once you have the ability to do all these type of things, once you have like the proper amount of population and capital and all the things that go into it, right? And organizing structures. But all that before that is literally just, you know, like different tribes interacting in different ways with the geography and the land and the food and the basic ability to feed yourselves day to day and the economic like output of how everything operates. That's, you know, that's way beyond like the control of like a single individual at that point, because it's not centralized, right? By the time it's centralized, like you end up, you know, I mean, by the time you end up with enough technology to have that centralized, you know, I mean, it's already kind of set in stone. You're already what you are.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's talking about. So he's
yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what he was saying right there. That's where I was at. Right.
Yeah. So in other words, people are engineered products of the system, in terms of through the technological and economic means of the system, right?
I mean, and especially once you put in schools, right? That's the big thing.
Right.
Is the schools.
So that's what I started out saying, right? So that's basically, so it just came full circle with that, and also Tommy's here. But yeah, basically, you know, it's about social technological determinism here, is what he's talking about. Now, that is going along with the first principles. He's not saying that people are products of society or products of technology or anything like that. Okay, what he's actually saying. So he's not saying that that's a fact of nature. What he's saying is that's a fact of large-scale historical trends and the fact that we're living in a technological society. Right. So that is the factors that cause that. Right. So, you know, just to be clear about what we're talking about here, you know, but yeah.
I'm only up here because I'm honorable. Like I said, I got off. I was eating something. I'm just going to bed after I'm done eating while I'm watching the show. That faggot the freak knows that he's just trolling, and he wants you to moderate us. TML, with all due respect, you run a good channel. Even whenever I'm calling you an N-word, I still check out your channel. I'm not insulting you when I say
Let's
you're
listen
just
to
not.
Kaczynski here. Right.
I know. I don't want to derail your thing, but you have a wrench on him.
Right, but all right. It's all good, bro. Let's go back to Kaczynski here. Yeah, but yeah.
8. To illustrate, by the first principle, generally speaking, an attempt at social reform either acts in the direction which the society is developing anyway, so that it merely accelerates a change that would have occurred in any case, or else it has only a transitory effect, so that the society soon slips back into its old groove. To make a lasting change.
Yeah, people in the chat, please be nice to Illumitami. Let's behave, all right? But yeah, anyways, let's go on with this.
In the direction of development of any important aspect of a society, reform is insufficient and revolution is required. A revolution does not necessarily involve an armed uprising or the overthrow of a government. By the second principle, a revolution never changes only one aspect of a society.
Okay, I'm going to go back on this a little bit because this is a little bit interesting. All right, so first principle, right? Social reform either acts in direction in which society is developing, accelerates a change that would have occurred in any case. Right now, remember when we were reading in the beginning of guerrilla warfare, they're talking about, accelerating changes within a society that cause the collapse of that society to come about. So it's also mirroring what we were reading earlier about guerrilla warfare, right? And that's also the methodology that Kaczynski provides for his revolutionary war against the technological system as well. He cites a lot of Guevara, his work on guerrilla warfare. He cites the Cuban Revolution. He cites also the Lenin, and the Bolsheviks and some other things. But yeah, or else it has only a transitory effect, so that society soon slips back to its old groove. To make a lasting change in the direction of development, a revolution is required. So social determinism, okay, and also revolutionary war. Okay, so here's the impetus for violent change that needs to be necessary to offset large scale historical trends, right? You need a radical shift, and that shift is going to create a situation that can't be predicted in advance. So that's already set, right? But yeah, we're going to go on a little bit.
Creates a change that would have occurred in any case, or else it has only a transitory effect, so that the society soon slips back into its old groove. To make a lasting change in the direction of development of any important aspect of a society, reform is insufficient and revolution is required. A revolution does not necessarily involve an armed uprising or the overthrow of a government. By the second principle, a revolution never changes only one aspect of a society, it changes the whole society. And by the third principle, changes occur that were never expected or desired by the revolutionaries. By the fourth principle, when revolutionaries or utopians set up a new kind of society, it never works out as planned. 109. The American Revolution does not provide a counterexample. The American Revolution was not a revolution in our sense of the word, but a war of independence followed by a rather far-reaching political reform. The Founding Fathers did not change the direction of development of American society, nor did they aspire to do so. They only...
Yeah, and this was earlier brought up that, we're talking about how, these European wars like Napoleon and also the American Revolution, how they were more a product of partisanship than actual guerrilla style revolutionary war, even though they did use guerrilla warfare in order to fight the enemy. Obviously, you have that in George Washington using the local militias and all that type of stuff. But there's also interesting things in which that was not a real one could call it a revolt instead of a revolution, but yeah, definitely not a conventional type of revolution, and definitely not the type that you see in modern times in terms of the socialist style revolutions, or the ones in South America or something like that. So he's talking more along those lines.
Yeah, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about it, right? Like you think about like the Cuban Revolution or like the Venezuelan Revolution or any of these revolutions, they 100% changed like the way they lived. But I guess like the problem with them is it wasn't Cuba or like Venezuela that was the issue. It was the outside counteracting forces that ended up reacting to their revolutions that caused the fucking problem. I don't know. I'm just sitting there thinking about it while I'm sitting here reading this. Kind of got my brain moving a little bit. Sorry. Go ahead, man. Do your thing. Let's rock. I'm going to hear the rest of this.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Feel free to, chime in whenever you guys feel the need, for sure.
only freed the development of American society from the retarding effect of British rule. Their political reform did not change any basic trend, but only pushed American political culture along its natural direction of development. British society, of which American society was an offshoot, had been moving for a long time in the direction of representative democracy. And prior to the War of Independence, the Americans were already practicing a significant degree of representative democracy in the colonial assemblies. The political system established by the Constitution was modeled on the British system and on the colonial assemblies. With major alterations, to be sure, there is no doubt that the Founding Fathers took a very important step. But it was a step along the road that the English-speaking world was already traveling. The proof is that Britain and all of its colonies that were populated predominantly by people of British descent ended up with the systems of representative democracy essentially similar to that of the United States. If the Founding Fathers had lost their nerve and declined to sign the Declaration of Independence, our way of life today would not have been significantly different. Maybe we would have had somewhat closer ties to Britain and would have had a parliament and prime minister instead of a Congress and a president. No big deal. Thus, the American Revolution provides not a counterexample to our principles, but a good illustration of them. 110. Still, one has to use common sense in applying the principles. They are expressed in imprecise language that allows latitude for interpretation, and exceptions to them can be found. So we present these principles not as inviolable laws, but as rules of thumb, or guides to thinking, that may provide a partial antidote to naive ideas about the future of society. The principles should be borne constantly in mind, and whenever one reaches a conclusion that conflicts with them, one should carefully re-examine one's thinking and retain the conclusion only if one has good, solid reasons for doing so.
Well, there you have it. There's the principles. So I guess we, if there's any disagreements, we can have a little discussion about it. But yeah, anybody disagree with that? Hop on the panel.
Yeah, I have a real hard time disagreeing with Kaczynski.
Can you rephrase what his last point is? It sounds like a Socrates thing, like he's basically just saying, is it a utilitarian argument he's making, or a principle, like a?
Well, about the American Revolution.
Well, no, the last line of that, what he was saying.
Let's see. That there should be solid reasons for that. The principles should be borne constantly in mind. Whoever one reaches a conclusion that conflicts with them, one should carefully re-examine one's thinking and retain the conclusion only if one has good reasons for doing so.
Yeah, what is he referring? Like, what is that related to? I didn't catch that. What that line is relating to?
Oh, just the principles he's mentioning.
So it's out of all of them, essentially.
Yeah. He's saying, look, if anybody has good reasons, that if one rejects these principles, you have to have good reasons for doing so.
I mean, I can think of one. Again, this doesn't mean that I'm right. I'm just trying to see if there's a way to make it different. If this makes any sense. But if you're arguing for revolution and you say, okay, well, you generally know what the outcome will be tomorrow or next month if you just stay on the status quo. But if you take what I'm saying and make tomorrow unpredictable, that's a very difficult sell to people. So to me, that just implies that there will be some sort. You have to employ either A, coercion, or B, marketing.
Yeah, that's the thing with Kaczynski, is that he's not saying that going back to some anarcho-primitivist stage is an option. And there's no going back. We have to move forward with the society as the way it is. We have to use the technology to basically wage the Revolutionary War, right? And then essentially what it is that, essentially after you're done with this great revolution, well, you got the mess on your hands because you can't really predict the changes that are going to come about because of that. So yeah, it's a hard sell, but essentially he's saying, well, it's either that or B, a cog in the machine, right?
Well, this is kind of
So
where
which would you rather have, right?
right. Well, this is kind of where I'm, you know, this is where I get stuck a little bit. I mean, and I don't say. I mean, I can definitely argue which way I think people should go on both sides. To be honest with you, I can make a pretty strong. I think I can make a strong argument on both sides. But
Yeah, I mean, there's many who will just say, well, he's presenting a false dichotomy, as Andrew Wilson and others have said,
right,
and
yeah, and I think that that's not true. I think that he's actually. I mean, let me put it this way: if you consider what most people claim as their "quote unquote" presuppositions, then taking that into account, then he's not presenting a false dichotomy. So, I mean, if you want to have a completely different set of presuppositions than 95% of all the people in the West, then yes, maybe, but that's just not how people think. So, I think that's where Kaczynski is very strong, because he is basically saying, well, you have these ideas of freedom and all these different Western ideals. Well, how's that working out for you? Because we're basically headed towards not having much choice. This is where I get stuck with like the whole mold bug and stuff like this, because I mean, I think they have a strong argument. I'm just saying it's like, okay, so essentially you're saying, well, humans can't really handle free will. Let's strip it from them and, trust that the machines can, handle human free will and human consciousness and human morality and whether we want to or not, utilitarian style. I mean, I see it just as the other side of Kaczynski. It's basically saying, well, humans can't really stop what's going on, but they need to be managed because this technological progress cannot be stopped or won't be stopped. Either way, it doesn't matter. And so how are we going to handle humans bumping up against this technological progress? And
look at this guy. This guy is hilarious. He said, Kaczynski. You can't quote Kaczynski because he's like a murderer, but Genghis Khan was pretty cool.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I think
My
that
boy
Genghis Khan is like one of the examples of who I would look to if you want an example of like an actual, I don't want to say solution, but if you want to see like kind of a general example of a very human focused position, to base your strategy on.
How is that human?
How is that human? What do you mean?
Yeah, how is that human?
How is Genghis Khan human?
I mean, how is he pushing human principles?
Well, conquering a lot of places, genetically very successful, very intelligent. He was a slave and a master. So, I mean,
Again, how is he pushing human principles though?
Pushing? Well, he's dead, but I mean, when he's alive,
how was he pushing human principles when he was alive?
Well, I guess you were claiming that he's not. So tell me how he's not, I guess.
I mean, again, all he did was conquer and asked people to pay, and made people pay tribute. That's what he did.
Okay, what's the difference between that and the current system we're in? I mean, you said earlier the mob is basically not a bad thing. So how's that? How is that?
Yeah, the mob wasn't a bad thing, right? Because you can negotiate with the mob.
Can you?
Yeah.
So if Genghis Khan just went around negotiating contracts, it would have been more human?
No. I mean, like, so, okay, when Genghis Khan came to your town, there were two choices: either give up or die, right? Those are the two choices offered to you, right? It's the same choice when you're dealing with the federal government: either give up or die, right? Or fucking, be taken prisoner and thrown in a cage, right? I mean, either way it goes, you're going to lose, right? So, but with the mob, though, like when the mob came and like, hey, look, we want this, I don't know, whatever it is, right? We need this payment or whatever the case is. You talk to the mob, go, hey, look, man, You know what I mean? I'm just starting off. Like, things is kind of tough. How about, like, you know what I mean? I employ one of your guys for you or something. Oh, man, listen, yeah, that could probably work. You know what I mean? Like, what do we got? You know what I mean? You could stand here and, again, you could negotiate with the mob.
Okay, so taking that as a principle, let me ask you these two questions to see if I agree or not, because I'm not sure. So, do you think that the people who run the United States government are more akin to a mob or a Genghis Khan?
Genghis Khan.
Okay. Do you think that the technological system, whether it's run by these people or it's independent, is akin to a Genghis Khan or a mob?
Genghis Khan.
How can a mob defeat a Genghis Khan?
So the mob can say, we're not going to use your products, right? We're going to keep your products out of our neighborhoods.
Well, I guess this is where I'm trying to figure out, because it's my opinion is,
I mean, at least when it comes to the tech guys.
Sure, but the thing is, you can't really say no, I think. Can you really say no to going cashless? I mean, we're on the verge, like you said, that we don't really have a choice.
You 100% can. It's just, the problem is we're atomized, right? This is the human part of this, right? We're atomized as human beings. Like, we're all completely disconnected. Like, nobody knows who the fuck their neighbors are. Nobody has anybody around they can rely on. Nobody has people around them, who they can group up when something bad happens. Your house burns down, you go to a hotel. You don't go to your neighbor's house. This is the fucking problem. Like, it used to be, like, if something bad happened to you, your family, the neighborhood would pitch in, your community would pitch in and take care of you and help you the fuck out. We don't have that anymore. What we have is we have a federal or state government that has funds and shit and some type of fucking whatever it is. We go to the Red Cross or whatever, then you go to a hotel and you deal with your insurance company and all this type of stuff. You're completely atomized. You're by yourself. There is no, there is no attachment, right? And what we should have as a whole, and this is what like Kaczynski and these type of people are arguing for, people like me are arguing for from the human aspect, is you're supposed to have like a group that you can be attached to, right? Who, like if they try to come through with some shit like this, you go, nope, right? And then you just keep dealing in like silver or whatever the fuck, you find another way around it. The Amish are going to do the same. The Amish aren't going to go cashless.
So I, in principle, agree with you, but I guess what I'm saying is, if things continue the direction that they are, it's not really. I mean, I guess it depends on how you look at it. I mean, for me, I see convenience is the vehicle for slavery right now. Basically what that means is people are willingly slaves to the system because it's far more predictable and convenient than not doing so, right? And now that race is quote unquote disappearing kind of from the psyche of human beings, and religion and all these different isms, how are you going to coalesce a mob mentality that is independent of the system when you have a very bad offer to offer to them, essentially? Like, how are you going to attract enough people to, or atomize people, or I'm sorry, not atomize, or to balkanize people, but yet form a confederation against the general direction of the thing? Is kind of what I'm trying to get at.
Well, this is where guys like Molbug are really, useful with like the power dynamics and like the monarchists and all these type of ideologies, where you go, listen, what you do is you take your power that you have in your democracy and you put it in, you invest it in somebody who's going to help you, right? You said, basically, the populace is like a 4-year-old fucking king or an 8-year-old king, right? An 8-year-old king can't rule, right? That's fucking impossible. But what he can do is he can put somebody in charge who can act in his stead, who's not going to molest them. That's what we need to do.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I guess what I'm saying is, like, Thiel literally said, the whole point of capitalism is not to compete, but to have a monopoly. So again, like, that doesn't sound like someone who's looking to negotiate, is what I'm trying to say.
I mean, like, again, yeah, like nobody wants competition, right? That's Morgan's basic principle from back in the day. JP Morgan, he said, listen, competition is, not something you don't want to invest in people who have competition because you can lose, because you don't want to lose, right? So again, we get back to, fucking what you want to do is you want to have a guy who is going to run as a fucking king, and you invest your power in him. That's what you want.
Yeah, but I mean, again, I do understand the argument, but also like I've seen, if you kind of see figureheads have strength, but when the media or the news or something that rhymes with the news runs your, kind of the psyche of human beings on this earth, then it becomes something that can be bastardized or recontextualized. I mean, this is why Russia basically, killed people for spray painting Putin being gay on some side of a building because it can.
Good. That's what you're supposed to do.
Well, see, but isn't that non-human? See what I mean? So
No, that's very human, right? Yeah. You're defending. You're defending the person who you vested your interest in.
Yeah, but seems that I'm just saying that there is a good argument that Putin is a great actor pretending to care about the interest of the Russians, but there's a good argument that that might not be exactly the case, right? So,
I mean, like, again, so either, like you have no belief, you don't have any belief in anything, right? So, I mean, like, if nothing's nothing, then what the fuck's the point in this conversation? I think the Jews are doing exactly what we should be doing.
Yeah, I mean, there is an argument for that, I guess. I mean,
that's why you don't like them, because they're like the mob. They're together.
Sure. Well, I mean, if it comes at the expense of my people, then what's to stop me from being a Genghis Khan and saying no? I mean, see what I mean? So,
not Genghis Khan.
So you're saying that we do have a negotiation power with the people in charge.
Again, what you need to do, right? No, we don't have a negotiation power. What you need to do is collectivize, right? And become a group, right? And stick together. And stop thinking of yourselves as individuals. It's the dumbest shit. Like, the Jews are doing exactly what you're supposed to do.
Okay. And it seems that Europeans did do that for most of, history, or they wouldn't have survived, right? So what has changed between then and now?
The English, the Anglo-Saxons decided that Protestantism is a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, like, I think we're getting off the initial point, but I mean,
we're not. This is the exact point right now.
Okay, good. Help me see if we're back on the same point.
Right. This is the exact point right now. Right. It's like, so, when you're talking about the mob versus Genghis Khan, I mean, these type of things, like, what you're looking at is the group, right? The group, the whole point of having a group, right? The whole purpose of any group is to conduct violence, right? Protect yourselves, whether it's defense or offense.
But
right?
My question is, under what banner are you going to form a resistance against it that has any chance of survival?
I mean, I'm gathering up Appalachians, right? I mean, like, I'm like flags and symbols and the whole nine.
I was in Appalachia. There's a lot of people who don't speak English moving in because, So
where?
Everywhere in Appalachia I visited the past few years.
I mean, again, I'm in PA. Like, the further in the mountains you go, the less there is of them.
Yeah, but I mean, the power centers are the cities, so
I mean, like Knoxville and Pittsburgh. Really?
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, like, hey, but if America balkanizes, how are you going to have any chance to say no to Bitcoin or the social credit score or any of these things that everybody's so concerned about?
Again, it's collective, right? So, like, if all of you just say no, right, then it doesn't work.
Sure, but I don't think people will, because people are mostly, a slave to convenience. Kind of my point, that.
I mean, I agree, but on the same level, if you have a group, right, and as a group you go, this convenience is killing us, right? And you can make that argument. You have to have something you're fighting for.
Did you read Foundationalism by Charles Haywood?
No.
Oh man, you got to read that one. You would definitely enjoy that one. It's he's a mold buggy, and I think, and I went through and read almost all of it. I think I read like 75% and skimmed the rest. But it's a very I highly recommend it. I'll put it in the back chat. Let me pull it up real quick. But I think it's basically kind of what you're talking about. I think, but it's I mean, you just got to read it for yourself. But this is like the people who were talking that like Tucker and Dugan and all these guys. And like, I mean, again, like I'm not even saying I disagree. The reason I'm so skeptical is because I do understand their point. And I think, it's just at this point, it's like the more history probably better than I do, but I've studied like a lot of history, and the more history I've read, I'm like, whoever's running this show has a very good understanding of how to like divide and conquer people on like a psychological and
I don't think anybody's running the show.
You don't think anybody's running the show?
No, I don't think anyone's running the show.
Why? What makes you believe that?
There's no cohesive idea. I've looked, and I've been doing research for 20 years, and I have not found the head.
But you're looking at it from like an anthropological framework, I guess.
I mean, I'm looking at it from an economic and anthropological, like fucking framework. I think Moldbug's right. It's a cathedral.
What is that? Sorry, what does that mean?
The cathedral.
What's a cathedral? Sorry.
Oh wow! Listen. Okay. Okay. So the cathedral basically is. You have to take this back. Fuck, we got time. Listen. All right. So we'll take this back to Rockefeller. Right. We started this earlier, and I'll finish it now. Take it back to Rockefeller, Morgan, Carnegie, all these guys. And basically what happened was they started these giant industries that, needed workers and needed fucking like managers and logistic people, right? And so, they formed like these like fucking universities that weren't, like Princeton, Harvard, or Yale, right? Because back in the day, there was only like 3 or 4 or 5 universities where everybody went, right? And so these places, what they did was they were basically finishing schools for the upper class, like nobles, right? For the people who were going to be like the landed aristocracy, future politicians, things of this nature, right? And they took that and then they started building these smaller schools that would like have more specialties where like, you could be like a petroleum engineer or like a logistics manager or, like a fucking a lawyer, whatever the case is, right? And so they started pumping these guys out, right? And this started in like 1880, 1890. And by 1920, 1930, Wilson had installed what was known as like a scientific government, right? And you needed also on the other side, you needed government people who would be able to like manage all the things that were happening, the infrastructure and logistics on the backside, right? Where like, all right, well, you're doing this, so we're going to have to like stop you from pouring gasoline on fucking farmer's field or setting the Cuyahoga River on fire, right? But the thing is like all these people went to the same schools and they got the same courses from the same people, right? And you fast forward till like the 2000s or whatever it is, right? Man, listen, right? You fast forward this to the 2000s or whatever, right? What ends up happening is you end up having like all these managers. You have like 60% of the population now that went to fucking college, and these people all got the same courses and the same thoughts and the same ideas from the same places because like the top like 5 or 6 universities with Princeton, Yale, Harvard, NYU, Georgetown, all put out the same. They all create the courses for all these other fucking places, and all these individuals become what's known as the management class. And the management class goes into government and goes into corporations, and they take these ideas and they put them in there until everybody's moving in the same direction. And this is why, like, you see CNN and MSNBC and Harvard and fucking Tyco and Nike and, the State Department all operating in the same fucking way, right? And this here is what's known as the cathedral. Right. And that's why it seems like there's somebody to fucking charge. But the truth is, it's just a bunch of people who, like, when they get their talking points from places like the New York Times or CNN, right, they're basically getting their talking points, number one, from the government because, the New York Times gets their information from Harvard, Yale, and the motherfucking U.S. government because that's where their access comes from. And they're all part of a big system that was created to manage our fucking large industrial society.
Right, but I mean, so you're saying that there's not a, you don't consider that the whoever is running that system to be in charge, I guess. And
They're
I
not
guess
running. They're not running that system. There's no one running that system. It's decentralized.
assuming that you're correct, which I'm not sure if I can take that position, but if you, let's just assume that you're correct. How is the people of Appalachia going to have any kind of leverage over this giant system? I mean, if they did, then the Civil War would have went very differently, and that was when it was like 90% people from the island of the British Isles, basically, right? So I mean, now we're just in like a totally different demographic, religious, economic system, and so I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, how could you possibly think that people of Appalachia, for example, nevertheless, people of America would have any kind of say in the direction that the system is taking us, I guess.
So basically, I'm trying to find this thing. Here we go. Okay, let me grab this, share, copy link, and on copy, because I wanted you to get it from like the horse's mouth, because like I don't want this to fucking machine lines. To put this in the side chat if you're interested. It's from the Skeptical Waves channel. I don't know if you know about that channel. I think it's fucking great. Does a lot of readings and shit. But the reason why is the same reason that
we played a few of the things from there, by the way.
Yeah, I love Skeptical Waves. He's fucking great. I donate to him and shit. But the reason why is the same reason I think the Amish exist, right? The moment you say no, I'm good, they don't have any power over you anymore.
Okay, so we're not talking about power dynamics. Then we're talking about survival. Okay, I mean, so that's a very different. I thought we were talking about like power dynamics. Now we're talking about like just getting out of the way of the system.
It's both.
Surviving.
It's both. How do they have power? What's their power?
Well, I guess their power is more or less non-dependence, but again, I think that's arguable. I think they're symbiotic. I think they're in a symbiotic relationship with the system, but
I mean, their power is the ability to make you have the ability to have money. That's their power, right? That's the agreement. Like, you get rich and you end up becoming, like, stable and middle class, and they end up, like, getting what they want because you're the bend of their will. The moment you say, "No, I'm good, I don't need that," they lose all their power. They don't have any. They have no power over you anymore.
Well, I mean, look, this is why they're importing millions and millions of people into this country, because I think a lot of people from my heritage said no, and they're like, well, there's about 6 billion other people who'd be more than happy to come here and do what you don't want to do, which is play ball with the system. So
and that's not what they brought them in. They brought them in to drop down the wages because they want to keep that as a constant, keep the wages as a constant. They actually want to get it down. They want to put the wages down so that they're able to gain more for their stock, or more for their stock value, and also so they can keep their ability to maintain their state up, because they need more people to borrow off of. In order to continue to maintain their power.
Sure, but what I'm saying is, on a larger scale, I mean, look, if you say no to the system, and then there's 6 billion other people who are like, well, I like what America has. I'll do it. I'll put white people in jail because they don't like all the immigration. Look at the police in the UK right now, giving people tickets or putting people in jail for like saying mean words. Now they have other people who are doing heinous crimes, and like, okay, well, just don't do it again, we'll let you out. And again, like, it's not about any kind of woke ideology. That's a cover, that's a smokescreen for using people against each other for keeping the system rolling, is kind of what I'm trying to get at, right?
Well, again, like, Britain is doing the same thing like that the rest of the world is doing. They're trying to maintain their fucking ability to have a state, right? Because Britain was the first one to actually create a state, right? They were the first total state in the entire world. There was like, they were the first one. They're the reasons why everybody else has a state. And if they fall apart, right, that state stops being able to fund like all those things that they promise all those poor white people and shit, because the average white person in fucking England is impoverished, right? They stop being able to fund their council houses and their universal health care and all the shit that they have. That state completely loses power.
Right, but they're still using everything else as a wedge, you know, is kind of what I'm saying. So it's like they obviously don't give a fuck about those people. Okay, I don't think the system cares about the plight of white people, that's why it's funny. It's like everyone's like the Anglo-American establishment. Well, the average Anglo is losing in this thing. I mean, Appalachia is a great example of that. Scotch-Irish predominantly, and I mean, look at the way that most people in Appalachia live. They live horribly, and it's not.
They live great. They live amazingly.
I don't know about that. I mean,
they have family. They have communities. They have real ties to the fucking land. They're doing better than any other American right now.
Sure. I mean, if you put it in that way, I guess. But I mean, how's demographically? How are they doing compared to?
Great.
Do you have numbers on that?
Yeah.
So you're saying that they have a stable. They have stable demographics in Appalachia, with no jobs and nothing going on there.
All right, so 80% of it's white. Most of the rest of it are black, right? Actually, only 7.8 is black. The rest are like, whatchamacallit, they're bringing in these fucking Mexicans or whatever. Population age. Oh, wait. That's what you want. Yeah. 1.93 compared to the 1.6 in the rest of the country.
You said 1.93. Okay. I mean, that is measurable, and that does sound better. So again, I guess I'm saying, like, so you're saying that when we go cashless, so we get the digital ID, we get the whatever, you know, all these new social credit scores and shit, that, you know, the mold bugs of the world and all these people are just gonna like leave Appalachia alone if they say no to the system, and they just whatever, they're just gonna let them have their 1.93 kids, and
there's nothing to take. They don't want it. You know what I mean?
Your independence, it can be taken if it's seen as a. I mean, look at America. Why is America being burned down right now? Because
America's being burned down because it's the end of the empire. They ran the fucking Ponzi scheme to the end.
Well, it's an example to the rest of the world of, you know, what basic property rights and guns in every household can accomplish, essentially. But yeah,
I mean,
and morality. But you know,
I mean, again, guns in every household's a new thing.
So we should take that away and just trust that the whatever state /
No. Did I say that? Did I say we should take it away? I'm just saying.
I mean, that's what Moldbug is all. I mean, that's what they're arguing for. So
no, that's not what Moldbug's arguing for. I feel like you've never read Moldbug. I feel like you haven't read like most of what he's done.
I haven't read him, but I know the implications of what he's.
No, you don't. If you haven't read him, you have no idea what he's saying.
Okay, so you think that he's a pro. What is his general attitude about the American project?
He thinks that like we should have like a monarchy where, you know, you can actually have vested power, right, and, you know, control the oligarchs, and, you know, end up having a system that, you know, I mean, makes more sense for human beings, so humans can live to like their proper potential.
How if the oligarchs are running the show now, Which you say they're not. So who? So no one's.
No. I said they are. That's cathedral. They're the fucking management class. That's the oligarchs.
Okay. So the management class is running the show. They have access to the military, the paramilitary mobs. They have access to all these different things, essentially. But they're just going to let some monarch come in and limit their power.
No, you have to use your Democrat. The proper way to use democracy is to vote in a monarch.
So why did Hitler fail then?
Hitler failed because he went to fucking war.
So he was tricked, I think, but
he went to war, right? That's why he failed, right? If he hadn't expanded, like for instance, Franco Spain, when did that end? Do you know?
No, I don't.
1972. Complete and utter monarch, straight dictator, military dictator on the European continent. Lasted through World War II.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm just, you definitely have more knowledge than me on this. I'm just trying to really.
This is what I'm saying. They're not gonna fuck with you. You know what I mean? Why would they fuck with you? There's no need to fuck. There's no need for that shit. Right? Again, so I think JD Vance, as a whole, I think he fucked up becoming vice president. I think he should have gathered power in his home area, which is again Appalachia. I think he should just went around, gathered power, and fucking ran charities and gave steaks and does cook steaks for people and gave speeches and started really actually having actual power in the communities and really gaining true political power, right? And then having that as a voting block for negotiating what you want.
Well, he's been too busy at Yale and Princeton and all these places.
Well, the motherfuckers, bro, listen, this dude, bro, listen, he went from being an impoverished kid of a single mother drug addict who was a prostitute, raised by his grandmother, joined the fucking Marines, right? Became a war correspondent for the Marines, left, took his GI Bill, went to Ohio State, went and got his got a bachelor's in political science and philosophy, then and graduated summa cum laude, by the way, right? Then left, went to Yale, got his fucking Juris Doctor, went and worked as a fucking lawyer, then left out from being a lawyer, went out west, went out to the motherfucking tech, whatever, right? And became part of the investment firm for Peter Thiel. Left from there, went over, became an investment firm person for one of the Apple guys. Left, came back to fucking Ohio, where he was from, started a charity, which basically flopped, right? Happens. Wrong people in charge. Again, 30 years old, right? Then went and started his own investment firm in Cincinnati, right? Invested in his own communities, and then became a senator. Now is the vice president. 40 years old.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't see how any of these people are going to stop global homo. I mean, they're pretty much destroying every actual race of people and traditional thing. And I mean, if they have an answer, hey, I'm happy for it. I fail to see what their response is to all that, because maybe I'm just too jaded, but I just don't. You could be correct. I'm just saying, for me, I don't see what their actual answer to,
All right, so again, I feel like you need to go read Mobuck. You need to go read him. You can't just stand here. You can listen to him too. Skeptical Waves has all of it. All 1.8 million words that he's written is on Skeptical Waves channel. Take a couple days, but oh my God, is it worth it? Holy shit. You need to read it. And understand political philosophy from a proper aspect. Understand Burnham and fucking Carlyle and, understand Machiavelli and the Italian school and what the hell's that shit called? Who the hell's that guy? I want to say Genoa, but I'm fucking wrong. I forget his fucking right. Machine Lies, TML. You there?
What, Tocqueville?
Not Tocqueville. Tocqueville's great. I love Tocqueville, but not him. The other guy, Italian guy, fucking Italian school, political philosophy.
What, Machiavelli?
No, not Machiavelli, not Mussolini. The other guy from World War II era.
Evola.
Evola. There we go. Yeah, understand Evola. Like all these fucking people. Thank you. Right?
Yeah, we got Evola on deck. We're definitely gonna break down some of his ideas.
Right?
Yeah.
Yo, you got that video I put in the side chat for you?
Which one?
I put it in the private chat for you. One for the cathedral. Explain the cathedral. I feel like we should listen.
Oh,
to that.
okay. All right.
You want to listen to that?
Yeah, for sure. I got you.
Yeah, I feel like we should listen to that real quick. You know what I mean? So like motherfucking Jack can understand some shit. And everybody else too as well. Because I think it's great. What do you think?
Yeah, mold bug. Okay, well, this is mold bug right here. Well, definitely, yeah, we will play that. Let me get back into Kaczynski for a minute, and then I'll play this for sure.
I feel like they feed into each other, bro. Like they're like can't really do one without the other anymore. That's kind of where I'm at. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's some truth to that because the idea of classical liberalism going back before the Industrial Revolution. So, you know, and we talked about that when we looked at Telos Press, the work by Telos Press. They were mentioning a lot Moldbug and Kaczynski and also Schmidt. So they're mentioning all three of those as sort of new wave political philosophers and definitely responsible for political ideologies, new wave of that emerging in the alt-right. So yeah, me and Pill Eater were talking about that. Yeah, I think Pinoid, you got to watch some of the previous shows we did because we already broke down a lot of this stuff, by the way. But yeah,
I mean, like I'm explaining it. You know, what I mean, my man's
Yeah,
just
for
like,
sure.
nah, I never heard of this shit. You know what I mean? Like that's why I'm like, you know
well,
what I mean?
well, the thing is that it's more me and Pill Eater. You know, Neuro more reads a lot of different stuff. You know what I mean? So Neuro's
Yeah.
got
Well,
yeah.
and the other thing is like I'm just
Yeah, Neuro doesn't really read political philosophy, by the way. But yeah, but
I mean,
yeah.
and the little that I have read, I mean, for me, I'm just looking at it from like a maybe it's a very particular view. I mean, A, I'm a Christian. B, I'm a guy from the South that basically just saw like my whole people, my whole way of life just get completely smashed into pieces in 30 years. So I mean, I don't know. From my point of view, it's like I agree with what you're saying that we need a identity, but I just don't see like what is the identity that people are going to rally behind. So I don't know how what you're saying is going to help me understand how that's going to work. But yeah,
I invited my boy Gio over, bro. Like yo, this like he's crazy, bro. This motherfucker, like yo, not crazy, like yo, he's fucking stupid smart. Like he always schools me all the time, right? And I feel like he can add a lot to his shit. TMO, like legit a lot.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm happy to have new people out here. But yeah, let's look at a paragraph or two of this, and then we'll move forward with Moldbug, and then I'm gonna have to wrap up my show here. But yeah, let's go with this. Yeah, so that's what we'll do for the rest of the show. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Here we go. Yeah, and this goes with the things I was just saying about industrial society, why it can't be reformed. We're going to look at a couple paragraphs here, and then we'll move to the new thing. Keep it moving here.
Industrial technological society cannot be reformed. 111. The foregoing principles help to show how hopelessly difficult it would be to reform the industrial system in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing our sphere of freedom. There has been a consistent tendency, going back at least to the Industrial Revolution, for technology to strengthen the system at a high cost in individual freedom and local autonomy. Hence, any change designed to protect freedom from technology would be contrary to a fundamental trend in the development of our society. Consequently, such a change either would be a transitory one, soon swamped by the tide of history, or, if large enough to be permanent, would alter the nature of our whole society. This by the first and second principles. Moreover, since society would be altered in a way that could not be predicted in advance, third principle, there would be great risk. Changes large enough to make a lasting difference in favor of freedom would not be initiated because it would be realized that they would gravely disrupt the system. So any attempts at reform would be too timid to be effective. Even if changes large enough to make a lasting difference were initiated, they would be retracted when their disruptive effects became apparent. Thus, permanent changes in favor of freedom could be brought about only by persons prepared to accept radical, dangerous, and unpredictable alteration of the entire system.
Okay, now let me read the first few paragraphs. He says, the Industrial Revolution, its consequences, has been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased life expectancy, and those of us who live in advanced countries but have destabilized society, made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, and inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption, psychological suffering, and it may lead to increased physical suffering even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after passing through a long and very painful period of adjustment. See, that goes along with his principles, right? Long and painful period of adjustment. So he's following his principles of historical trends very closely as he's writing the premises for why the system can't be reformed and why the collapse is nigh, and also why they should help the system break down sooner rather than later. In other words, collapse with the system so as to be prepared for the risks and outcomes for when this does happen, because obviously you won't be able to predict all the changes there. So painful period of adjustment. Okay. If it survives, at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in a social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming or modifying the system as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful. But the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of the breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the technological system. The revolution may make use of violence. Okay. He also says that it's going to not be specifically directed against people, but against the technological and economic, basis for the present society. But yeah, let's go on to this here. But yeah, that goes with most of what he's saying.
In other words, by revolutionaries, not reformers. 112. People anxious to rescue freedom without sacrificing the supposed benefits of technology will suggest naive schemes for some new form of society that would reconcile freedom with technology. Apart from the fact that people who make such suggestions seldom propose any practical means by which the new form of society could be set up in the first place, it follows from the fourth principle that even if the new form of society could be once established, it either would collapse or would give results very different from those expected. 113. So, even on very general grounds, it seems highly improbable that any way of changing society could be found that would reconcile freedom with modern technology. In the next few sections, we will give more specific reasons for concluding that freedom and technological progress are incompatible.
Okay, we'll go to that next time. Thank you guys for listening to that. And yeah, we'll go on with next time. I may play a little bit of the manifesto at the end of this, as I've been doing. But yeah, mostly, we're gonna move on to Moldbug here, the cathedral, and also it's important to note.
Can I chime in? Can I chime on that last part?
Yeah, for sure.
Because Yarvin actually gets into technological restriction, right? Like, you know, I mean, when you start reading his new shit, the Gray Mirror on his Substack, right? He's writing a book, and in the 5th chapter, I think it's the land, the people, and their dogs. He talks about an anti-liberal form of economics where, you know, instead of measuring the value of the people, he says there's 3 ways to set up government. One is Vox Populi, Vox Dei. The second one is Luxus Populi, Suprema Lex, and the third one is Salus Populi, Suprema Lex, right? Which is basically the voice of the people is the voice of God, the luxury of the people is the supreme law, and the health or welfare of the people is supreme law. Salus Populi, Suprema Lex is actually the state motto of Missouri. This is like an old way of viewing things. And basically, if you look at people as like the health of them, the welfare, the health of their families, their communities, their towns, like how your actual society and your human beings are doing, right? You're not going to design a system that, you know, I mean, measures like how much luxury they have, which is the utilitarian / liberal viewpoint of things. You're not going to measure it by GDP, right? And so, if you wanted human beings to be as productive as possible. And he talks about that, like Yarvin actually talks about, like, and he's been brought it up a lot of times in a lot of different parts of like his writing, where he talks about the problem of the technological curse in the same way you talk about like the problem of like the oil curse, right? Where the resource curse in like Venezuela or Saudi Arabia or Iran or any of these oil producing countries, like you have like 12 people that stick a straw on the ground, they can like light up the entire country. In the same way, you can have 6 people design an app, you know, I mean, that, you know, I mean, can connect the entire country. All of a sudden, like, you know, what are the other, you know, I mean, like fucking 349,999,999,900 and like fucking 84 people are going to do, you know what I'm saying? In the end of the day, because like, you know, those 16 people, all of a sudden they did everything in the fucking country and you don't have anything else you can do. Right. And this is something that like, he's been talking about. He said, you probably need to have like technological restriction to where it'd probably be better off if you don't have like all these like fucking, like you don't have like large scale trade that ends up with massive amounts of disparity between you and your trade partners and trade imbalances and like all these cheap goods that, you know, I mean, you don't produce because like your people, what they should be doing is probably producing like their own goods, whether or not, I mean, that's like, you know, economically viable. Right. And, you know, Yarvin actually gets into this shit in his writings and shit, especially recently. And it's something that he's been talking about a lot. So like anybody who really thinks that Yarvin, you know, he's a tech guy, it's something that like you have to like, you know, I mean, like fucking put out of your head because he's a systems guy. He's not a tech guy. And he's looking at it as a system the same way I'm looking at it as a system. And I think that's something that you have to have a conversation about the same way that like fucking, because this is what I'm saying. Like Kaczynski walks into Yarvin walks into Kaczynski. Well, Kaczynski walks into Yarvin. Either way it goes, right? They go hand in hand at this point. And I think it's something that like, if you get into his newer shit, you know what I mean? Machine TML. Have you heard any of it? Read any of his newer stuff?
No, I read why Dawkins got how Dawkins got pwned, or you know, a few other things. But I read his writing on Carlisle. I read some of the other things that he wrote, but but it was all on the reservations. What's it called?
Unqualified reservation.
Unqualified reservations. Yeah, everything I read was on unqualified reservations. I never read anything on the Gray Mirror. Yeah. So
listen, dude, I'm gonna have to. You want me to send you some stuff?
And that's where Pill Eater read from. I mean, Pill Eater mainly read the stuff on Gray Mirror. So yeah, Pill Eater's vastly read on Moldbug. You know, I've gotten into a few of his works to familiarize myself with the concepts there. But yeah, mostly his earlier stuff. And I wrote
read all of
it. Yeah.
You know, I mean, I read all of it. You know what I mean? So like, you know,
yeah, I mean, have you read Rousseau?
I haven't read Rousseau yet, man. Listen, like I got to get into like some more. Yes, I read Locke.
How about Hobbes?
I haven't read Hobbes, but I did read Smith.
Oh, you mean Adam Smith?
Yeah, I read Adam Smith. Okay. Right.
Yeah,
like,
I haven't read any Adam Smith. So
have you read Tolstoy yet?
No, I don't read Tolstoy. I don't read stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Listen, like they were like we got to read the classics and shit, right? It was like
Yeah, I don't read stuff like
fucking
Tolstoy.
800-page.
Yeah, but I do like
shit.
Democracy in America. That's more my cup of tea. But
Yeah, I read that too, right? And I read all of Machiavelli's works,
Yeah.
the Discourses on Levy, The Art of War.
Okay.
Fucking, have you read The Art of War from Machiavelli?
No. I read Prince, and yeah.
You got to read The Art of War, bro. It's on Marxist.org if you want to read it. You know what I mean? And actually do breakdowns of it on my channel. And I mean, like fucking,
okay.
Yeah, right, yeah. Like Sun Tzu did one, but Machiavelli did one, and there's like 3 in Russian shit.
Yeah, we could go through a lot of this stuff on the show. So yeah.
I'm just saying, like legit, like like I'm trying to get caught up. You know what I mean? Like I got to do Hobbes, I got to do Hegel, I got to do a bunch of shit.
Yeah, I read those guys, Hobbes and Hegel. I read those guys. Yeah.
Yeah, I read
Marx. I read all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I read some of Marx. Blythe. Have you read Blythe yet?
No, never read that.
You got to check out Mark
I haven't
Blythe,
read a lot of stuff that Pill Eater's read. Pill Eater's read lots of stuff I've never read. So yeah,
Did you read Burnham?
Postmodern stuff. Yeah, that seems like something that Pill Eater would be in. I've definitely read Carlyle. Carlyle's something I've read. So
did you read Burnham?
No.
Yeah, like Yarvin's a big Burnham guy. Like I'm trying to like keep up.
Yeah, I've read this Book of Five Rings. I've read that before. I read that when I was really young. But yeah.
Yeah, right. I think you suggested that to me before, but at least I got a whole ass reading list I have to get to, like legit. But yeah, you know what I mean. You should read Blythe if you like economics at all and political economics. Like you got to oh my god, fucking Mark Blythe is the fucking dude. Like legit.
Yeah, political economics is something I'm not really that read up on, but like Locke and Marx, I just had to get into Locke and Marx because that's fundamental stuff. But yeah.
Well, I mean, like Marx, and I haven't read Locke's, but I know Marx is a lot of economic shit, right?
I think Locke. I think if you read Locke, it'll make a lot of sense to you because you know how Moldbug is like full capitalism. This will be interesting to you, because
Moldbug's not full capitalism.
Well, he's capitalism plus classical liberalism, whereas exactly where Locke is. Plus, he's got a spice of Christianity in there, which is interesting.
Well, I mean, you're like, and listen, Moldbug isn't capitalist,
he
doesn't like liberalism. He doesn't like
he's very anti-monarchy. So that's the thing is that Locke is arguing against Filmer, who wrote Patriarchy. Yeah. So this is the most interesting part. I think that's where Moldbug comes in because Moldbug is definitely looking at that problem, at the start of classical liberalism, right? Because people like Carlyle are looking at it, right?
Yeah, I mean, Carlyle was so much ahead of his time.
And that's why Rousseau comes in, because Rousseau is thoroughbred, anti-enlightenment figure. So Rousseau and Nietzsche are the thing I really broke down on this show a lot is Nietzsche. Yeah,
see, I never read Nietzsche because like his people, like it was really just about his people.
Nietzsche wipes his ass with liberalism, and that's one of the things that Kaczynski does so finely is that Kaczynski gives this whole anti-liberal diatribe, talks about the psychology of leftism before he moves into surrogate activities and over-socialization, and then he moves into why the system can't be reformed and the large-scale historical trends. So he's already getting rid of, individual autonomy first through leftism. Right, and he's using leftism to do it, which is perfect because that's exactly what the leftist advocates for, right?
Yeah. I mean, like, listen, like, so, like, I love Kaczynski. Like, I read most of what the fuck he's written. Right, not all. I read most of what the fuck he's written. Like, I like Kaczynski. Another guy. Have you read Paine? Right.
Yeah, I read Common Sense. But
yeah, The Rights of Man and shit.
No, I never read that.
Yeah, like listen, that's what it's like. Listen, like just like I read William Penn. I mean, I read a lot of motherfuckers that like some people just in general just skip over or don't read.
Yeah, William Penn is Appalachia, for sure. He basically William Penn.
Well, William Penn was a Quaker, right?
Yeah, he was a big time Freemason. But yeah,
I mean,
oh yeah,
maybe.
They named it Pennsylvania after Transylvania. You didn't know that?
No, they named it Pennsylvania after like Penn's Woods because that's literally just Roman for fucking woods or Latin for woods was Sania.
Yeah, but look into the history of William Penn. You know, looking into the
Yeah, yeah.
history
Again,
of
I,
William
I
Penn.
read his. Yeah, again, I read his
He
fucking
definitely
autobiography.
he made tons of allusions to the Order of the Dragon and the Rosicrucians and all that stuff. You know, so it's not just a accident that he named it Pennsylvania for sure. But yeah, you know,
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not saying it's for sure because of that. You know, obviously I can't read his mind, but you know,
I know William Penn, because all right, so William Penn set up Philadelphia. Have you ever read the articles or the Charter of Rights and Privileges?
no.
Yeah, like at PA was
This is William Penn.
yeah, William Penn wrote the
Yeah, I
Charter
didn't.
of Rights and Privileges.
Yeah, I didn't
right?
read a lot of. Yeah, I didn't read a lot of Penn, but I read secondary sources about William Penn,
See, I
and
read Penn himself, right? Like Thomas Jefferson actually said William Penn was the greatest lawgiver who ever lived.
that's interesting. Yeah.
Right. Is what I'm saying. Like, see, like, yeah. Listen, I'll be
Hey, I
on
want
it.
to. Hey, I want to do a whole thing on American Revolution. Maybe we could correspond on that because that might be one area that is very necessary to show people the origins of American politics, the American Revolution. You know, those thinkers like John Adams and Jefferson and Franklin and what they thought and
Oh
what their
man,
political beliefs was
listen,
and what they actually said. Because what these guys said was insane.
I got a guy I gotta hook you up with. Like, legit, this dude is like, he just fucking scholarly on this shit, man. Like, he keeps digging and digging and digging and getting into shit, and it's fucking crazy. Like, he has a whole list of fucking like, he has like a whole website of just nothing but audiobooks, right? It's like a big ass fucking drive of just all these audiobooks of like old shit that like you'll never hear about ever because like it just breaks down the real history of how things were. You know what I mean? Like, you can go to like the Tocqueville, but there was one he was reading last night where like we were listening to it last night. He was talking about fucking the Dutch New York and how like just basically how like how New Amsterdam became New York after the English came in and invaded, but the English kept the Dutch standards and like a Dutch like way of life.
I got crazy sources on American Revolution because I studied under Gerald Moran at the University of Michigan. I got tons of fucking shit. I got fucking you know, not only did we, you know, read Tocqueville and stuff, but we got fucking Balin and fucking
I'm
tons of
assuming
work.
you read Albion Siege, right?
Albion Siege?
Albion Seeds.
Seeds. No,
Yeah.
no, I've not read that.
Oh, son, listen, Brad, listen. If you haven't read Albion Seeds, you don't understand the American like the beginnings of America at all in any way.
What's that about?
It's about the original people who settled each different part of America, and the migrations and the patterns and how they lived, where they came from, the different parts of England, and the different ways that they lived once they got there, and how they set up their fucking colonies, and just all this crazy shit, dude. You have got to read it. Like, it is the fucking #1 book that I say everybody want to learn about early America. You have to read Albion Seeds. Have to.
Yeah, we could break that down here on this channel, but the stuff that we were reading in Professor Gerald Moran's course, you know, I'm gonna grab that stuff for you guys. Federalist Papers, Anti-Federalist Papers, writings of Thomas Jefferson, writings of Benjamin Franklin, and also lots of secondary of sources like Balin and you know, American Slavery, American Freedom. I forget who wrote that book, but
this was from David Hackett Fisher, right? Hang on here. I'm put it in the side chat for you so you can look it up if you want to. Right. There's a wiki article on the thing. But basically, like, it even gets into like population numbers and the different types, like the different family structures that came. It's fucking great, right? You gotta read it. Have to. Like, just gotta read it. It's like the Tocqueville, but like before the Tocqueville. You know what I'm saying? Like the 1600s of America. Like the original settlers.
Yeah, Edmund Morgan. You guys ever read Edmund Morgan?
Haven't. Who's that?
Oh shit, dude. Ask your boy if he ever heard of Edmund Morgan. He probably has. You know, that's one of the greatest, you know, historians on this shit. You know, and also Balin. You know, Bernard Balin. You know, ask him if he ever heard those names because those guys break down, you know, the political ideologies of Jefferson and Franklin and Adams and these guys fucking perfectly. You know, it's crazy, you know. These guys that Moran had to study, you know, I don't know where he got these, you well, he's a professional historian, but
Mhm.
yeah, this shit was insane. The stuff he was pulling out, but yeah.
Yeah, and you also got to read Xeon too. That's another big one. Somebody else, like, I always recommend everybody read Xeon if you haven't read him yet.
How do you spell that?
Zeihan. He has 3 books. The America, the Accidental Superpower, America, shit. I'm trying to think. There's another one, and then the End of the World is Just the Beginning, right? But like it's all like geopolitics and understanding like how we got to where we are and just all the shit. Like it's fucking fascinating. If you're interested at all in geopolitics, it's one of the most fascinating books.
Well, let's take a look at this for Pinoid, and then I gotta cut this show.
I got you.
In terms of but yeah, we will be back on Saturday.
So Colin Woodward. Have you heard of Colin Woodward?
No.
Yeah, it's 11 different ethnic nations of America.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hang on. I'll grab it. No, if I can throw it in the side chat for you. So, yeah, because this is something I have to read. My man just introduced it to me last night. I'm gonna hop on it. Put it in the side chat for you and shit. But yeah, let's listen to the thing.
Yeah, Edmund Morgan. Yeah, you gotta ask him if you ever heard of Edmund Morgan for sure. And definitely I want to break some of that history down on the show here because it's important. If we're looking at political philosophy, you got to understand, the roots of where this country came from. If we're going to move forward, if you don't understand where you came from, you don't know where you're going.
We're getting to, dude. That's what I'm saying. That's where we're getting to, bro. Like, listen, we're gonna do some things. I promise.
Yeah, if you don't know where you came from, you don't know where you're going. It's easy as that, and that's why the cathedral ideas and all of that stuff. But yeah, it is what it is. Political philosophy and also political theology that we are a little bit talking about. But yeah,
a brief explanation of the cathedral. An oligarchy inherently converges on ideas that justify the use of power. Published Thursday, January 21st, 2021. I notice more people using this label, which I coined a long time ago, and have always had ambivalent aesthetic feelings about. I used a capital C, but I see more of the minuscule and I think it's better. The cathedral is just a short way to say journalism plus academia. In other words, the intellectual institutions at the center of modern society, just as the church was the intellectual institution at the center of medieval society. But the label is making a point. The Catholic Church is one institution, the cathedral is many institutions. Yet the label is singular. This transformation from many to one, literally, e pluribus unum, is the heart of the mystery at the heart of the modern world. The mystery of the cathedral is that all the modern world's legitimate and prestigious intellectual institutions, even though they have no central organizational connection, behave in many ways as if they were a single organizational structure. Most notably, the pseudo-structure is synoptic. It has one clear doctrine or perspective. It always agrees with itself. Still more puzzlingly, its doctrine is not static. It evolves. This doctrine has a predictable direction of evolution, and the whole structure moves together. For instance, in 2021, Harvard, Yale, the Times and the Post are on the same page. If there exists any doctrinal difference between any two of these prestigious American institutions, it is too ineffable for anyone but a Yale man to discern. Though it may say something that gray mirror is not taught at Harvard. In 1951, Harvard, Yale, the Times and the Post were on the same page. But Yale in 1951 was on nowhere near the same page as Yale in 2021. If you could teleport either Yale into the other's time zone, they would see each other as a den of intellectual criminals. So it's not just that everyone, at least, everyone cool, is on the same page. It's more like, everyone is reading the same book at the same speed. No wonder all the peasants are seeing conspiracies in their motherfucking soup.
By the way, the whole chapter I wrote on Hegel in my book is basically, I think it's called E Pluribus Unum, after this idea, because he's talking about the notion of the collective spirit that's in Rousseau. And this notion of the collective spirit really comes from Christianity. People don't understand this, that Paul is basically using E Pluribus Unum when he's talking about people becoming one in the body of Christ. Not only that, but he talks about the church as an extra governmental institution, basically. He says in Romans 13:1, that, you're basically part of the society, you're part of the political institution, and you're not part of the political institution. It's both. So this idea of an institution, extra governmental institutions that exist outside that basically check the government and stuff, the separation of church and state, and the idea of being part of a greater whole, the idea of political equality, and all of these ideas. That's the mystery of modern society. It really comes from the notion of the one and the many, from Greek philosophy.
Well, what he's talking about is that basically the government, like whenever it has a question about something, it goes and asks like these elite universities, right? So
Right.
like say like when you have like COVID, right? And I'm like, all right, man, listen, like we had this disease. How do we solve it? Do you go and ask, like a congressman who knows jack dick about biology or like biodiversity or fucking vaccinology or virology? No, you go ask Harvard, right? And so, but when you do this repeatedly, what you're doing is you're taking the power of the system and you're polluting it into these institutions, right? And then also when you're giving access constantly to like the same institutions of like the media over and over and over again, you're taking your like fucking the power of like what you should be doing as far as presenting things and giving it to these media institutions. And so they end up with like basically being like their own like thing. You know what I'm saying? Where like they end up having these big pools of power, right? Or these big poles of power actually that are basically part of the government. You know what I mean? Because they're polluted with the government's power. But like, everybody sees them as being not part of the government, if that makes any sense.
Oh yeah, it's essentially the same thing that Schmidt was talking about. In terms of
Yeah.
pirates and partisans. But yeah.
Yeah.
If you saw a group of bright red dots move across the evening sky this way, what would you think they were? Pigeons? Remote control?
But what I was saying is that I don't know if Moldbug really understands that this is all part of the undercurrents of Western society, that it's part of the Christian nature of the society, it's part of the Jewish nature of the society, it's part of Roman Jerusalem, these two great poles of civilization, and it goes back to Athens and Jerusalem and the idea of the one and the many. And how that deals with political institutions as well as it does with metaphysics. Right?
Well, yeah. But it's also like we used to have like a priestly class that, when you had the Catholic Church would deal with, like your social ills, right? Rather than having it being dealt with the government or like the court, whatever it is, or the bureaucracy of the king.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. That's basically where it is. And when England stood here and broke away from the Catholic Church and created the Protestant Church, all these institutions that, used to exist to like deal with like the social ills of society, kind of became outside of the government, right? And, so like this is where like the Masons come from. It's where, like the journalism people come from. It's where like the legal class comes from. It's where the college and education class comes from. This is all these things are literally like the makeup for the fact that you don't have that priestly class anymore, but you're just putting a new face on it. And, it's basically the same fucking thing.
Right.
Old pigeons, illuminated by lasers? Sometimes even Occam is baffled. Moreover, this mystery is critical to the nature, fate, and epistemology of our society, because we regard the distributed nature of these prestigious and trusted institutions as an inviolable principle of our intellectual security. We would never concede this level of axiomatic infallibility to a single organization, like the Catholic Church, that would be putting all our brains in one basket. No egghead would make that mistake. While we are aware that individuals, even very smart individuals, can go extremely awry in their perception and analysis of reality, and while we have seen even groups do the same thing, hence groupthink, we are sure they cannot all go wrong together. To err is human, but eliminating error is just a function of sufficient statistical power. But statistics only works if your samples are independent. If some mysterious force is coordinating them, you are not measuring reality, you are just measuring that force. And indeed, our samples seem only nominally independent. While we can detect no obvious organizational connection between them, they are highly correlated. And they retain these correlations even as they move across long periods of time. We can expect this form of coordinated progress in hard science and engineering. These fields are tightly constrained by two inexorable forces, physical reality and human ignorance. The latter relaxes its grip only by painfully 1 millimeters. But the physical and human situation of the arts and humanities, of philosophy, ethics, literature, religion and politics, has been largely unchanged for millennia. We see no evidence of any extrinsic and unidirectional force that should be coordinating these fields. Yet these are just the fields that seem to be moving the fastest. Who are we? Where are we going? If we could understand the forces that are driving us, we could predict where we are going. Unfortunately, the answer may be hell. Harvard is not a black box. We know how these organizations work. The institutions of the cathedral are not relevant as hierarchical command structures. They are not an army of ideas, like the church. The dean of chemistry does not tell the chemistry professors what God thinks they should think about methylfluorocarbons. Rather, the cathedral operates as a discourse, not an army of ideas, a market of ideas. The institutions are just brands, marks of prestige. Ideas in this market evolve, they reproduce by being taught, they mutate by being thought, and they are selected by what? If we want to know what a Darwinian system will evolve, we have to look at the selective pressures on its organisms. What is our cathedral selecting for? First, let's look at the soundest part of the building, math. In math, the marketplace of ideas is straightforward. Error is not tolerated. Priority is rigidly respected. Even the importance and quality of mathematical results is generally agreed on. In fact, even in the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany, pure mathematics did pretty well as a field. In math, the only selective advantage an idea can have is that it is good math. Good math beats bad math. Math is perfectly suited to the cathedral and the Soviet Union. In fact, it is hard to imagine any form of government so dysfunctional and dystopian that it could not, given the raw autistic IQ talent, make progress in math. The hard sciences are supposed to work like math. In certain places, certain fields, and certain ways, they do. In few places are they completely broken, though this of course depends on your definition of hard. But in science already we sense that here are other forces, that the selective advantage of an idea may not be solely driven by the quality of that idea, that while some shared sense of quality does remain intact, it is starting to feel like an eroding legacy. And to the east of science, well, the gustibus non disputandum. Obviously, in the debate between 1951 Yale and 2021 Yale, your mileage may vary. I feel that in general, while both score some points, the former is nowhere near harsh enough. But that's just me. Suppose this is so, and Yale has declined. Yale is made of people and ideas. It is quite implausible that psychometric tests would show a great difference in the intelligence of its students and professors between 1951 and 2021, and they might well come out in favor of the latter. Which suggests that any problem is with the ideas that bad ideas in the humanities have in some way flourished at Yale, and everywhere else, like toxic green algae in a once blue mountain lake. Now why would that happen? It must be related to the pattern of selective advantage in this marketplace of ecology. Maybe a nearby pig farm has unleashed a flood of sewage into the lake. Pig manure is a nutrient which alters the pattern of selective advantage in the lake, making it easier to exist as a stinking algal bloom and harder to flourish as a happy rainbow trout. On the continent of Mu, there are two nations, Mandana and Mutopia. Like Burundi and Rwanda, they have very similar populations and very different governments. Mandana is a traditional absolute monarchy with an official state religion, like Tsarist Russia. Mutopia is a progressive liberal democracy, like here but more so. In Mandana you are beheaded for even acting gay, in Mutopia you are required to try it at least like once. Mandana has erected its so-called titanium curtain between itself and this utter filth, preventing all social and intellectual contact. But in Mandana, too.
Yeah, he was talking about math and the hard sciences, but it's interesting that technology is guiding science. You know, the hard sciences have themselves created a rift between technology and science, where now actually applied mathematics and theoretical mathematics don't even have the same practical applications. You know, so it's actually interesting that this is a battle that goes back, you know, of math versus science. You know, that really it goes to, you know, whether, you know, the forms exist, you know, Aristotle's rejection of the forms, you know, and his idea that we could study, that we should study nature instead of do geometry, right? That geometry is imagination. It's machinations. You know, so that's interesting that it boils down to that. And it goes to the discussion that Freeman Dyson is having with, you know, Hardy, you know, where he's talking about, you know, the battle between theoretical and applied mathematics. And of course, you know, Harding says that, you know, this applied mathematics is responsible for all the war of our age. You know, he's got this, you know, idealistic view of the world. What to do about that?
I mean, like he's not wrong, but it's also the same argument that Eric Weinstein's having the same argument, right?
Oh yeah. And Weinstein is the other investment manager of Peter Thiel's investment fund. You know, I think the other guy you were saying was JD Vance, or you know, but yeah.
Well, I mean, like so, you know, fucking
yeah, they're heavily connected.
Yeah. Right, and they're both also connected to, or not both. Fucking Weinstein's also connected to Epstein, but like, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, man, like fucking Weinstein.
They sure are. They're connected to Jeffrey Epstein. So this is what Neurojack's talking about is about the suspicious nature of these connections, right? But yeah.
Yeah, I feel you. What I was saying though is like literally like, you know, so Weinstein's been arguing that like the entirety of mathematics has kind of been, you know, I mean, hijacked because of the need for fucking like funding, right? So I think it's also the same type of shit. You know what I mean? I think that shit's also happening there as well. But Yarvin, I don't know, he has a blind spot on this one. This is just one of them places where he does as far as the math's concerned. But he's not wrong about the entire principle. It just spread farther than he thinks.
Well, it goes with their ideology because Thiel and Moldbug, they're using this open source idea that they're getting from people like Eric S. Raymond. Shout out to Pill Eater. Basically, and the idea also comes from chaos mathematics, which Kaczynski is also using in terms of chaos theory and why large scale systems can't. You can't predict changes in large scale systems. So yeah, that's also part of the idea here with the introduction of these ideas of cybernetics and open source software and the way language models work and all of that. You have to use a bit of chaos theory to predict these changes. So that's going into the political framework too.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot. There's a lot of shit when it comes to math, but a lot of it comes down to the need and ability to be able to be profitable and continue to fund things.
Yeah, and actually, it's also with capitalism, and they were talking about. Earlier Schmidt was talking about the actuarial risk of, partisans and all that type of stuff. He actually used the word actuarial to describe risk factors. In proceeding with conflicts. So yeah. That is a factor that only is available on the modern scale of events. But again, it's because these events happen on such a large scale and they're so complex. They have such complex chain of causes. That's why, they use math and technology in order to predict the changes.
Yeah. Let's keep rocking.
There are liberal intellectuals.
I'm sorry, what was that, my friend?
I said, let's keep rocking them.
Yeah, for sure.
Hell yeah.
Some people, it turns out, are born that way. These free thinkers are of course hunted by the Tsar's secret police and must use funky encrypted internet stuff to live, breathe, think, shitpost and make gay bondage dates. Whereas Mutopia, of course, is run by liberal intellectuals. To be precise, Mutopia is governed by a permanent administrative state which implements policies designed by liberal professors at prestigious institutions, and supervised by liberal journalists at prestigious institutions. These are hard gigs to get and great gigs to have. And no one need supervise the professors and journalists, they are self-watching watchmen. Nice. Now, which liberal intellectuals do you think will have better ideas, pound for pound? Remember that the mundane and intellectuals can't hear what the Mutopians are saying, or vice versa. These are two entirely separate.
Self-watching watchmen. That's a great term. Obviously the Cooper idea, the public can be kept, the bookkeeper can become king if the public can be kept ignorant of the method of bookkeeping. And then, the swindle of technology, right? That even, these people are being, susceptible to large scale changes, right?
Yeah, so, Yarvin also came up with his term on a self-licking napalm ice cream cone, right? Which is kind of fucking fascinating when you think about the U.S. State Department's fucking policies and shit.
Yeah, that's the LSD. That's how it helps you write. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Yeah.
Marketplaces of ideas. Your intuitive answer is that you'll get better, more premium content from mundane and dissidents than Mutopian professors. Let's look at why you're right. The sewage that is polluting the lake is sovereignty. The dissidents have better ideas than the professors because the professors have sovereignty and the dissidents don't. The professors and journalists have sovereignty because final decisions are entrusted to them and there is no power above them. Only professors can formulate policy, that is, set government strategy. Only journalists can hold government accountable, that is, manage government tactics. Strategy plus tactics equals control. The dissidents do not have sovereignty because neither the Tsar nor the Church cares what they think. These powers do care that they think, and their only wish is for this thinking to cease. Furthermore, they know just where to make the incision. Dissidents have no good reason to think at all, so it doesn't matter at all what they're thinking. So in the furtive, candlelit garrets of dissident Madonna, the ideas that win are just the best ideas. The intellectuals that win are just the best thinkers. In Madonna, the only selective advantage an idea can have is its mere truth and or beauty. The life of a mundane and dissident is terrible, but diamond hard and extremely pure. Whereas in the lecture halls and newsrooms of Mutopia, there is a market for dominant ideas. A dominant idea is an idea that validates the use of power. Such an idea will enjoy a selective tailwind in the utopian market. And there is no market for recessive ideas. A recessive idea is an idea that invalidates power or its use. Such an idea will fight a selective headwind in the utopian market. Neither of these distorting evolutionary effects appears among mundane dissidents. Consider the problem of climate change. There are two responses to this problem, action or inaction. Action requires power, and a lot of it, because it has to redirect about like 10 to the power of $14 worth of economic activity. Ain't no thing. The idea of climate alarmism corresponds to action. The idea of climate denialism corresponds to inaction. Without knowing which side is right, we can observe that alarmism is a dominant idea, whereas denialism is a recessive idea. It is not hard to see why, in the lecture halls and newsrooms, dominant ideas tend to outcompete recessive ideas. A dominant idea is an idea that tends to benefit you and your friends. A dominant idea will be especially popular with your friends and former students in the civil service, because it gives them more work and more power. And a recessive idea, of course, is the opposite of all these things. A climate scientist who holds the recessive idea of climate denialism is saying to his colleagues and the whole world, climate science is not important. Is it surprising, in the Bayesian sense, that a consensus of climate scientists would conclude that climate science matters? None of this analysis tells us whether the dominant idea or the recessive idea is good. What it tells is that the utopian cathedral cannot tell us because its marketplace of ideas will always select for the dominant idea. When we remove pseudo-information that has obviously evolved in this way, we are not left with the opposite of the pseudo-information, but an absence of information. Whatever the signal reality is sending us, we cannot hear it. All we know is that our institutions cannot hear, think, learn, know, understand or teach any recessive ideas, that is, ideas that would damage or delegitimate the powers that be. This mass brain damage to the public mind is curiously replicated over in Mundana, whose czar is no less intolerant of seditious, heretical and subversive misinformation. Why would the czar let some gay, atheist newspaper editor curse God, the church, and the whole royal family? What? Has Mundana somehow run short of prison cells? Are all the knout-makers on some like knout strike? By God, he will beat the man himself. The czar, whose public mind is a cannon, not a discourse, gets almost exactly the same results as the cathedral, by the exact opposite methods. The czar punishes deviation from canonical thought. The cathedral rewards conformity with dominant thought. Of course, stick and carrot are two great tastes that taste great together, but they are both power. It is easy to think that.
So, 2 points there. One is the rule of experts. The second is social conformity. Just explaining how Kaczynski was, over 30 years ahead of his time in terms of, what the people are going to be saying, right, about our political institutions. But yeah.
The reward and punishment are different things. They are not. They are different ways of getting to the same place, that is, human dominion. The cathedral can't be repaired for two reasons. The first is that it can't be repaired, just look at it. The second is that it isn't the problem. Go back to the lake and the sewage. How do you fix the lake? Not by skimming off the algae. Obviously, you need to stop the sewage leak and get rid of the pig farm. Then, you can either wait for the lake to purify itself naturally, or pump the polluted water out and let the clear blue mountain stream refill the basin. I recommend the latter. In this case, the pig farm is a form of government that leaks power that inherently wants to outsource responsibility to outside actors. Whenever the government relies on university research for a strategy or policy decision, or makes a decision which is influenced by media reporting, or selectively releases information to the media, this trust is leaking sovereignty into the cathedral. Which, being outside the government, is about as democratic as Genghis Khan. Why does the government, or more precisely, the civil service, leak power? Because it is a bureaucracy, and bureaucracies leak power. It's like asking why a two-stroke engine burns oil, or at least why a diesel engine puffs out soot. In a bureaucracy, decisions at every level are not taken by individuals, they are taken by processes. All work is according to process. Managers in a bureaucracy are not bosses, they are exception handlers. The fundamental rule of success as a bureaucrat is that while it is important to get credit for things that go right, everyone in the process will get credit. It is essential to avoid blame for things that go.
And this is essentially mirroring, Ellul in his technological society. Everything becomes a process, transforming ends into means. That's exactly, what the technological system accomplishes, right? Everything.
As I said, you need to read Gray Mirror, like real shit, bro. It's way
he's
better.
He's got a couple. No, he's got a couple good points, but I think the ultimate, obviously there's no actual religion there, right? And there's actually no coherent solution against the problem of technology, right? So those two factors, because he's actually only looking at liberal institutions, their causes and effects, right? So yeah, I agree with you, but yeah, there's a lot in terms of political theology and in terms of the underpinning of these things. For example, Christianity, the occult, Judaism, and stuff, and that's where a lot of other people can come in and supply some things. Like Nick Land has some has some great interpretations of Moldbug. Have you ever seen Nick Land and his work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. It's again, that's on Skeptical Waves.
Yeah, we're gonna get on that too. We're gonna get on some Nick Land as well, and also Peter Thiel. We're gonna read Straussian Moment, and also look at his debate with Graver. So yeah, we got a lot of different things coming up here in terms of looking at these ideas. But yeah, we did look at some of the ideas of Moldbug earlier in the show. So yeah, we did that before too. We also talked about how basically he predicted Dawkins' feigned conversion to cultural Christianity or whatever it was. That weird moment that happened. And since How Dawkins Got Pwned was one of the first works I read by him, I was like, damn, that was prophetic that he actually said that. He said
Well,
I'm
yeah.
I'm a cultural Christian. So that was definitely a win for Moldbug. But yeah.
Well, yeah, like the thing I really like about Yarvin is it isn't really just about like standing here and giving solutions and all this type of stuff. It's about explaining like how the system works and why it's broken. And I think that is as important, right? It's not just going like, oh man, listen, like this system's broke. Or, I mean, that's it. It's more like, well, let me explain why it's broken. Let me fucking stand here and go like, listen, I don't give a fuck if you. It's like having a car, you know what I mean, and going like, you know what, man, listen, my head gasket keeps blowing, and you'll just replace the motherfucking thermostat because it's just overheating. You know what I mean? Like that's not the answer. You need to replace that fucking thermostat. You know what I mean? But like, you don't want to replace the fucking thermostat, or you don't want to, you want to keep changing head gaskets and shit over and over again, but you're not like fucking fixing the actual real problem in the end of the day. And that's something that I think Yarvin does really well, is address like, here, this is what's actually broken. This is like why the system's fucked up. You know what I mean? You should probably have a conversation about that.
I agree. I agree with them that liberalism is a problem. That classical liberalism, you have to look at the roots of that. But then, that Plato is a liberal. Essentially, that these ideas that basically, that it goes back way, way before that Christianity and Plato are responsible for basically liberalism. Right.
I mean, like we traced it back one time. Like we went the whole way back to like we said like the banning of cousin marriage like destroyed clans, and it ended up like causing massive individualism, which caused it like fucking liberalism. You know what I mean? Right.
Yeah, or the end of slavery, for example. You know what I mean?
I mean, you can't like that was after liberalism, right? Like that was after liberalism. Yeah, the ending of slavery.
Oh yeah, but that's what I'm talking about, right? That they had all this that liberalism, caused all these things. They also had these ideas back then, in the form of Christianity and Islam, right? So these ideas of universalism, they go way, way back. That's why I think the solutions for them have to be, because see, this stuff can start up again, right? So what's going to stop, these institutions from popping up again? See, that's the problem. So, to get rid of the problem, you have to get rid of the root causes of the problem.
Well, that's where Yarvin's at, right? That's why, like, I suggest reading Yarvin, because Yarvin's getting down to like raw roots of like what all this shit is and like why.
But when it goes to
up.
like like the Andrew Wilson type of thing, where it's like libertarianism versus Christianity, on on social stability, well, I gotta go with Christianity. But that's paradoxical because Christianity led to liberalism and hence libertarianism. But it's still way better of a solution than classical liberalism against postmodernism, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like we need wider solutions and wider angles. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but again, like, so, and this is like, I know, like, I don't know, like maybe you think Yarvin's like a classical liberal, like, because he's not, right? I think it's just because like you read like a lot of his like unqualified reservations where
No,
like
I
he's
don't.
arguing with, or he's arguing.
No, I
He
don't
wrote
think he's a
that for
classical
like,
liberal, but he's but like I said, he's going to classical liberalism to find solutions for the liberalism of our age, right?
No. I don't. He's not right. He's actually not right. So, what he's doing is he's going. All right. Well, I have to.
Well, then, how do you explain his libertarian philosophy?
It's not a libertarian philosophy, right? Because he's anti-utilitarian, so he can't be libertarian.
He's anti-utilitarian.
Yeah.
How so? I'm not sure. I
So
mean,
how
I'm
do
not
you?
saying.
No, go ahead, Neuro. You haven't talked for a while, but yeah, I also want to know how do you explain his economic projects? But yeah, go ahead, Neuro.
Oh no, I was just saying. I was just saying, if he's not utilitarian, what is he? And then answer your question because that's just the first thing that popped out to me.
Yeah. All right. So, he's neo-reactionist, right? He's not a libertarian, right? He said, but listen, like a lot of these ideas that he has,
They believe in Bitcoin, right?
Yarvin, not really, right? Like
Yeah, but what does not really mean?
He believes in sovereignty, right?
But does he believe in Bitcoin and the joint stock corporation and all that type of stuff? That neo-libertarian, neo-feudal design, right?
His economic policies are different. Like he wants things that'll work. If that makes any sense.
But they're liberal, right? It's based on liberalism.
No. It's not about liberal. It's about like, all right, so
like how's it not liberalism? Is
okay? Is mercantilism liberalism?
I mean, it's a response, neo-reactionary, right? What are they reacting to, right?
Right. Okay. So the neo-reactionists, right, are like, going like, well, the reactionists as a whole are always like the people who want to put the king back in power. This is Carlyle, fucking Hobbes, these other people and shit, right? These are people who wanted the king to come back.
Yeah,
right?
and they're not gonna do mercantilism. They're gonna do neo-mercantilism. This is what it is. This is the game, dude. I mean, this is the fucking game.
I mean, like, yeah, but you can't go back, right? So what you have to do is you have to find a way to make your economics work, right? As in general thing. So say you're a king, right? And you want to be able to have like an economics that operates for, your kingdom, wherever your kingdom is. I don't give a fuck where it is. You're going to want to have like, solid trade. You're going to have like people who are industrious and like doing things all day to keep them occupied and utilize them to the best of their abilities, all these type of things, because that's what a good king would want for his people. Right. I mean, that's basic solace, right? Like, what's the welfare of your people? You want your people to be happy and doing what it is that they need to do. You know what I'm saying? Right. So, and this is kind of like the ideology of Yarvin, where it's like this isn't a libertarian thing, right? In any way. But like his economic stances are, hey, look, I want my economics to be on a level where it operates correctly. It's not about libertarian or non-libertarian. Like math is math in the end of the day. Like libertarians don't own good math.
Well, but it sounds like you're saying like, I mean, again, like maybe you reject this characterization, but it's like, okay, we're going to go back to feudalism, but we're going to have like these technocratic corporations that are running our government. And
no. So like you want to use the technology to be able to hold those in power responsible who have authority.
Well, how can you as a layperson hold them responsible using the technology?
All right. So, okay. So the argument against monarchy, and this is where like everybody's trying to solve things for monarchy, right? The argument is that they're like, nobody has like control over them. Nobody has the ability to hold, they're unaccountable. Right. That's always the argument of liberals against like a monarch. Right. So if you want to form, like a proper monarchy, you have to find a way to be able to sell it to liberals. Right. Because everybody in America is liberal. I don't give a fuck who you are. Right. So you have to stand here and be able to sell it on a level of where you go like, listen, this isn't going to be like the monarchs from the 20th century who were absolutely desperate and unaccountable. You know what I mean? You have to make them somehow accountable. So, you start using these technologies of, like, oh, listen, it's like a top end of like the fucking government is a joint stock company where you have like a board of directors who can intervene and go like, yeah, listen, this guy's losing his fucking mind, or he's fucking doing some retarded shit that's fucking up the country, and you know what I mean, like causing the value of like the entire nation to go down, or whatever it is, like he's making the people worse, whatever the case is, right? But like, so when you do this though, you know what I mean, like you have to like stand here and start using these things like, you know, fucking, I don't know, what's the word? Like fucking the idea of like a blockchain technology to be able to like have this, or when you're collecting taxes, you can use like a blockchain technology, all this type of stuff, right? That would make more sense in if you had like a sovereign nation with people who actually like gave a shit about each other. You know what I mean? So that's where it gets to. It's literally not about, you know what I mean, like fucking whether or not he's a libertarian or a technologist or anything like that. It's not like he wants tech to be in charge. But what he's saying is he's like, I want my government ran like a fucking startup, to where like, you know, you put the people in power, or like give the people the ability to do things who have the like abilities to actually do shit.
Well, sure, but I mean, I maybe I'm missing something, but how is that not utilitarian, I guess?
Again, because like the ultimate goal is solace. It's not like fucking luxury. It's not standing here having like who's going to give you the most goods.
Well, I mean, that's convenient to say for, and this is not directed toward you, but I'm saying that's convenient for people to say who are going to be running the system when you have no way of knowing A, who they are, B, what they have and you don't have, and C, you know, like any way to like actually peer behind the thing. I mean, just the way that the military industrial complex basically probably has like 50 years ahead of technology than us, or even if they only have 5 years, well, I mean, at the rate we're going, that's pretty significant. So I'm just saying, like, you know, we don't know really who's running the show now. And you say, well, nobody's running the show. So, but, you know, either way, now we're going to concentrate power and everything. Again, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to comprehend like how that's better, quote unquote, and like by what, because like here's the thing, okay, if you're saying that it's better to be run this certain way, or you know, and if you're saying it's not utilitarian or whatever, or you know, regardless, it's like, okay, well, what's the moral standard, what's the ethical standard, what's the metric by which you measure happiness or goodness? I mean, I know a lot of women who are happy to be single at 45 and no kids, but is that what's best for them? I don't know. Maybe, but I mean, you know, you kind of get what I'm saying. Like, what's the metric?
I completely understand like where your mental is with that, right? Because I fucking fully fucking agree with you, right? That like people have really terrible ass standards. But again, so this is where, and I mean, like, I don't know, like as far as Yarvin's concerned, he doesn't have like that type of prescription for how to end up like solving that, other than his Anglophile ideology, right? Of going like, well, you know, like fucking everybody should be like a good fucking white Anglo-Saxon Protestant type of person who just is industrious and does, you know what I mean, like positive things all day with their fucking time, right? And I think that's fucking stupid as a whole. Me personally, I think you should have like a proper nation full of people who actually, you know, are like a real nation of human beings. Like that's kind of my mental as far as shit's concerned, right? But I mean, that's just me. That's my take.
Yeah, and again, like I say this as someone who like I love a lot of things about America, but and like the reason I'm confused is like, okay, whoever is running the system, or if the system's running itself, essentially, you know, like we were doing pretty well if we just kept exporting our culture, our people, our genetics out. But now we're importing everything in, and for what? I mean, like somebody's benefiting, and it's not the empire here at home. So who is it that's running the show that has done it? Like, I'm not anti-Muslim or Arab or any of these people, but at the same time, you've mixed up our languages, our genetics, our all this stuff, and you know, for what? I mean, to what end? And you know, to me, it's like, okay, whoever is doing this definitely seems to hate white people. They seem to hate Anglos. They seem to hate really everyone. But what I'm saying is, like, it feels as if someone's trying to take out their competition and make it seem like, well, I don't know why everything just keeps going wrong. So, you know, that's kind of what it feels like to me.
Nobody thinks any. All right, so this is the thing, right? So I feel like you don't understand the way that they judge themselves, right? You do understand that, like, this bureaucracy, they judge themselves by GDP number, right? That's how they judge how they're doing. And that's it. That's their entire fucking like motive operandi, right? And the end of the day is, you know, is GDP number going up? Good, then we're doing a good job, and that's it. That's their entire ideology, right? And so their whole need for in life, their whole like fucking guiding principle is to make sure that forever that fucking GDP number continues to go up. And in order to do that, they're going to have to. It's not about the replacement, right? It's literally not about replacing you. I mean, well, some of it is, but that's mostly just because like we're expensive, right? But like all they want is to continue to have the system to operate, and that's it. That's their entire shit. It's just, is the system operating? Will it continue to operate? And the only way for the system to continue to operate is to continue having the system like stand here and fucking have more people forever. It's like,
well, sure, but doesn't, I mean, I mean, to me, when I measure things, you look at the numbers, I mean, the 1%, not only with pure numbers, like how much is in the concentrated, but you know, if you compare it to 100 years ago or whatever, like the people who are in the 1% or 1% of 1%, they seem to be aggregating more wealth and more power. And I don't think that they're going to give that up. So I guess all I'm saying is, like, you know, I'm pretty sure that eventually. Sure, assuming that it's people at the top, but
it is people at the top. Listen, they're not lizards. You know what I mean? Like, I know everybody thinks that some people think they're lizards, but they're not lizards. They're just people.
Well, my point is, we're looking at like hundreds of years of building this system up. I mean, if it's not to save your own genetics or your own family or your lizard people or whatever it is, then what the fuck is it for? I mean, it's like just
to win the game.
Okay, well, maybe I don't understand what the game is that's being played, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just to win the game. It's to, you know what I mean, like have more numbers than everybody else does. That's it.
I mean, but I mean, you understand that like lizard people kind of makes more sense than that answer, though.
Why? I think it's really simple.
I mean, maybe I'm projecting my psyche onto everyone else in the world, but I have a hard time thinking the last thing in my head is like, oh, I have more points on the board, and then, you know, I die a second later. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I don't understand that mentality. So,
yeah, I mean, yeah, listen, you know, my number goes up more than yours. That's it.
It's the lizard people.
Yeah, Joe. Why is that? Why is that? Have you not met these people? Have you never met any of these people?
Who's these people?
I mean, have you never? No, the Jews.
I'm joking.
Yeah, I mean, like, have you never met rich people before?
Yeah.
Okay, so how many CEOs have you met?
At least like 2 or 3.
Okay, so did you notice that they're all like running around like they're hopped up on cocaine?
Definitely yes. A lot of the middle class. Yeah. I mean, well, yeah, I think it depends on which level of CEO you're at. Like, I don't think Bezos. I don't think Bezos is, but yes, I think.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Maybe, yeah, but I mean. Yeah. But I think that these people are middle management is what I'm trying to get at. Like, they're, you know, Bezos is middle management for someone else. So
no, he's not. Bezos is the top end of the game. What you don't know, like, all right, so this is well, actually, Bezos is like 100% top end of the game. Zuckerberg's not. Zuckerberg is not top end of the game. Zuckerberg is actually just like a rich inventor, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's literally what Zuckerberg is. He's just a rich inventor. He invented something, and that something that he invented became a pool of power. right? And that pool of power gets pushed around by these poles of power, like the New York Times or CNN or MSNBC, that are actually poles of power that are like fucking used by the government or by like, the university structure that's fucking up their, their scheme, right? That's making GDP not go up, right? And this is why, like, everybody's like anti-racist, pro-trans. Like this is a really basic one too. Here's some shit that like a lot of people don't think of. So when we created schools, right? And like we needed like industrial workers. We created industrial workers, right? When we needed, like some basic bitch as fucking like retail workers. We created retail workers, right? When we first went to like, the retail economy. Now, when we're in a super service sector, high-end economy, we're producing workers who can sit in an office, 10 hours a day and don't have any genitalia, right? Because like an androgynous office worker who's going to be completely reliant upon the medical society is exactly what you need. But this comes from colleges, because colleges, right, absorb people back into the colleges, right, and they get funded by like fucking, like businesses and stuff to sit here and train people for what they need.
Well, yeah, but that's my point is like, so they've engineered all these different kind of workers, and now they seem to be engineering humans to phase themselves out of existence, especially white European people from middle class and middle management positions.
They're doing it to everybody. It doesn't matter who you are. They're doing it to everyone, right?
Yeah,
Anybody
I agree with
goes to
you.
college.
I agree with you, but here's the thing. Once the white people are out of the way, I don't think there's going to be much resistance. That's kind of what I'm saying. It's like I think they're just going to phase out like 90% of the population because they don't need them around anymore.
Phasing any, they're not going to phase anybody out.
So people are going to choose to phase themselves out.
This is what happens when you have a population spike on the back end. Do you know how like exponential like manufacturing works?
No, I don't.
All right. So when you start off with like one person making a hammer, right, it takes you, like 5 days, right? When you have two people making a hammer, you know what I'm saying? It takes like a day, right? It's not linear, right? It's not like one person, plus another person equals, like half the time. It'll sometimes like multiply like a whole lot, right? And the same thing happens the same way the other side back down, right? So when you go from like 1,000 people working on your thing to like fucking, for like, 900, it's not going to lose, just like, fucking 10% of your ability, right? What you're going to lose is, like a whole, like fucking probably 20 or 30%, right? And that's not like on purpose, but this is something they have to deal with. And they're not trying this. They're just trying to give a fuck what happens a quarter from now when a quarterly report has to be done. They're not thinking about long term. None of this is planned.
Well, my point is they have enough information to do something to avert what's happening, but they're not. So
why? They're making money,
and they're engineering people who don't want to have sex and don't want to have kids and don't want to.
Yeah, that's
be
good for the
moral
system.
People.
That's good for the system,
right? How is that not? I just don't understand how you say it's not planned. It's built into the system to function this way. So.
This was always the system. The system has always been this. They had like the whole entire civil rights thing was paid for by fucking Coca-Cola and McDonald's.
Sure, but what I'm saying is like it's basically, more or less Platonism or something like that. So it's like we're
utilitarianism on steroids.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. So,
and this is the system. This is capitalism. This is what was built from the beginning.
And yeah, and so I guess what I'm saying is, do you think that the mold bugs or any of these people are going to stop the utilitarianism, or they're just going to be like, well,
again, listen, this is a philosopher. This is not a king.
Well, they brag that they're have the ear of the king. So,
again, they're attempting to like show the king what's wrong.
Well,
whether or not the king does something is up to them, right? We're a heartbeat away from president if Donald Trump gets elected. But again, that doesn't really matter in the end of the day, right? because you still like have to be king, right? You still actually have to have sovereignty, right? You understand that like all these like leaders and shit, right? All these like fucking elected officials have almost no power. All the power is in the bureaucracy. That's why like you're confused. You think like it's some like big conspiracy. It's not.
I agree with you that functionally that the bureaucracy is the, you know, I know about Burnham, I know about the French Revolution, I know about these things, but you know, I guess what I'm saying is like I don't necessarily believe that a sovereign is going to solve that, because the oligarchy is not going to just be like, okay, well, I've been a naughty boy now, Mr. King, you know, correct me now. I just don't think that's going to happen. I think they'll burn everything down before they let that happen, personally.
Oh, that they'll, yeah, 100% they will. But like it is what it is. Like it has to burn down though. Like it just forest fires are natural, son.
Okay, sure. Sure. So if that's what we're saying, then okay, then I don't really have much to disagree with, other than, you know, I think that trusting the different competing classes is not going to work out well for anybody. So I guess what I'm saying is,
what
like,
is your choice? Your choices are very limited as a normal human being, right? As part of the populi, your fucking choices are very limited. Your choices are A, continue to motherfucking like worry every 4 years that you're going to elect somebody who's basically going to rape you, or you know what I mean, you elect somebody who's, you know what I mean, like you're going to put power into somebody who's actually going to like go, well, you know, I'm only gonna like you know what I mean, like rape the women, you know what I mean, something like that. Like these are your choices that you are offered.
sure. No, I see, and from this point of view, I agree with you, because I think really what I'm saying is like, you know, if they're going to make us all slaves, which we already are, at least if they make it obvious, people have a chance. The problem is, I think, with the technology that they have is they can pretty much put you in a pod. You never know the difference, you know.
I don't think they have that tech. They don't have that tech.
I think we're not that far away from it, for
We're
sure.
pretty far away from it.
I mean, Moldbug wrote about that, right? So
what?
Putting people in little video games until they just die off, and they die off happy, you know.
He wrote that was an exercise in like ultimate policy, right? You know what I mean? Being able to have complete power. That was like, you know, a brain exercise as far as shit was concerned. Right. But like nobody has that ability or that power. Nobody's gonna let anybody do that at this point. Right. So what we're doing is as a whole is going, okay. So either A, you can have stability and shit might be kind of fucked. You're not gonna have growth and you're not gonna have your freedom. Right. Or B, you know, I mean, you have your freedom and you have growth, but everything's completely fucked, and you're gonna end up like with your sons and daughters all trying to cut their motherfucking genitalia off. Pick one.
Yeah, I mean, it's problem, reaction, solution. Yeah, Mean Mr. Lizard Man, David Icke talks about that too.
I mean, you know, David Icke. Oh God, man, listen, I used to like David Icke. Right? I did, right? But the only thing I didn't like about him was that lizard shit. Because it's fucking dumb. Shit, right? It's complete nonsense. But you know what I mean? And again, like I'm an Alex Jones guy. I'm gonna tell you what, folks, interdimensional space demons right here, spiritual. I got the documentation right here, Joe Rogan. Right? Like I like Alex, right? I do, and I like fucking Ike, I like fucking Jesse. They're fucking cool people, but it's nonsense. They're all looking for something that they're fighting a system that they are promoting at the same time.
Yeah, I agree. On that point, I agree with you, to be honest with you.
And they don't know that they are.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with on that too. I think that they don't really know, most likely, exactly what they're promoting. And again, I like the lizard people thing, just because, like, you know, when you realize that this is like a 2 or 3 or 4,000 year project, and we're seeing the end of it. I mean, it's kind of difficult to believe that it's just a bunch of people, but I mean, you know, bureaucracies are very powerful. So, I mean, I definitely agree with you on that point.
Yeah,
most people just exist and they don't really think about what they're doing. So,
yeah, I mean, like, you know how many people I met who have no idea who any of the people we just discussed are?
Yeah, 99%, pretty much.
Yeah, the average person's like basically a fucking non-playable character in this bitch.
Yeah, no, and see, this is well, I would like to think that that's not true, but I definitely do get the sense that it's a high possibility that that is the case. Yeah.
No, it is the case. 100% it is the case. Right. And like, yo, and here's a real bitch, right? Here's a real motherfucker about it. Really want to be technical about things. Sending your children to college is the ultimate way of fucking promoting the system and keeping that bitch going. That's how you lose everything.
But on the other side, if you don't, you might not survive to see the next generation at a certain
You will
point.
survive. What are you talking about?
Well, if the 1% don't really need 99% of people, then they are probably going to be very happy to just let us,
Again,
not
no
exist
one's
anymore.
going to kill us all.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they want to do it. I'm just saying
No,
that
I'm saying they're not going to. It's never going to happen.
I'm not saying that they're going to kill us. I think it's a lot easier to let us just stop having kids and not be interested in whatever this whole weird experiment that we're a part of is all about. I guess that's what you're saying is the intervention in what's going on. I guess what I'm saying is, if we don't get the sovereign to come and interrupt what's going on, you can see my point. Holding water, correct? Where the system just continues to make people gay, genderless, weird subhumans or something.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they want. They want you to be androgynous so you don't end up causing sexual harassment problems in the office. They want you to be completely open to everything so that you can be switched in and out whenever the fuck they need you to. Right? And by they, I mean just mean the corporations, not the goddamn motherfucker anybody in charge, just the corporations.
Right. So yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So if we don't stop the corporations,
you know what the ultimate you ever read Thomas 777?
No, I've heard the name, but I don't know who it is.
Oh, based, my man's based and zaced. You can only find him on BitChute at this point, but listen, it's well worth looking for him. Thomas 777, liberal capitalism. Listen, son. Basically, here's a principle. Capitalism's main goal is to motherfucking stand here and create a system that has the most amount of efficiency. Right? That's it. That's the entire shit. Right? And in trying to do so, what ends up happening is that, the inefficiencies in the system are us. Right? But it's not us in human beings. It's us in us not wanting to work together. Right? So they have to eliminate racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia. You're better off if you're just fluid gendered. Right? That's the best worker you could possibly create.
Well, if it's pure efficiency, the most efficient thing is to die. So yeah.
No, it's not, because you can't fucking consume and take out credit and motherfucking drive up GDP if you're fucking dead.
Well, if you're not reproducing, then it's inevitable that you'll end up.
Again, that's the best type of person. If you don't reproduce, you can fucking take out all the credit because you don't have any kids to spend money on. And by the way, diapers are low value add. Starbucks coffee is high value add. Get the point?
Yeah.
Understand? This is just capitalism. There's no fucking conspiracy. This is the system getting exactly what it is that it needs to have the most amount of efficiency and create the most amount of revenue for the most amount of people.
Well, I guess Zeke held to the system,
There is no lizard people. There's no Jews. There's no fucking protocols of Zion. There's no goddamn fucking Illuminati. There's no nonsense. And all this is garbage, right? It's literally just managers trying to keep this motherfucker on the rails. That's it.
Well, they're doing a very good job.
I mean, listen, they're doing a shitty job, but like, they're getting it done. That's where we are, dog. Want to keep going, TML? You awake? I just seen you posted. Like,
Yeah, I just want to see if Neuro had a rebut to that.
I mean, I definitely could if I was inclined, but I'm like at this point I'm more curious because I am learning a lot, and so I'm kind of interested to see what the philosophy of all this is, because it sounds very similar to utilitarianism to me. So I'm like trying to figure out what I'm missing. So very
Yo,
curious.
TML, am I wrong about anything I said?
Well, I mean, it's all a matter of perspective, in terms of what you're saying. It's got some truth to it. I gotta say, but in terms of the big picture of things, I may agree or disagree with the finer and greater, facts on the table as they're laid out. But yeah, I mean, it's not sensible to put blame in those overarching problems. But yeah, I do think that Moldbug is basically, like he can't get out of liberalism, and that's, it's part of the neo-reactionary scheme. It's part of the entire thing. It's got to do with the Bitcoin stuff that I was talking about earlier. Obviously the whole thing is, started by the intellectual elite and its, origin. So, we're just really, as I lay out the facts, I'm just trying to be objective about what's there, and who's talking and why they're talking, and and how those two things relate.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. Like, I think that you're putting up a very good argument, and I think that Moldbug in particular is. I mean, he reminds me a lot of Gibson. William Gibson, and
he's definitely influenced by that for sure.
Yeah, and so like I am partial to it because I can see the argument for it, and to be honest with you, like I think a lot of what they're talking about is essentially inevitable. But that's kind of my point in another sense, where I'm like, okay, well, it seems that they want to give us the illusion of a choice when it's not a lot of choice, and I think that's all. I think that's kind of what I'm saying is like, if you're playing a game and the rules are going to be enforced, and then they can just change the rules on you and then say, well, now these new rules are going to be enforced. It's like, well, it doesn't feel like I really have much of a choice, do I? So it's like, it's like, and I've experienced this in my corporate jobs and shit like that, where it's like, they're like, okay, we have a new policy now. All that shit I said before, forget about it. It's like, okay, so basically you're just changing everything mid game and then saying, okay, now you got to adopt this new bullshit. And it's just, I don't know. It just seems like it's a lot of rigged stuff. And again, I'm not saying that Moldbug is doing that in from a nefarious standpoint or anything per se. But what I'm saying is like, I just don't think many humans, like you said, are even aware that they're even playing a game. So it's a pretty strange situation, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to really like start the beginnings of like Yarvin, you got to go just watch his interview on Tucker Carlson, right? And Yarvin will make way more sense to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I caught a clip of it, but I do need to go watch that because I saw only a few minutes of it. But and definitely check out the link I sent you in the back for that foundationalism, because it's a very good companion piece, I think, to what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you look at Giorgiani and Elon Musk and Trump and Alex Jones and the whole QAnon movement, and the origins of that. It's pretty obvious that it's being funded by some pretty nefarious people. So we talked about that definitely. So yeah, that's just it's plain that that's true, right?
Yeah, I mean, like I was talking about this earlier tonight. Somebody brought up. My boy sent me an article that Scott Ritter just got his house invaded here recently, right? And like I've been feeling like there's a lot of like propaganda being like pushed by different countries, and I mean like Russia and China and whoever it is, and I know that this guy Ritter, he's I mean like he's a fucking
Russia,
sex.
China, Israel.
Yeah. Like he's like 100%. Like this guy's like a fucking sex offender, right? 1,000,000%. But and then all of a sudden I see him on all these fucking channels, and I'm like, there's no way that they don't know that this guy is like a complete, piece of garbage. And then he met with RFK the other day, and I'm like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so I mean, and obviously we mentioned the connections to Epstein. So yeah, I mean it's crazy stuff. That can't just be neatly swept under the rug. And obviously Moldbug mentioned that his parents were in the deep state
Yep.
and
They were
all that other
communists.
stuff.
They
Yeah.
were fucking
So
communists, 100%, like part of the party and shit.
yeah. So
So
we're talking
yeah.
about somebody who came from the intellectual elite and all that stuff. So yeah, the problems that laid out of the background, all that stuff is clear. But we're just talking about the political philosophy, as well as that. So we have to look at the ideas in a nuanced way, and then look at the origins of the ideas as well, and put all that stuff together. But yeah, go ahead, Neural.
Oh no, you're good. No, I just want to say it's like, and again, like I can see their points, and I think that a lot of it, what bothers me is like, I mean, look at, I mean, I'm not, I mean, I was gonna say something that would be really controversial. I'm not even gonna say it, but there's some evil people that have very good points. Okay, so like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not saying that like, there's not points to be had. I'm just saying like, if what like we got back to the Genghis Khan thing, right? Like, what does it mean to be a human, essentially? And a lot of human nature is, capable of some very bad things. So all I'm saying is like, I just think a degree of keeping that in mind is important. And I just wanted
Yeah,
to
you
mention
gotta
this.
talk to we gotta have Pinoy talk to Pill Eater too. That's something that needs to happen more in detail, I think, because he has a nuance on these topics and he's read all the Gray Mirror stuff. So
Yeah, and I just want to mention really quick, like check out, like look at the Arm and Hammer dynasty of families and shit. Like I looked up a story about that for some weird reason. Like I guess his grandson is like a famous actor, and he got into some weird like, allegations against him, and so because of that, I read some stuff about the Arm and Hammer guy. I mean that story alone is like a fascinating like story, like how this dude who just seemingly just did this little like you know business about household products or something was actually like a very deep state Russian oligarch front corporation, and he basically like put Al Gore in power and shit. It's a very fascinating story. Like if you ever get a chance to look at that, it's like crazy. It's like just such a weird like 007 like type of shit.
I mean, like, you have to understand, like, I come from like mobsters, right? And then like when I was a kid, there was politicians around the dinner table on a regular basis, right? But I'm not deep state, right? There's a lot of these things, man, that like, like people don't really understand what it means to be like they don't know these people, right? And so they just assume, right, that they're all like a certain way.
I think a little bit of like I think there might be a little bit of difference from like I had mobsters around the table to like my parents were in the CIA. You know what I'm saying? For
Well,
sure.
no. I had politicians around the table.
Right, but still, it's
Like,
still a little different. Like, oh yeah, I went to Brown's University and my parents were in the CIA.
Yeah, I mean, I
You know
feel
what I mean? Like
right?
that's oh yeah, and don't forget this. I'm also an Ashkenazi Jew, by the way.
Oh, and also on top of that, like I was on the security detail for Tom Ridge's son when I was a fucking kid in the Boy Scouts and shit. Right?
Okay.
You know, what I mean, who was
Okay, that
the
might be
first head of
okay.
Homeland Security and shit.
Now you're sus too. You're making yourself sus at this point.
right. You know, but like,
Hell
again,
no.
like, you know, like again, I'm a fucking high school dropout. You know what I mean? Right? Like, this is what
Right.
I'm saying. You know, like this is like I know these people, right? Like I've met these people, I've sat with these people, like I've fucking been around these people. Like I used to like fucking how do I put this? I used to deliver packages to like these people at the Capitol building, right? You know what I mean? Like I've been around these motherfuckers, you know, and like they're
You
not
been
what
to
you think.
Bohemian Grove?
Never been like no. Bro. I can go to the West. I've never been to the West Coast. I'll be honest with you.
Oh
Right?
shit.
You know what I mean? Right? But you understand what I'm saying, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, from that point of view, you definitely have more of a inside view. And again, like I've only met a few people who had some access to power, and you know, it surprised me how unimpressive they were, to be honest with you. But
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right, so like the guy, like you commented in the chat earlier, right? The dude's name's Uncle Guns, right? He was on Pop's show at one point, and me and him were talking, and he used to be a secretary in the Navy for a bunch of admirals, right? And I started explaining how these admirals acted, right? You know what I mean? Just as a whole, like what type of people they were. And Uncle Guns is like, yo, bro, like you were in the military? And I was like, nah, never. Right? You know, like I know these fucking people. Like I know exactly what they're like, right? They're fucking yes men who just memorized the fucking book. And that's it. They know the answer because like they took the book, they memorized it, and they just do the right thing repeatedly over and over again. And that's it. That's how they gained power. These motherfuckers are like nothing. Like there's nothing to them. There's nothing interesting about them. They're barely even like fucking like people like you would think of a human being.
Well, see, this is what insults me. You know, like if at least Genghis Khan had some balls, right? This is what I'm saying. You know.
Well, and this is what I'm saying. The people running the system are bureaucrats. They're really good at following the SOP.
Yeah, that's what bothers me. That's what I hate about it. You know, it's like
I mean,
that's
it bugs
the
me
shitty
too. And
part.
this is what I'm saying. I'd rather deal with the mob. You know why? Because the mob at least are humans, right? Like when you talk to the mob, you go, "Hey, man, listen. You know, I'm fucking. You know, I need to negotiate this a little bit better. You know what I mean, for me and my family." And the mob will go, "Okay, yeah, I got you." You know what I mean? Because they're fucking humans, right? And they had to earn their place. Unlike these motherfuckers who just, well, you know, this is what we do and this is how we do it, you know, and there's no other way of doing it because that's how we do. If we did it some other way, I'd have to have responsibility for doing it a different way, and they'll go retarded. And that's what Mobug literally just said.
Yeah, I mean, from that perspective that you just mentioned, I had to look up who Tom Ridge is, and if you don't mind me asking, if you can say, what's his personality like? Just a bureaucrat, basically.
Yeah.
Just some schmuck who basically just ended up in the right spot.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like he's just a normal guy. You'd expect him to be manning a grill somewhere if he wasn't doing what he was doing. If he wasn't doing it, he'd probably be selling paint at Home Depot.
Yeah, see, that's like not only depressing, that's like concerning, you know.
Why?
The director of Homeland Security is like a retard who should be sniffing paint.
No, he's not.
Depot,
He's not retarded. He's just a normal person. There's nothing like extra about him.
That's crazy. That's a sad state of affairs.
Why? I mean, this is like nobody wants to vote for the guy who like went out and did shit that was extra. You know what I mean? Like you don't want to vote for like, you know what I mean, the guy who has a criminal record or, you know what I mean, like got arrested for a bunch of shit or did some nonsense, right? Because like, you know, that person is, you know, fucking, you know, he's not normal or whatever. Like, you know, he's not like us. You know, he's not a good Christian boy or whatever, right? You want to vote for the squeaky clean front man all the time. So that's what you're going to get. People who are squeaky clean never did shit in their lives and they're unimpressive as fuck.
go wrong. Fortunately, decision by
Well, sometimes it's a thing that happens to Neuro sometimes that his mic falls out. But yeah, I think he actually didn't have anything to say this time. But yeah.
Yo, my boy TK's in the chat. What up, TK? That's my brother, man. He's a physicist, right? You know what I mean? Like, yo, I be trying to collect some smart motherfuckers around me. I be trying real hard.
Oh yeah, I think Neuro's mic fell out. That's why he left. I think he might be coming back in a minute.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's what happens. Yeah, his mic falls out, or he might be permanently gone. Which who knows? But yeah, hopefully he comes back if he wanted to say something. But yeah, sometimes his mic falls out. It is what it is. Sometimes he loses connection as well. So yeah, thank you, Neuro.
process spreads and multiplies the thrill of success, while it diffuses and dilutes the sorrow of failure. But if he can export accountability and responsibility outside the government itself, the bureaucrat feels like he is dumping this toxic waste in the deep ocean. Or in a blue mountain lake. What pig farmer wants a lagoon full of manure on his farm? Even the pigs hate that smell. And that's why the utopian bureaucracy leaks power. As does every other bureaucracy, perhaps unless it's brand new. And this is why you can't fix it. An organization which focuses responsibility toward the top, without leaking, is an organization structured like an army or a corporation. In this form of organization, used by almost everything that isn't a government, your manager actually is your boss. Final authority and responsibility lands on one person. This form of government, the form that doesn't leak power, has a name.
By the way, the power leak is just another name for Kaczynski's whole thing of surrogate activities and the power process. He's just reimagining it, and that's another. So we've already got 3 strikes for Kaczynski. So yeah, Moldbug. You better look at anti-tech revolution seriously, buddy. Put that on the table now because you're making all of Kaczynski's points and you don't even realize it.
No, he realizes it 100%.
Oh yeah, but then what? But then he's got to advocate for anti-tech revolution, right?
I mean, he is.
Is he?
Yeah. Again, you got to read Gray Mirror.
No. Is there a specific writing where he advocates for anti-tech revolution?
Yeah. Again, chapter 4 and 5 of fucking the Gray Mirror for Modern Day Princes on his Substack.
Okay, I'm gonna message you later, and for sure, yeah, I need that citation for sure. But yeah, yeah, because we would definitely cover that on the show.
It is called a monarchy. The form of government currently used by Mutopia also has a name. It is a bureaucracy, which is one kind of oligarchy. Deep state, if you absolutely must. So the difference between our government and a government which is power type is as basal as it could be, not like the difference between a goat and a gazelle, like the difference between a gazelle and a chanterelle. There isn't really, like, a kind of surgery that will turn either of these things into the other.
Yeah, by the way, that's one of our friend Chad Haig's favorite terms too, power leak. But yeah.
So Mutopia's magic 8-ball is broken, and it can't be fixed. Its government is making decisions that are not just random, but actively perverse and self-destructive, because its brain is the cathedral, which is structurally biased toward these dominant ideas, many but not all of which are just plain bad ideas. No wonder Mutopia is such a hot mess. But then again, Mandana is a hot mess too. Its government, which is also totally unaccountable, is also making perverse, destructive decisions, because the Tsar is getting senile. His syphilis is starting to kick in too. Fortunately, just after the above parable was taken, things really turned around in Mu. In both countries, the peasants revolted. And as in, almost, no peasant rebellion ever, things miraculously turned out well. What happened in Mandana? The peasants revolted. With the collective rationality we often, or at least sometimes, see in peasants, they realize the following facts. First, their government sucked. The Tsar was creepy, incompetent and sadistic. His son, the Tsarevich, was a junkie, a rumored pedophile and a known hemophiliac. Second, there was a responsible elite which could staff a new form of government. This new form is a constitutional monarchy in which the monarch is actually a joke, a stuffed shirt with a crown on top. The real power now belongs to the intellectual underground which survived the Tsar's persecutions. Therefore, these rational peasants use the power of democracy, which is irresistible but unstable, to depose their old monarchy and install a new oligarchy. This is the right way to use democracy, one political force which is never an end, but always a means. Real power in the new regime is held by the new civil service, staffed, of course, by the dissidents against the old regime. Any evidence of having been persecuted by the Tsarist secret police is now a badge of honor which entitles you to various distinctions, privileges and job opportunities. Save those hit piece clippings, dissidents, one day, they may well become your receipts. This new system of government works extremely well, because the new ruling class is extremely well selected. It consists of people who are ready to sacrifice everything to preserve both their sanity and their dignity. Such types make the best statesmen, and the ideas of the mundane and dissident, we know, are evolved for nothing but cold truth. So the new, free Mandana is run by its unbiased liberal intellectuals. Things are looking up in Mandana. And they'll keep getting better, for a while. What happened in Utopia? The peasants revolted. With the collective rationality we often, or at least sometimes, see in peasants, they realized the following facts. First, their government sucked. Both the cathedral and the civil service were insanely obsessed with race, because race war is a dominant idea. Crime grew rampant, because tolerating crime is a dominant idea. And when the civil service actually had to solve a real, unanticipated, significant problem, it turned out to be almost useless. And there was an army, too, which could not win a war, not even an irrelevant war. Moreover, as the cathedral's worldview diverged from reality, Utopia had more and more trouble in enforcing this worldview by carrots alone. Eventually it turned to the other kind of mind control, and started developing almost mundane techniques of stick-based intellectual punishment. There were censors, informers, the whole deal. Second, there was a responsible elite which could staff a new form of government. In the so-called private sector, the art of monarchy had been perfected. Some of these monarchies had even assembled staffs as big as any government that Utopia could need, with an average human quality, or at least IQ, perhaps never equaled, executing with relentless perfection too. Executing with relentless perfection to bring you toys, conveniences, luxuries, games and entertainment, porn and drugs, and all the service economy money could buy. But nothing that was actually important, of course. Lol. Therefore, these rational peasants used the power of democracy, which is irresistible but unstable, to depose their old oligarchy and install a new monarchy. This is the right way to use democracy, one political force which is never an end, but always a means. The new monarch, a man recognized by all as the outstanding visionary leader of the utopian private sector, a master of not one but two groundbreaking companies, staffed his new regime, a startup state, with veterans of Utopia's technology wars. These hardcore West Coast thugs knew nothing at all of government, though they sometimes would hire some grizzled old frontline G's man, as a contractor, just for the transitional assistance. No Gordian knot ever stopped these hotshot punks. As for the old oligarchy, the cathedral and civil service, they were simply liquidated, rounded up, shot, dumped in a ditch, soaked with gas and burned. No. What am I saying? That was a totally different timeline. Bad dream. Sorry. That would be a major bummer. Please definitely don't do that. The utopian bureaucrats were some of the best people in the country, of course. Some were even rehired in new, entry-level positions. The rest were paid a generous severance and helped to find new, fulfilling work that lived up to their real talents. If they were math or science professors, they might even wind up with the same jobs. Obviously, by serving the old regime, none of them did anything even slightly wrong. Normal people would be Nazis in Nazi Germany and Stalinists in the USSR, too. It's time to get over blaming citizens or even government officials for the crimes of their regimes. This is just one of those bad 20th century ideas that needs to be forgotten. Within months, or at least years, Utopia was a clean, humming, gleaming paradise, where everyone had not only the toys and conveniences they deserved, but also the genuinely meaningful and fulfilling work they deserved. And no one at all was still obsessed with race. The peasants' gratitude toward their new monarch, also a highly progenitive man, with redundant budding heirs, is impossible to express. This new, functional Utopia is run not by incompetent time servers and eggheads with their heads in the clouds, but by its most capable and visionary doers under the leadership not just of a new king, but of a new dynasty whose family mission is to make Utopia great, not just on the scale of years, but on the scale of centuries. So things are looking up in Utopia. And they'll keep getting better, for a while. And if you learned something here, why not? Subscribe now.
Yeah, so I sent you both chapter 4 and 5.
For sure. I'll take a look at that as soon as possible, and yeah, analyze that, and then analyze the greater text, and then we'll figure out what to do with that information.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But in terms of what he just now said, you know, he's talking about conflating the process with the people who are sort of subject to the process. You know, being subjected to the process itself, and that's the fundamental error. And I have to agree with him. That is kind of the point that Kaczynski was making there in that last few sections. That you know, there's a sort of social and technological determinism that's at play. That the political actors are not really, you know, that they don't really have. You know, they don't really run avail of these means. So there's all of these ideas there.
Yeah.
And obviously the rejection of universalism, but the causes of universalism, you know, that's more important to note. Yeah, greater or lesser ideas there. I've gotten a lot of heat for that as well. You know, so we'll see what happens. But yeah.
I mean, like the whole idea, like the powerful idea versus the unpowerful idea. You know what I mean? Like, the idea that's going to end up, gaining you and your ilk more, more capital in the future or whatever. That's, that's the basic premise of, like fucking a lot of his works and shit. As far as like the power dynamic goes for the cathedral, right? So it's like basically, if you have something that you're working on in like that university or whatever it is, right, and that thing that you're working on, it's gonna like stand here and gain the university more dollars, or it's gonna gain more eyes or more notoriety or whatever it is. That's gonna be an idea that's selected for in the cathedral, right?
Yeah,
Rather than being
that's
like the right idea, it's just a idea. You know what I'm saying? As
yeah,
a
and
whole.
this is coming from kind of two central themes. One is well, really three central themes. One is open source software, the other is virology studies, and then the third is the whole notion that's coming from this concept, the cathedral, and also The Selfish Gene by Dawkins. His idea of memes and the way that memes propagate, the way ideas propagate. He had an evolutionary synthesis of the way that ideas themselves propagate. So he's borrowing from that and applying it broadly. And of course, he deals with how, Dawkins is a liberal, yet he's borrowing this concept of virology from Dawkins. And it's interesting,
Yeah, I feel you. This is why I like Yarvin. He's never scared to like use somebody. You know what I mean? Even if like their ideas might contradict his own. And like it's he talks about the difference between like ogres and like fucking giants and shit in science and philosophy or whatever you're working on. You know what I mean? Right. So like he says, listen, there's times when like the first time that you stood on like the fucking shoulders of a giant, like it feels weird, but like it feels steady. Right. But when you stand on like the shoulders of an ogre, where somebody who did like really bad work or is really shitty, and like you don't feel right. Like it's like just none of this shit works. It's not right. And like the people who continue to like fill the system and stay in academia tend to be the motherfuckers who just continue to use that shitty work repeatedly and don't have any problem just working with whatever the hell they're given, because like it's profitable for them and it like works long term.
Yeah, Vlad the Impaler. That's an excellent quote right there with that by Heart Earth. Man, that's a cool name. Thank you so much. You mentioned Dracula earlier, but some of these rulers of today are descendants of Vlad the Impaler, I think I meant to say. Yeah. Most definitely.
You listen, he could be an impeller, that motherfucker like he spins around this shit,
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Is it about that time of the night?
Well, I usually go for about 11 hours, but last week was some heavy hitters. I did full shows, 11 hours, fucking, 12-hour long fucking shows last week. So yeah, if you guys are missing me, go ahead and watch that shit. I've been here for a long ass time right now, and also we looked at Carl Schmidt, we looked at fucking Kaczynski, we looked at I did a bonus thing on Moldbug right now, and then before we were presenting some philosophical definitions. Definitely we got some content on the last few streams. The last couple streams we did, if you'll look, there's a debate, Christianity versus Islam, totally destroyed. But that's neither here nor there. There's also reviews of that debate, not on this channel. We didn't review our own debate. The people who reviewed it were definitely unqualified. We're talking about people who never read the Bible. They don't know the 10 Commandments, and they're sitting here reviewing a debate on Christianity versus Islam. It's like, look, you didn't read the Bible or the Quran. Just stop. We'll review there. We'll do a little 10-minute response. You got it. We'll do a 10-minute response to their bullshit. It is what it is. But yeah, we don't really have time to respond to everyone. But we got other things we want to cover. Uh, Definitely lots of books, lots of material we got to bring forward. We're gonna go over the Republic of Plato. Gonna go over the history of Buddhism. We might have a presentation on Machiavelli in the works. I'm still thinking about it. We're gonna have a presentation on the industrial food system. We're gonna keep on covering Dr. Kaczynski until we move to Elul. And also, we'll look at some other writings by some other notable thinkers as well. We might read Leopold Kohr, Breakdown of Nations. Have you ever heard of this work, Pinoid?
Nah, I never even heard of it. Fucking sounds like fucking Dutchman or something.
Yeah, Leopold Kohr, Breakdown of Nations. I gotta send you the PDF for this because this work is about the size of the state. He says the size of the state is a critical factor, and I do agree with a lot of what he says.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with him if he's talking about like the size of the state. You know what I mean? Of course. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's talking about medieval times. He brings up key examples. He's talking about cities and population density. He's looking at all sorts of issues, and
that's something that like we don't like. Man, listen, like a lot of people are having a really hard time with that one right now.
Yeah, Federalist Papers, and the Anti-Federalist Papers response to that. That's one of the main things they say in the Anti-Federalist Papers. They say you can't govern such a huge territory, without giant bureaucratic of government. That's what's going to be the downfall of the government, and that's exactly what happened. So, yeah.
Yeah, man. Like I was what the hell? I was gonna say some shit, man. If I can forget now, but like, yeah, like fucking. That's like, yeah, that shit there, like that's something that like the whole thing about like the falling birth rates and shit has way more to do with urbanization and like the population density of these like cities and shit, because like the places with the worst like fucking fertility rates are like Taiwan, right, and Singapore and Hong Kong, like these places that like they're just cities. There's no land whatsoever. It's just cities. And their birth rate would be like 0.5 on some nonsense, kids per woman every year, or over lifetime. And we don't like, we're having a hard time because we think it's like, oh, you're just giving all these women the rights, or it's a one child policy or whatever. Not like, bro, like and anything to do with that shit. Everything to do with urbanization, right? And like people don't understand that we're humans and we're not meant to live this way. And this has happened in Rome. This happened in Babylon. This happened in fucking early Londonium. This happened in fucking Ujic and Sumer and shit. But we don't really want to accept the fact that like we can't live in cities because everybody loves living in a city and being near pizza shops and Chinese food.
Yeah, I mean, really it all goes back to this concept of that Athens was a city state. It was democratic. Sparta was a republic. We got this guy waking up. What's going on? And then and then we got basically, the concepts go to this notion where essentially you could look at democratic change and where it came from, and the republic, and now the American project, it really tried to combine these two, the republic and the democratic institution, democratic union, and a strong republic of the states. So it was a first type of political experiment, and we'll definitely touch more on that as we go down the road here. And ultimately the idea is about political change and where it spawns from. So we had a little show basically about those concepts, but in terms of what it has to do with technology, well, we're dealing with the architectonic, and politics is part of this whole architectonic framework. And political theories, political tools, political ideologies, political systems. Yeah, I mean, what you got to say about all this, Cecil?
You know, the normalization of homosexuals is pretty like a hallmark of the decline of any given society or empire.
Yeah, and ultimately the problems goes to this, okay? You know, it was easy enough in Rousseau's time when he mentions these issues. He talks about the size of the state. He talks about the Republic of Geneva. You know, he talks about the idea of republicanism. You know, he addresses the notions of the city and how the city has a corruptive element. The city is the uh basically the hub of technological innovation, but it's also the hub of multiculturalism. It brings in foreign influences. It creates an educated class. They create a cosmopolitan philosophy, a perennial philosophy through the occult and through the intellectual elite that brings in foreign influences. They lead to the breakdown of the society by creating a fifth column within the society. The pattern has been clear all throughout history. So are we really going to play like the the empires don't fall, they don't reach a stage of decadence, they don't reach a stage of you know high cultural refinement and low technology, and then they build up to the opposite of that. High technology and low cultural refinement. They switch off. And this is all because of the cities, the corruption of the cities, that exists within the cities. So this is
Yeah,
all it's a pattern that's clear in history. Yeah, go ahead, Cecil.
the cities are also a den of homosexuals. I've never known any homosexual farmers.
I'm sure
Yeah.
they exist, but like it's, again, like once you have urbanization, man, I honestly, God, I think it's a biological thing with humans, like because every other animal has the same type of thing where like they'll stop breeding at a certain point, right? I mean, once there's too many of them in a fucking area, they'll just stop breeding, right? Because it's a biological fucking like survival mechanism so that we don't starve to death.
Right.
Where's my baby?
Don't be homosexual.
And so like therefore you're gonna get more homosexuals. You're gonna have people having less children and shit.
No, I don't approve this message.
Yeah, that's how cities work. Like, did you know, for instance, the reason why women like shave their vaginas is because like in original cities in like Samaria and shit, they used to do, that's where it started. So like that, like they wouldn't have so much smell, so like men didn't, get all turned on by them and shit walking around.
To appease the pedophiles because the pedophiles like shaved vagina.
It's literally not true, but okay. Hey, we have a lot of biological mechanisms that are built into our societies that we don't really fucking understand, and we don't want to. It comes out of like liberalism with Voltaire, where it's like Voltaire said like there was an earthquake in Paris in like 1850 or some shit, or 1800 or whatever it was, and he was like, I don't want to recognize the earthquake being a thing because like fucking I don't want to give the earth that much power over me.
Shit.
Yeah, that's another thing is that Will Durant on Rousseau, he talks about Rousseau's battles with Voltaire and Diderot, and yeah, that's some classic shit. Rousseau totally wiped his ass with Voltaire and Diderot. It was pretty funny, but yeah. And also, they wrote the encyclopedia and they put Lucifer on the cover of it. It's interesting, all right?
Well, yeah.
But,
and I mean, listen, like all religious places that have tons of religion, they'll have dissidents who do this type of shit. Like, Paris recently had like the Olympics and they had like a Luciferian shit and homosexual stuff. And it's just literally like, it's just rich people trolling. You know what I mean?
Of course. Yeah, just like I said, that the cosmopolitan element within the society is basically that develops the perennial philosophy, the occult. So, yeah, I mean, I understand that, that the occult is just religious syncretism and philosophy. A little both of them mixed in. Anybody who looks at these things understands that they just literally put a bunch of things together that don't really go together, and made a new system out of it. And so, I mean, everybody can, can maybe study it on their own and take a look at what I'm saying. And for those who have eyes to see, they'll come to the same conclusion about it. But yeah,
I mean, I really, honest to God, I think it's literally just motherfuckers like, how do I put this? It's like that whole like, oh, my parents made me go to church. Fuck them, and then they never had anything happen to them, and then like they just do this dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Honest to God, I think that's what it is. It's just fucking people like it's just middle income motherfuckers whining. Honest to God, just fucking children LARPing as adults, and they're not adults.
What about the satanic rituals with the kids? It's just LARPing.
Which I would honestly God, I would.
You don't believe that shit happens?
I don't know, man, because I've never actually seen it. I mean, I've heard of
There's been tons of reports of it, Holmes.
I mean, I've heard of
any of those reports. But
what's his name? The guy, the British guy who was like the TV dude. You know what I'm talking about?
Jimmy Savile.
Yeah, Jimmy Savile. I heard it that shit. Like that shit.
Well, what about Epstein? Right, we were talking about Epstein earlier too, right? So it definitely happens, right?
I mean, again, I think that was a psyop, bro. I think that 100% was like not like the whole thing, but like I think like it was literally like they were trying to control powerful figures, right? And so like they were trying to get them in compromising positions.
Well, that's not a try. That's something that they did. That's how things work. Right?
Yeah. I think that's what that is. I don't think it's satanic.
The whole Epstein thing was just like to dog whistle to people to tell them like, hey, just so you know, your vote really doesn't matter because we got all these guys controlled through this mechanism.
Yeah. But people will not make that switch. They'll just think that it's one or two of them. Because they, because of the, how do you call this, cognitive dissonance, they just cannot make that image in their mind. So, and the people that do that horrible stuff know that, because they've been doing it for centuries, for decades, for millennia. So so that's just how it works. So, and keeps them continue to work. And then it only works when the people are stupid and uneducated.
No. It always works.
It always works. Okay. It also works with intelligent people. Yeah, I can believe that.
Right. All right. So there's again, you ever watch Michael Rupert by chance?
Yeah, of course.
No, I never heard of him.
Yeah, Michael Rupert,
the guy who was an LA police officer, and then he charged the CIA with distributing crack cocaine in the streets.
Yeah, fucking, he was a cool guy. But one of the things he said, when you run into like something that
also he was huge supporter of Kaczynski. He was in a permaculture and all this. He was wild into that stuff. But yeah,
he was definitely agreeing. He was in his movie, his documentary, The Collapse. He said, like, when you run into
he made a whole documentary talking about the collapse. So he was definitely a collapse theorist along with Kaczynski, and definitely.
But so all right, so
notable
he
thinker.
said when you when he said when you run into like a really earth-shattering situation, right, where like it's like an asteroid hit the dinosaurs or the Titanic sinking, right, something like that, something that's like so big that it's like completely out of your control. You're gonna have to do something. You're gonna run into three types of people, right? One is like a deer in the headlights. Like, what do we do? I don't know what to do. What's going on, right? The second one is like you're gonna run into like fucking these guys who go like, you know what, man, this is the Titanic, okay? It's unsinkable. All right, you fucking people are just being fucking crazy. We're going back to the bar and have another drink. You can go get fucked, right? And then the third person you run into are the people who are like, hey, listen, we understand this motherfucker's sinking, and like, we need to build some lifeboats, and there's not enough. Show us what to do, and we'll fucking, we'll do whatever needs to be done, right? The amount of people in each of these categories is like fucking 40% are going to be the guys going to the bar. 40% are gonna be the deer in the headlights, and then like fucking that last little 10% are gonna be the fucking guys, or like last little 20% are gonna be the guys who go, okay, this is fucked up. And but
I know, dude. I've been in such a situation once where fire broke out in the classroom, right?
Mhm.
And I saw all the bitches and all the cowards, heading for the exit, and only it was me and three other guys, maybe, trying to find a way to put it out, right? Like, oh fuck, and this it was in a physics classroom. So this one guy, this nerd, he took up this container of fluid, and he smelled it like, is it flammable or not? And he just threw it over it, and it wasn't flammable, but because he checked it, right? And so yeah, it was kind of a funny situation, but this is what people do. They just check out, and nobody wants to solve the situation. Well, like you said, the numbers that you pointed out there are pretty accurate in my experience. When there's,
and that's where we are, right? It's so like there's a very small amount of people who go like, oh yeah, this is a fucked up situation, something should be done about it. And I mean, and then when you have those people, the amount of individuals in that group who are going to be able to do anything, you know what I mean, are going to be very small. You know what I mean? Like, so what do you do at that point?
Yeah, well, that's what it takes. That's all it takes, right? So.
Dropping bombs on both of us. He said there is no ironic satanic worship against Pinoid. Then he said against me, collapse already happened. Oh shit.
Yeah, my boy TK is a beast, bro. Like he fucking had some economic shit that motherfuckers ain't never heard of. He's like, listen, the time between 2008 and fucking 2020, the amount of growth was like real growth was less than it was like during the Great Depression. He got some crazy ass shit. But anyway, yeah, fucking like it's like, so with the Epstein thing, it's like, what are we gonna fucking do? You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing any of us can actually do. All we can do is sit here and speculate and like be pissed. So you just fucking throw it out of the fucking thing.
Well, I think there's lots of obviously that's just a popular example. If you want to see detailed examples, you could read Pedophycracy by Dave McGowan or other such works that talk about the detailed nature of corruption, including thousands of videos being held in police evidence rooms that have contained CP and children describing satanic rituals in great detail that they couldn't have possibly made up or been trained to recite these things. About the events that took place in these rituals. They report very accurately what happens, in these ceremonies. So there's dozens of such reports to go over that. But yeah, so I won't minimize those findings by people, for sure. But yeah, or the involvement of the police in those things. Shame on those people, for sure. And much love and respect to the families who have to face that, for sure.
I mean, the cops are bought, just like the judges, right?
Yeah, the fraternal order of police. It
depends on where you are. But like for the most part, bought, right?
But some of them are part of Masonic organizations, right?
Well,
do you think that's part of the program? Because now everybody, just is gonna go down on the police. Like pretty much in England, that's gonna happen, right? They're gonna go for the.
Well, I don't. Yeah,
do you think that's part of the plan?
Nah.
No.
I don't think it's any part of the plan at all. I don't think it's a fucking plan. I think they're just dealing with one fucking fire being put out. They're trying to put out each fire as it comes up.
Yeah, that's what Pinoy has been on. He said there's no plan, which actually goes with Moldbug and Kaczynski, because they're saying, well, no one's driving the ship. Nobody knows where this thing is headed. There's no way to predict large scale changes and stuff. So yeah, in a way that is correct. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I just did the math. You know, what I mean, like, fucking, it's just all just a whole bunch of managers following SOPs, right? You know, what I mean, and as one fucking thing comes up, they follow an SOP that happens when that happens, and then they deal with it, then they move to the next fucking thing. You know, that's just what it is. They got to keep the GDP number going up. That's all that matters at the end of the day.
In a way, it's probably smarter on them. I'm not trying to condone their actions, but if you have decentralized leadership, it's harder to take out an organization or whatever than one that does have.
The FDR set all this up. Oh, by the way, like, yo, TML, you should probably know, like, I was part of Kids for Cash when I was a kid.
I don't even know what that is, but yeah, you're gonna have to break that down for me. I'm actually wasn't born here in America, but yeah, what is that?
Well, basically, during like the 90s, when there was like that big ass crime wave after they shipped all the jobs out and all of our fathers lost their jobs and they kicked them out of their houses and went door to door and told our moms that, like, you know, they would get more welfare if they fucking, you know what I mean, kick the dudes out. I was great. They went through and they called us all super predators, and the judges were taking kickbacks from private prisons to send kids to jail. It was called Kids for Cash.
Oh yeah, I did hear about that. That. Yeah.
Right. You know what I mean? Like, you know, so understand something. Like, I get all this shit, right? I do. And when I went through this, what I found out is that it wasn't just like some people doing like nefarious shit per se. It was like you were a box at Amazon, right? Like, they didn't care about you in any way.
Well, I gotta point something out that might be interesting or not to certain people, and I don't mean to get conspiratorial, but there is a CPS to child trafficking pipeline, you know, and you know, the CPS to child trafficking pipeline is basically exacerbated by these newfangled, you know, bills and so to speak, things where you could basically have the teachers call CPS on the parents for not letting their kids transition and stuff like that. So yeah, that's.
I mean, I think what it is it's like, and like, again, being like part of these systems and all this type of shit. I think what it is like the people like who are taking advantage of kids are kind of like they're like fish, like they're like bass and like catfish that like sit right as like where the current and the water comes down, like, and as soon as a panfish comes out, they just fucking snatch it, right? Like they get to the place where they need to be predators. You know what I'm saying? And like the system feeds them, but like the system doesn't really understand that it's feeding them. You know what I'm saying? Like a system thinks it's doing the right thing because it's not attached, right? Like these fucking these spinstress females who like take the kids from the parents and shit. They're just part of the first step in the system, right? And then there's another part of the system that takes the kids, and then there's another part of the system that deals with like the foster kids, right? Or like, you know what I mean, like the kids that are like taken away or whatever. So like it's all disattached, right? And they like, so the ones who are like spinsters who are over here like taking the kids away, they think they're doing the right thing because like they're suburbanite raised white women who went to college, right? And so they think they're doing the right thing by like helping these kids out by getting them out of these situations because that's what they're told, right?
Yeah, it's the compartmentalization again, right?
Yeah, right. It's like when you go to child support, right? I go down to child support, and I've heard females who work for domestic relations go, "Oh, well, they never use the fucking police to enforce child support." And like, what are you talking about? Like, the fucking whole work release program is filled with people who are like, gotta pay their child support. Fuck you, like half the county jail is full of people who don't pay their child support. What are you talking about? Right? They don't know. They literally don't know what they're doing. They have no fucking clue.
Yeah, it's very common for these people to be childless, right?
Yeah.
Very common. I mean, it's you hardly ever meet people with children that work for the CPS.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of funny. Like,
bro, Tim, I'm
also,
telling you, this system's way worse than you think, bro. Like, it's not that it's fucking nefarious. It's not.
I gotta send you this this program to kill by Dave McGowan. See what you have to say about it.
Yeah, I
You
feel
know, them creating and programming. Well, essentially the book's about them programming the serial killers, right? But yeah, how there were military experiments, and then
MK Ultra and shit.
yeah, but he's also got this whole section in there about the child trafficking, on a wide scale, right? So, I mean, yeah. So,
again, like you don't under any system that like fucking exists, motherfuckers are gonna take advantage of it, bro. But it's not made for that. It's like just like Kaczynski says, right? They don't want police beating people. They'd much rather have police that act like robots, right? Corruption is something that they don't want in the system. But like, when it happens, it gets called out. And that's when people called out, they're enforcing the system.
Yeah, I've reported that whole work, the system's neatest trick. We've already covered that whole work here, but the idea and concept, right? And this is going back to Kaczynski a little bit. He doesn't really believe in God, and he believes in evolution. And I'm talking about macroevolution, right? So, we're not hanging up on Kaczynski either, any of these things. Obviously, he took a lot of these ideas from Ellul, right? And who didn't take the violent actions that Kaczynski took. So, none of this is really, to hang our hat on Kaczynski or to treat Kaczynski like a hero or anything like that. I've made that very clear, but the, the notion that, that this is just evolution that's causing these things, and it's just a natural progression of things. And, I have to disagree with that a little bit, and I have to disagree with Ellul too, where he says, there's nothing in Plato or in Aristotle that can help us see how we got into this mess in the first place. Obviously, me and Skrbina definitely disagree with that statement, because it's obvious that the present system is based on those ideas, right? So, everybody got something wrong, but that's the thing, is that I don't agree with fucking anybody. Right? Anybody can get it right here on the Machine Lies. It is what it is, And
again, like I honestly, God, dog, I think it's people taking advantage of the system, right? I don't think it's a system.
I've only done 2 debates, but they basically lay out all of my disagreements that I have with everybody. So, those 2 opening statements, that's everything, that's summarized in the Machine Lies, everything I'm going to present, and all the problems I'm working on. These idiotic people tried to straw man my position and say that I said that Christianity leads to liberalism. I said no such thing, you goddamn cocksuckers, right? So please refine your rhetoric, right, and really try to understand my position, right? I'm talking about different things. I'm talking about Plato and Christianity, how Christianity was subverted, and also medieval philosophy. So I'm talking about many historical shifts and changes and ideas. So, summarizing my position in that way, did Christianity lead to liberalism? That's Nietzsche's argument in Beyond Good and Evil, Genealogy of Morals, and other places, right? I'm not adopting his argument or his philosophy. So please don't try to pigeonhole my positions that way. You guys are simplistic, and you've never read a single thing. Right? Really. Right? You just watch YouTube videos. You have little cockfights with content creators, small scale. You try to expose small scale content creators. Keep reacting to content. Put me on the cover of your channel. Put me on the cover of your video, right? And react, right? Because that's all you'll ever do. That's all you'll ever fucking be. Right? And that's it. You know, over here we talked about different things. We're going to talk about Kaczynski, Ellul, Rousseau. Eventually, we'll get to Rousseau. But yeah, in the meantime, we're trying to, compress some other material in terms of Moldbug and Peter Thiel and some of these newer thinkers, postmodern philosophers like Rorty, new ways of looking at epistemology. We did a whole series of presentations against the theory of evolution when I brought Kaczynski into the framework, and I talked about that paragraph where he discusses his ideas of evolution. I pushed against that a little bit. So yeah, we have a whole fucking crazy amount of ideas here. So yeah, and also we're working with people like Pill Eater, and also we'll be working with other people to bring presentations about things. We will shift in the direction of do-it-yourself material, presenting alternative ways of living that can combat this, this situation that we're in. But first, we're trying to lay down the ideological framework, the architectonic, as I said, and go into that area. But yeah. Anyways, I'll go around the panel now and let everybody do closing statements before I play some of this manifesto here for you guys. It's been 11 hours here. So yeah, thank you guys for joining us. Blessings. Voy never has closer.
I don't do closing words. No. I'm just going to listen to the manifesto. Looking forward to it. Thanks for having me, and see you on the next one.
For sure. Blessings. Cecil, I don't think Cecil has anything to say. He is a freedom fighter, though. So keep that in mind. You know what I mean? About Cecil. And yeah, Pinoy, thank you so much for joining, my brother. It's been a brilliant conversation we've had. Yeah,
yo, man, listen, I love you, man. Like, yo, listen, this is a great place to be. Yo, this is one of the best fucking places to come and like have conversations with people on the internet. You know what I mean? And anybody who's watching my shit, I most definitely recommend you come over here and you sub to his channel. You know what I mean? Hop in and like dig in and try to keep up. And I thoroughly enjoy like the ability to grow because like you challenge my ideologies and the same as I do yours. I hope.
Yeah, same here,
definitely.
Yeah, definitely,
you know what I mean?
Definitely. Oh yeah, this is just the beginning of a conversation for sure.
Yeah, listen, and I'm really looking forward, to like trying to catch up to you on your mental and your reading and all these things that you do, right? And it's really motherfucking appreciated and shit, for the opportunities to come on and have these conversations, and it is what it is. Yeah, man, listen, fucking Tom Peace, y'all know the deal. Check out Pinoy News.
Yeah, check out Pinoy News, everybody, and you know me, man. I am nothing. I'm only as good as my friends are. So yeah, let's keep it trill in this motherfucker. And yeah, I love everyone here. Thank you guys for joining me. And I'm definitely praying for you guys. So please extend the courtesy of talking to God, whatever God you believe in, about your boy, the Machine Lies. Go into a quiet space and think about me. Think about me a lot. Continue to contemplate more than me these ideas, and please reach out to me. Don't be shy to reach out. My email posted on the channel. We got the Discord over there. I'll drop the link in the Discord. Subscribe to Pinoid News. Subscribe to Apocalypse Fetish or Apocalypse Theory.
Apocalypse Theory.
Apocalypse Theory now. You know what I mean? So yeah, we got Apocalypse Theory. We got Pinoid News. Subscribe to Silver Tongue Cavalier. Subscribe to Pill Eater. Go look at pilleater.com. Yeah, we'll bring you guys more shows. Thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. The first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed, right? The first step to rising above determinisms, right, is to see those forces that impinge upon your freedom, right? And yeah, blessings. That's why, in the Matrix movie, it's all about free will. They're always talking about, oh, did I have a choice to do this or do that? That's because philosophy of mind, the problem of free will, the problem of evil, God, cosmos, consciousness, all of these issues are linked to how we view ourselves in the world of machines, right? I presented 3 ways of looking at the world, right? Internal way in which you can view the world through the guise of your already existing preformed mental cognitive framework, right? This is the mental filter or the screen, right? There's also a way of looking at the world through a mirror, right? This is seeing a projection, right? And of course, a projection does not show you what is real, right? It's just flickering shadows on a screen, images of things that are not even real, right? And also, if you look at the window, right? A window shows you the world outside, but you're separated by a container, right? Are we contained within, right? A existing mind, right? What is the fabric of reality, right? What is the source of the architectonic, right? What is the source of this thing we call technique? Not only the why, but the how to, right? Anyways, I'm going to play some music, play some manifesto. And yeah, thank you guys for joining us. Have a blessed day, Cecil. Thank you for joining me. Yeah. And be good, please. Anyways, yeah. There we go. And here's a remix I made, Cool Keith. I'm gonna play another song I made for 2 songs one song I'm remixed of Cool Keith. I don't want to say I made these songs. I'm just doing some light DJ work. We are making records with my friend Intellectual Imbecile, aka Rant. We made 3 or 4 so far. And I'm gonna premiere a 5th one. I gotta talk to him about it. Maybe we'll do a 5th one. He already sent me a new beat, and I never got around to it. But I already wrote the lyrics for it, so I need to send him that. We might be doing a new song on Saturday, and also, obviously, more of these remixes. But here's a remix I made to Cool Keith. I'm gonna play a couple Cool Keith songs and play the manifesto.